Introduction asterisk. A mysterious celestial canopy descends upon Westeros, forcibly exposing the supermodels of monstrosity. As loyal knights are revealed to be despicable informers, and the universally reviled Kingslayer turns out to be an unnamed hero striving to save the realm. The god of war, once rising amidst the storm, ultimately degenerates into a gluttonous drunkard upon the Iron Throne. One concealed truth after another is starkly unveiled before the world. The perception of Westeros is irrevocably transformed. Daenerys Targaryen gazes at the heavens, engulfed in unprecedented confusion. The usurper she swore to avenge was once a hero who ended her father's tyranny. The Kingslayer she despises saved the very city she aspires to rule. Eddard Stark remains silent. His lifelong commitment to honor now feels unbearably heavy in the face of harsh truths. Tywin Lannister, surveying the crowd, for the first time loses control of the chessboard. Who will be exposed next? Chapter 1. What hangs in the sky? The sky above the continent of Westeros transformed without warning. It was neither the ominous clouds of an impending storm nor the rosy light of dawn. An immense luminous screen appeared out of thin air, unfurling like silk at the behest of an unseen hand, enveloping every inch of sky from the wall in the north to Sunspear and Dorne. The light was gentle yet impossible to behold, akin to the midday sun steeped in milk. Chaos erupted in King's Landing. In the Red Keep's courtyard, the noble women's delicate porcelain cups shattered upon the ground, the aroma of afternoon tea dissipated by terrified screams. In the squalid alleys of Flea Bottom, ragged beggars surged into the streets, their faces a blend of awe and fear, kneeling towards the sky and chanting the names of the seven. The doors to the council chamber burst open. Acting Hand of the King Tyrion Lannister emerged, wine cup in hand, gazing up at the astonishing screen, the deep crimson liquid within his cup gently swaying. His sister, Queen Cersei Lannister, stood behind him, pale and gripping the doorframe tightly. The Master of Whisperers, Varys, clasped his hands within his sleeves, wearing his eternal, enigmatic smile. The Master of Coin, Peter Baelish, squinted, his gray-green eyes flashing with calculating light. How intriguing, truly intriguing, Tyrion mused, taking a sip of wine, his short stature necessitating a full tilt of his head. It seems the dull days of King's Landing are drawing to a close. Meanwhile, far in the north, in a military encampment, King in the North Robb Stark was deliberating the marching route south with his bannermen. The bright light outside rendered the massive map nearly white. He strode out of the tent, followed by his mother, Catelyn Stark, and a host of northern lords. The northern winds remained biting, stirring the banners of dire wolves in the camp. Yet, all were too preoccupied to feel the chill, their expressions grave as they beheld the celestial phenomenon above. "Is this a Lannister trick?" a lord whispered. "It does not appear so," Robb replied, shaking his head, his voice as steady as his youthful visage. No magic could achieve such a feat. His thoughts were not of miracles, but rather of the implications this unknown power would have on the battlefield. Across the narrow sea, in the ancient city of Qarth, Daenerys Targaryen stood upon a balcony of a high tower, her silver gold hair billowing in the sea breeze. The same luminous screen in the sky rendered her momentarily dizzy. Beside her, Ser Mormont rested a hand on his sword hilt, his demeanor watchful. "Khaleesi," he murmured, "this may be some form of powerful sorcery." Daenerys offered no reply. She gazed at the screen, then down at the slumbering dragon in her arms. This unfamiliar land and sky enveloped her in an unprecedented sense of solitude and unease. On Dragonstone, in the painted table hall, Stannis Baratheon stood before a massive map of Westeros, the light from the canopy illuminating the model of King's Landing. He remained silent, the lines of his face as unyielding as granite. The Red Priestess Melisandre lifted her gaze from the flames of the hearth, the glow of the sky reflected in her red eyes. "It is the will of my lord, the Lightbringer." Her voice resonated directly in Stannis' mind. The moment of prophecy is drawing near. In the depths of the dungeons of River Run, Jaime Lannister stirred from a pile of straw, light streaming through the narrow window slits, casting a spotlight upon his handsome yet weary face. He shifted his wrists, sword from his shackles, and regarded the sky with a hint of sardonic amusement. Just then, a commanding and neutral voice reverberated within the minds of every being in Westeros. Regardless of age, gender, or social class, all understood the meaning clearly. "I am the canopy. From this day forth, I shall expose the supermodels of monstrosity who have reached the pinnacle of excellence in their respective domains." Following this proclamation, New words appeared upon the canopy, each letter searing as if branded. Judging criteria, irrespective of identity or lineage, only the artistry, strength, or wisdom that transcends the reach of mortals shall be considered. This statement struck like a boulder cast into a placid lake, igniting waves of turmoil. Within the war tent at Harrenhal, Duke Tywin Lannister was polishing his sword. Upon hearing the words, his movements halted momentarily. He slowly exited the tent, raising his gaze to the canopy, his sharp eyes devoid of emotion, only cold scrutiny. Irrelevant to lineage, he immediately recognized that this unknown force posed a challenge to the fundamental order that had sustained Westeros for millennia. Is it friend or foe? What is its purpose? How can it be utilized? A cascade of questions flitted through his mind. Send word down the line. He instructed his attendant without turning, enhance the camp's defenses. Additionally, dispatch someone to learn what this truly is. Daenerys felt a pang of offense upon hearing irrelevant to lineage. The Targaryen bloodline was her birthright, her most sacred banner in her quest for reclamation. The existence of this canopy seemed to negate everything she stood for. Your Grace, Yura whispered beside her, this may be an opportunity. A chance for the entire continent to witness your power. Daenerys' resolve, after a brief flicker of doubt, solidified. Whatever it may be, as long as it aids me in reclaiming the Iron Throne, I shall seize it. The text upon the canopy began to shift, a new title emerging. The artists of survival and combat among the supermodels of Westeros, Bronn. The title was grand and steeped in artistic flair. Yet, the subsequent imagery left all in shock. It depicted a filthy, raucous tavern where a disheveled man was embroiled in a scuffle with a heavily made-up prostitute. His movements were swift and ruthless, devoid of any semblance of formality. He struck his opponent with a bottle, kneeing them in the groin, and mercilessly stomped on the fingers of those who had fallen. The entire exchange was brief yet efficient, brimming with the brazen spirit of a street thug. Such a sewer rat can be deemed a supermodel. In King's Landing, Queen Cersei let out a sharp, derisive laugh, casting a scornful glance at her brother Tyrion beside her. Tyrion, this suits you perfectly. Tyrion paid no heed to her derision. His interest was piqued as he gazed at the man in the sky, his smile growing ever broader. This mercenary was none other than the bodyguard he had recently engaged at the crossroads in. In the northern camp, Robb Stark and his bannermen furrowed their brows. They revered honor and noble duels, instinctively disdainful of the street-fighting tactics employed by Bronn. Is this the champion chosen by the heavens? An aged general muttered, there is no honor in this. As the crowd murmured, the scene in the sky abruptly shifted. The filthy tavern vanished, replaced by a dizzying expanse of sky. The majestic eyrie towered among the clouds, the lens descending to focus on the infamous round door known as the Moon Door. Catelyn Stark's cold and weary visage appeared, her voice resonating in the ears of all present as she proclaimed her intention to hold a trial by combat for her captive, Tyrion Lannister. New words slowly materialized on the screen, imbued with a chilling sense of fate. A trial that determines life and death. How will a mercenary confront a knight's honor from a kingdom? Chapter 2. That damn mercenary. The sky over the eyrie was bluer and colder than elsewhere. The perspective of the heavens gradually descended, imparting a sensation of vertigo to all observers as they experienced a fall from the clouds. Within the grand hall of the Vale, nobles lined the sides, their gazes fixed on the center of the arena. The ominous Moon Door stood ajar, revealing a roiling sea of clouds and an abyssal chasm beyond. Merely gazing at the scene was enough to induce clammy palms and trembling legs in many. A knight clad in shining steel armor stepped forward. The heavens provided his details. Ser Vardis Egen, captain of the Vale's Guard, a noble renowned for his martial prowess and adherence to the chivalric code. He wielded a kite shield emblazoned with the Egen family crest, and the long sword at his waist glimmered ominously in the light. He was the embodiment of knightly honor, the very representation of all that the noble class of Westeros revered. In stark contrast stood his opponent, Bronn, who seemed entirely out of place. The scene shifted to the cell prior to the combat. Are you certain you won't wear armor? Tyrion Lannister inquired. Bronn flexed his shoulders, emitting a series of cracking sounds. I prefer to remain mobile. He cast a disdainful glance at the heavy armor prepared for him in the corner. And what will I gain from this? Tyrion hesitated. If you win, you shall acquire wealth beyond your imagination. And if I lose? Bronn pressed. Then you die, Tyrion replied. Bronn grinned, revealing a set of less than gleaming teeth. Well, that's straightforward. This exchange was broadcast without reservation by the heavens, instantly igniting a fresh wave of turmoil across Westeros. Shameless, a noble from the Riverlands exclaimed indignantly. Before a sacred duel, he only thinks of money. However, Tywin Lannister of Harrenhal held a differing opinion. He observed the unfolding scene with a hint of barely perceptible approval in his icy gaze. Clear objectives, unambiguous transactions, Tywin mused. Such a man is far more reliable than those who speak of honor while harboring treachery. Tyrion has finally done something right. In Winterfell, Catelyn Stark's complexion paled as she witnessed the events at the Eyrie. Memories of her own recklessness flooded back, along with recollections of how this mercenary had ruthlessly disrupted all her plans. In the dungeons of Riverrun, Jaime Lannister let out a soft chuckle. A fool in a tin can chasing after a nimble monkey, he muttered to himself. The outcome was predetermined. As one of the finest swordsmen in Westeros, he saw through the essence of this duel at a glance. Across the narrow sea, Daenerys felt a visceral aversion to this blatant monetary transaction. Your Grace, Jorah Mormont whispered in her ear. For a mercenary, reputation is his lifeblood. A mercenary who fights for coin and honors his word may, at times, be more dependable than a knight who fights for honor, yet may betray at any moment. These words plunged Daenerys into deep contemplation. The duel commenced. Ser Vardis Egen raised his sword high, reciting the knight's oath, and charged at Bronn. However, the heavens dissected this so-called sacred duel in a manner that bordered on cruel. The image was fragmented into several sections. One screen showcased Bronn's movements in slow motion. He did not meet his opponent's charge head-on, but instead danced around the arena, evading every advance. Each step he took was calculated, forcing the heavily armored Ser Vardis to continually turn and pivot. Another screen magnified Ser Vardis' helmet, allowing viewers to see the beads of sweat forming on his brow and his increasingly labored breaths. Did your mother consort with a goat? Bronn taunted while dodging, employing the coarsest of language. How else could such a fool emerge? Ser Vardis, incensed, began to strike wildly, each swing fueled by desperation, yet he could barely graze the hem of Bronn's clothing. Too slow, old man. Seizing an opportunity, Bronn suddenly lunged forward. Instead of targeting his opponent's armored torso, he struck fiercely at the back of Ser Vardis' knee with the hilt of his sword. Ser Vardis let out a cry of pain, collapsing to one knee. As he attempted to rise, Bronn, like an eel, slipped away and seized a nearby copper brazier, hurling it towards the knight's helmet. This series of aesthetically unpleasing and dishonorable attacks plunged the watching knights and nobles into a profound silence. Their initial mockery transformed into confusion, then shock. They questioned themselves. If they were in the arena, how long could they endure against such an illogical fighting style? The knightly virtues they had long revered seemed utterly ridiculous and fragile in that moment. On the exiled road outside Riverrun, Arya Stark hid behind a tree, her gaze fixated on the sky, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The water dance technique taught to her by Syrio Farrell emphasized fluidity and precision, akin to water. Yet the man named Bronn in the heavens fought like a crocodile in a muddy swamp, sly, lethal, and utterly ruthless. But Arya believed this to be the essence of true combat, a fight for survival. Within the hall of the Eyrie, the confrontation neared its conclusion. Ser Vardis had completely lost his rhythm, flailing his sword like a bull toying with a matador. Bronn seized the moment, executing a cunning feint to bypass his shield before delivering a powerful kick to the knight's chest. Ser Vardis Egen's substantial frame lost its balance, toppling backward. Behind him lay the moon door, a portal to oblivion. The heavens froze the image at that moment. A knight, emblematic of tradition and honor, was falling into the abyss in a most undignified manner. Everyone's heart plummeted alongside him. Crimson letters materialized in the heavens, akin to an unhealable wound. When the glory of the night descends into the abyss, how shall the worth of the mercenary be measured? Before the crowd could fully recover from the tremendous impact, the scene shifted once more. In the bustling streets of King's Landing, Tyrion Lannister strode through the throng alongside the mercenary who had just emerged victorious from a duel. A new phrase heralded the dawn of a new chapter. Next stop, the epicenter of power, King's Landing. Chapter 3. Honor? Can it be exchanged for coin? The aftermath of the duel in Eagle's Nest City reverberated like ripples across the entirety of Westeros. In the salons of the nobility, there was a pervasive disdain for Bronn and lamentations regarding the tarnishing of knightly spirit. They deemed it a disgrace to the entire aristocracy that the Lannister family allowed a scoundrel to triumph in the duel. However, by the campfire in the military encampments, and within the taverns of the city, soldiers and common folk discussed the matter in an entirely different tone. They held Bronn in a crude reverence. Survival and victory were the sole truths they revered. These two starkly contrasting opinions cleaved Westeros in twain. The scene now shifted, following Tyrion and Bronn to the vortex of power in King's Landing. Tyrion Lannister, dispatched by his father Tywin to restrain his nephew King Joffrey, had now ascended to the role of Hand of the King. Meanwhile, Bronn, the mercenary who had kicked knightly honor to the curb, had transformed into the captain of the King's Guard. Clad in freshly tailored leather armor, his sword scabbard was now considerably more refined. He frequented the city's most opulent taverns and brothels, always accompanied by the fairest maidens. Like a sponge, he greedily absorbed all the lavish pleasures the city had to offer. Observe his demeanor. In the corridors of the Red Keep, Queen Cersei gazed through the window at Bronn, who was playfully teasing a handmaiden in the courtyard, a cold smirk playing upon her lips. A pig in a mire, even when draped in silk, would only wallow in filth. Meanwhile, in the northern encampment, Robb Stark and his vassals regarded this scene with disdain. Such a man wielding power would only hasten the kingdom's decay, one lord asserted. Yet, the scene seemed intent on contradicting their views. The focus tightened, offering a close-up of Bronn. Though he smiled, his eyes were hawk-like, vigilantly surveying every corner around him. His hand rested casually on the waist of a girl, yet it was merely a hand's breadth from the hilt of his sword. Immersed in the opulence of King's Landing, he was not consumed by it. The scene shifted to a private chamber atop a brothel. Tyrion reclined on soft cushions while Bronn paced the room. You'd best be cautious. Little demon, Bronn's voice cut through the din of background music with unsettling clarity. At least half the people in this city wish to see you dead. Especially your dear sister. Tyrion swirled his goblet. She is my sister. She loves me. Bronn scoffed. I love my sister too, but I still sold her virtue to a passing merchant, for I needed coin to buy shoes. Tyrion's smile faltered. I am not your friend. Bronn halted, looking down at him from a height, his gaze devoid of jest. I am merely your bodyguard. You pay, I protect you. It is that simple. Do not complicate matters. This exchange stirred profound discomfort among many before the scene. How dare he speak thus to a Lannister? Lord Tyrion deserves to have his head severed. Yet Tywin Lannister observed the scene with an increasingly profound gaze. This mercenary was far more astute than he had anticipated. He discerned the essence of King's Landing and perceived the naivety of his son. Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, offered gentle applause. A man driven solely by greed is both the easiest to manipulate and the most challenging to control. Intriguing. Varys subtly shifted his fingers within his sleeves. It was time to reassess this piece named Bronn. The tapestry of events shifted once more. In a bid to counter Cersei, Tyrion resolved to arm the barbaric mountain tribes. He dispatched Bronn to undertake this task. In the imagery, Bronn arrived without the trappings of nobility, carrying only a few carts of fine wine and pristine steel swords. He refrained from discussing loyalty or honor with the tribal chiefs. Instead, he simply thrust the sword into the ground before them. The Lannisters possessed ample wealth. Bronn proclaimed that by aligning with them, they would face endless adversaries and seize limitless spoils. Think carefully. There were no cumbersome negotiations or insincere oaths. A transaction was achieved with remarkable simplicity and directness. The unruly tribesmen, captivated by the gleaming swords and barrels of fine wine, erupted in thunderous cheers. Robb Stark was grappling with how to placate the duplicitous Fry family. Observing Bronn's deft handling of intricate interests, he found himself lost in contemplation. Had he been overly constrained by the so-called noble rules? At that moment, the tapestry executed an unforeseen maneuver. The image divided into two. On the left, Bronn candidly demanded his due from Tyrion within a brothel. On the right, a noble from the Riverlands, who had sworn fealty to Renly Baratheon by day, clandestinely dispatched a messenger to Harrenhal by night, exchanging furtive glances with Tywin Lannister. The scene shifted again. On the left, Bronn fought valiantly against several assassins in an alley, sustaining numerous wounds to protect Tyrion. On the right, Renly Baratheon was assassinated by a shadow, while his once-close Rainbow Guard scattered in disarray, even resorting to fratricide over the king's riches. The contrast between the petty and the hypocritical was stark and deeply ironic. All of Westeros fell into an eerie silence. Those nobles who had previously scoffed at Bronn now remained mute, for they understood that the right side of the tapestry revealed the most genuine and grotesque aspects of their class. The citizens of King's Landing began to murmur. That mercenary, though coarse, at least spoke the truth. Indeed, he demanded payment openly, a far cry from those nobles who professed to serve the realm while secretly engaging in dubious dealings. The tide of public opinion began to shift imperceptibly. Daenerys Targaryen gazed at the tapestry, her exquisite face etched with confusion. She had always believed that a leader should inspire followers through lofty ideals. However, the presence of Bronn instigated a burgeoning doubt within her belief. Jorah Mormont perceived her wavering resolve and recounted several tales concerning the reputation of the Essos mercenary companies. Your Grace, loyalty manifests in myriad forms. Loyalty sustained by gold can, at times, prove more steadfast than that upheld by oaths, for it is more unadulterated. Daenerys remained silent, yet her gaze revealed that she was earnestly contemplating this notion. Amidst this intricate atmosphere, the scene in the sky abruptly shifted. Outside King's Landing, at the mouth of the Blackwater, countless warships loomed like a storm cloud, their sails adorned with the burning heart of the stag. The army of Stannis Baratheon stood poised at the city's gates. The clarion call of war echoed through the heavens. A monumental question slowly materialized in the sky, seemingly interrogating every soul present. What could a mere mercenary accomplish when the most formidable fleet in the Seven Kingdoms was at the doorstep? In the final second of the scene, a strange green light flickered in Bron's eyes. Chapter 4. Will the Lannisters repay their debts? The tides of the Blackwater brought with them the briny scent of war. The lens of the sky swept over the towering walls of King's Landing, presenting a suffocating perspective of the vast scale of Stannis Baratheon's fleet. Hundreds of warships resembled a moving forest of steel, completely obstructing the river mouth. The atmosphere upon the walls was so tense it felt as though it could weep. Soldiers nervously polished their weapons, their faces etched with dread, acutely aware that this would be a battle devoid of any hope of victory. Tyrion Lannister stood atop the battlements, the cold wind tousling his hair. His diminutive figure appeared particularly insignificant against the colossal walls. He was methodically issuing commands, yet none knew what his true trump card was. The lens of the sky closely followed Bronn. This mercenary was not atop the walls. Instead, he stealthily advanced along a hidden passageway toward the riverbank, accompanied by a select few confidants. Just as the imminent clash was about to unfold, the sky suddenly interjected with a scene that left everyone aghast. Not long prior, in a secluded chamber, Bronn intercepted Tyrion, who was hastening to the battlements. I require more gold, Bronn stated bluntly. Tyrion furrowed his brow. We had an agreement. The situation has changed. Bronn gestured towards the palace. The king is mad, and your sister wishes you dead. Should you perish upon the walls, who will pay me? The Lannisters always repay their debts? I do not believe that. Tyrion's face flushed with anger. You are extorting me. You may view it as such, Bronn retorted. Double the amount. Pay now, or you may ignite that damned fire yourself. Tyrion glared at him, his chest heaving. Moments later, he withdrew a heavy purse from his garments and hurled it at Bronn. You shameless scoundrel. Bronn weighed the purse in his hand, a satisfied smile gracing his face. A pleasure doing business, my lord. The harrowing images of pre-war extortion surged through Westeros like a colossal stone, creating tumultuous waves across the realm. Kill him. Tyrion should have slain him on the spot. Queen Cersei's frantic cries echoed throughout King's Landing, nearly driving her to madness. On Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon observed the scene with a chilling smirk gracing his lips. A rabble, utterly ineffectual. Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, watched with keen interest, even offering a gentle applause for Podrick. Exquisite, truly exquisite. At the most critical juncture, maximizing his own interests. I admire him. Tywin Lannister's expression darkened ominously. He seethed with anger at the audacity of the mercenary, yet reason reminded him that every move Podrick made struck at the heart of the matter. The unsettling sensation of being outmaneuvered by a mere underling filled him with a long-forgotten discontent. However, before the crowd could fully digest their outrage, the battle on the Blackwater commenced. Stannis' vanguard fleet, caught unawares, sailed directly into Tyrion's trap. An empty ship, laden with a mysterious liquid. On the city walls, Tyrion raised a torch. Along the riverbank, Podrick saw the signal. At that moment, the tapestry of the sky sharpened into clarity, as if time itself had slowed. In a close-up, Podrick drew a specially crafted arrow from behind. He dipped the arrowhead into a jar, then ignited it. A cluster of green flames blazed fiercely atop the arrow. He drew his bow, the string emitting a nerve-wracking twang. His demeanor was terrifyingly calm, devoid of the tension one might expect before battle. In his gaze, there was only the floating target upon the river's surface. Release. The arrow, aflame with green fire, soared through the obsidian night sky like a meteor from hell, trailing a long tail of flame as it struck the drifting, empty vessel with pinpoint accuracy. There was no violent explosion, only a momentary silence. Then, a sight that rendered all of Westeros speechless emerged. The green flames, as if imbued with life, spread from the ship. They did not merely burn on the water, they ignited the very river itself. In an instant, the entire mouth of the Blackwater transformed into a roiling sea of green fire. Stannis' fleet was instantaneously engulfed. The wooden hulls, upon contact with the green flames, crumbled to char. Soldiers emitted piercing screams, leaping into the river, only to discover that the water too was ablaze. The green flames clung to them, unquenchable, until they were reduced to grotesque skeletons. The heavens laid bare this hellish spectacle for all to witness. Whether the valiant warriors of the north, the complacent nobles of Dorne, the prosperous citizens of King's Landing, or the fierce pirates of the Iron Islands, every soul was rendered speechless by this horrifying vision. The very definition of war in their hearts was irrevocably rewritten. Dragonstone. Stannis gazed upon his fleet, struggling and succumbing to the inferno in the heavens above. His grip tightened around the armrests of the throne, the hard stone cracking beneath his fingers. Throughout his life, he had firmly believed in order and law. Yet the chaos and malevolent flames before him obliterated his convictions. Across the narrow sea, Daenerys instinctively took a step back, her eyes transfixed by the green fire, as if she beheld the grown forms of her 3 young dragons. For the first time, she viscerally understood that war was not a romantic epic, but a brutal meat grinder. In Harrenhal, a genuine satisfaction finally graced the face of Tywin Lannister. King's Landing had been preserved, and Lannister rule remained intact. Ironically, it was the very mercenary he once scorned, who seized the opportunity amidst the chaos, that laid the foundation for this victory. His perceptions of Tyrion and Podrick transformed in that instant, becoming intricately complex. Against the backdrop of the raging inferno, Podrick stood upon the riverbank, stowing his longbow. He surveyed his handiwork, devoid of any joy in accomplishment, and quietly remarked, as if critiquing a dish, truly magnificent. Above, words gradually materialized in the sky. A single battle had carved a legend, yet for a mercenary, this was merely insufficient. His aspirations extended far beyond such triumphs. Chapter 5. The Birth of a Night. The green flames of the Blackwater gradually extinguished, yet the shock they wrought continued to smolder throughout Westeros. King's Landing reveled in the exuberance of survival. A grand celebration was held within the Red Keep, where Duke Tywin Lannister, mounted on a grand steed, entered the throne room amidst a chorus of cheers. Accepting the scepter of the Prime Minister of the Seven Kingdoms, he was the principal architect of this victory, the hero who had salvaged King's Landing. However, the lens of the heavens did not follow this illustrious figure. It traversed the bustling streets, arriving at an inconspicuous tavern, where the mingled scents of sweat, cheap wine, and low-grade perfume pervaded the air. Podrick occupied a corner, having opted out of the noble celebration. On the table lay a jug of wine, a purse of coins, and a bloodstained short sword. He flipped a gold dragon coin between his fingers, its gleam reflecting off his calm visage. For him, the war was over, the reward secured. That was the sole matter worthy of celebration. Yet Tyrion Lannister had not forgotten his pledge. Days later, in the throne room, the atmosphere was even more solemn than during the celebration. The Iron Throne loomed high, resembling a silent steel beast. Below, the hall was filled with prominent nobles of King's Landing. The Tyrells were prominently represented, with the shrewd Queen of Thorns, Olenna, and her stunning granddaughter, Marjorie, scrutinizing the seat of power with keen eyes. Tyrion stepped forward, beseeching King Joffrey, seated upon the Iron Throne, to knight Podrick. The entire hall fell into an immediate silence. All eyes were fixated on the mercenary clad in incongruous leather armor, standing at the center of the grand hall. King Joffrey's face betrayed unmasked revulsion, his expression akin to one forced to consume a live fly. He glanced towards his mother, Cersei, who offered him a barely perceptible nod. His gaze then shifted to his grandfather, Tywin, positioned beneath the throne. The Duke's countenance remained impassive, revealing no hint of emotion. Ultimately, with reluctance, Joffrey rose to his feet, and a servant presented him with a longsword. "Bowen, kneel." "Rise, Ser Bowen of the Blackwater," Joffrey declared, striking the sword's blade upon each of Bowen's shoulders. The sound sharp and dismissive, as if uttering another word would be a personal affront. Bowen stood tall. From that moment forth, he was no longer merely a mercenary, but a knight. The tapestry magnified the expressions of the surrounding nobles: contempt, disdain, mockery. They whispered amongst themselves, their voices hushed yet audible enough for all to hear. "A street thug, now deemed our equal. The Lannisters have truly fallen. Even such a man can ascend to knighthood. He tarnishes the honor of chivalry." However, amidst the nobles' disdain. The tapestry shifted to reveal the encampments outside King's Landing and the squalid streets. When the news of Bowen's knighthood reached them, the ragged soldiers and commoners erupted in heartfelt cheers. "Ser Bowen, he has saved us all. I told you, he is a hero. It seems even we can become knights." A low-born mercenary, elevated to nobility through valor. This development resonated with the common folk far more profoundly than the nobles could fathom. The tapestry juxtaposed these starkly contrasting reactions. The intense class divide and ideological clash, plunging all spectators into silence. After his elevation to knighthood, Bowen's life appeared largely unchanged. He continued to frequent taverns and brothels. Yet he began to undertake endeavors he would have never previously considered. He designed his own coat of arms, a colossal iron chain encircled by blazing green flames. He also commenced the study of reading and writing. Within the tapestry, the newly minted knight awkwardly grasped a quill, laboriously scrawling his name upon a parchment. His brow furrowed, expression focused, as if confronting not mere letters, but foes more formidable than Stannis' fleet. This detail surprised many. Tywin Lannister, witnessing this scene, beheld a flicker of peculiar interest in his gaze. This mercenary harbored ambition and understood how to realize it. He was not a brutish man content with the status quo. He was actively learning, striving to integrate into the very class he had once scorned. In the dungeons of River Run, Jaime Lannister had returned to King's Landing. He had lost a hand, along with all his former pride. He gazed at the mercenary in the heavens above, one whom he had long held in disdain, now unexpectedly appear in arms, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. He scorned Bron's violation of the chivalric code, yet as a warrior stripped of his power, he was compelled to concede that this mercenary lived with a clearer understanding than most knights of Westeros. In the stillness of a late night, within Tyrion's chamber, he remarked, "You are a knight now." He presented Bronn with a goblet of wine. "How does it feel?" Bronn drained the cup in one swift motion and placed the empty vessel upon the table. "It feels satisfactory," he replied, "but a mere title is insufficient. What more do you desire? Land, a castle, a surname to bequeath to my progeny." Bron's response was astoundingly candid. "I am not one of those fools who grew up on tales of heroes. The title of knight merely serves as a voucher for acquiring these things. Nothing more." Leaning forward, he lowered his voice. "Allow me to pose a question, my lord. If one day, your sister were to offer me double the price to kill you, what do you suppose I should do?" The smile faded from Tyrion's face as he met Bron's gaze, which bore no malice, only a stark, chilling honesty. "I do not know," Tyrion stammered. Bronn reclined into his chair, revealing a sardonic smile once more. "So, let us not speak of friendship. We are simply good partners. As long as you can afford my price." This exchange struck the audience like a hammer, shattering their expectations. They had anticipated that Bronn would be overwhelmed with gratitude upon receiving his knighthood, that he would exhibit greater loyalty to Tyrion. Instead, he appeared more lucid and perilous than ever before. Daenerys Targaryen remained silent for an extended moment, her companion Jorah Mormont equally mute. Bron's words illuminated for them that in their quest to conquer Westeros, their adversaries extended far beyond the obvious foes. Amidst this oppressive atmosphere, King's Landing underwent a profound transformation. During a grand wedding, King Joffrey met a gruesome demise, his lifeblood spilling forth in a violent end. All fingers pointed towards the most improbable yet plausible suspect, Tyrion Lannister. The scene swiftly shifted. Tyrion found himself shackled and imprisoned in a dark, damp cell. Days later, the cell door creaked open. Bronn, garbed in splendid new attire, entered. He regarded the imprisoned Tyrion with an inscrutable expression. A flicker of hope ignited in Tyrion's eyes. He understood that Cersei had chosen the monstrous Gregor Clegane as his proxy knight, and perhaps the only man capable of vanquishing that beast was the one standing before him. "Bronn," Tyrion croaked, "I need you. Fight for me once more." In the sky, blood-red letters began to materialize, as if heralding the final judgment of fate. When confronted with the most terrifying of creatures in Westeros, which holds greater significance, friendship or wealth? Chapter 6, A Lannister's Promise. All of Westeros held its breath. Tyrion Lannister's trial by combat had transformed into a spectacle of life and death, drawing the attention of the masses. His opponent was the mountain, Gregor Clegane. The heavens did not hesitate to reveal the horror of this beast. In the arena, the mountain stood, unarmored, his bare torso resembling a granite sculpture, each muscle brimming with explosive power. The colossal sword in his hand was thicker than a normal man's thigh. A condemned prisoner was thrust before him. Without employing the blade, the mountain merely swung his sword with casual abandon, and the weapon struck the poor soul in half like a battering ram, leaving entrails and shattered bones scattered across the ground. This gruesome and brutal scene incited a wave of nausea among the spectators. Fear spread like a plague. All were convinced that Tyrion was doomed, unless the mercenary knight, who had once wrought the miracle of the Blackwater, would once again fight for him. A spark of hope ignited in Tyrion's eyes within the black dungeon of King's Landing. "Pod," he repeated, "fight for me. A Lannister always pays his debts. My father will grant you everything you desire." Pod did not respond immediately. He circled the cell, seemingly assessing the environment. "I've seen him," Pod finally spoke. His voice calm, the big man. "I spent an entire afternoon watching him outside the training yard. You can win, right?" Tyrion asked eagerly. "You are faster than he is." "Yes, I am faster," Pod admitted. "I can maneuver around him and wear him down. He is slow. His armor is heavy. I can use my spear to strike at his joints, to jab at his eyes. Perhaps I can triumph." He paused, casting a glance at Tyrion. "But if I make a single mistake, if he seizes me even once, it will be over. I would be crushed like a chick in his grasp. Do you think this venture is worthwhile?" Tyrion found himself at a loss for words. "We are friends, Pod," he managed to utter, playing his last card. Pod chuckled. A smile tinged with mockery, regret, and an unfamiliar complexity that Tyrion had never witnessed before. "Indeed, we are friends," Pod replied. "Yet I am here not to acquiesce to your request, but to bid you farewell." Tyrion's body swayed as though struck by an invisible hammer. "Why?" "Because your sister has made me a promise." Pod's voice dropped to a low murmur, a Lannister's promise. He revealed to Tyrion that Cersei had found him. She had neither threatened nor commanded him. She had merely presented him with a choice, one he could not refuse, to wed Loras Tyrell. A true noble lady, though not particularly astute, can bring forth a castle, vast lands, and a surname worthy of legacy. You bestowed upon me a knightly title, and in return, I secured a victory in battle. Thus, we are even. Podrick gazed at Tyrion with an unsettling clarity in his eyes, and now, your sister has granted me a future that a mercenary like me could scarcely dare to envision. He spread his hands wide. On one side lies the prospect of grappling with a monster, where victory may yield nothing, and defeat leaves one with naught. On the other, a castle, lands, and a wife. Tell me, how should I choose? In the black cell, an oppressive silence enveloped the air. Podrick's words struck Tyrion's heart like the sharpest Valyrian steel, piercing through his final vestiges of hope and resonating with the multitude before the canopy. Those who once regarded him as a hero of the common folk now felt the sting of betrayal. Coward. He has betrayed Lord Tyrion. He is but a mercenary driven solely by greed. In King's Landing, Cersei Lannister gazed upon the canopy with a twisted smile of victory. She looked toward her father, Tywin, as if to say, "Behold, father, this is the friend your dwarf son placed his trust in. Wealth and status will always prove more reliable than ephemeral friendships." The Duke Tywin's expression remained inscrutable. He was unfazed. To him, Podrick had made the most astute and correct choice, self-preservation and a leap across the social divide. This was far more commendable than the emotional entanglements of his two sons, truly embodying the essence of a Lannister. Across the narrow sea, Daenerys Targaryen stared blankly at the canopy, rendered speechless. She was taken aback. She had always believed that she could rally the heroes of the realm through ideals, charisma, and the glory of her true dragon blood. Yet, Podrick's choice doused her fervor with icy water, awakening her to the harsh truth that her conquest extended beyond the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. It was also about the raw, brutal laws of survival ingrained in the hearts of the people. Some souls can never be swayed by ideals. They worship only the exchange of interests. "I like you, Tyrion," Podrick finally said, sincerely, "but I like myself more." He turned and walked toward the cell door. "Good luck." His silhouette appeared resolute in the dim confines of the cell, a realist bidding a final farewell to idealism. As Podrick departed, the canopy began to summarize his tale. Words emerged slowly. He was shameless, greedy, devoid of honor. The scenes flickered past, extorting Tyrion, reveling in brothels. The words shifted, yet he was clear-headed, rational, never deceiving himself. Images flashed of him calmly analyzing battle strategies in the Eyrie, decisively loosing a fatal arrow at the Blackwater, and candidly confessing his desires in the Black Cell. He was neither a hero nor a knight. He is merely a person navigating through chaotic times, surviving in his own manner, and thriving remarkably. The celestial canvas has rendered its final judgment. In the realm of Westeros, a profound silence has enveloped the atmosphere. The mercenary can no longer be assessed through the simplistic dichotomy of good or evil. His tale serves as a mirror, reflecting the harsh realities of this world, while simultaneously revealing the latent desires and fears harbored within each individual. The imagery of Bronn gradually fades away. plunging the heavens into a fleeting darkness. Just when the audience believes all has concluded, a new title slowly illuminates the center of the sky. The letters appear as if scorched by flames, imbued with a distorted, oppressive fury and anguish. The next figure to be unveiled, Sandor Clegane, Chapter 7. Whose dog is this? Bron's saga comes to a close beneath the skies of Westeros, the stark realism weighing heavily upon every heart like a cold stone. Before the crowd can fully process this complex emotional turmoil, the light and shadow on the celestial screen begin to shift once more. In the darkness, new words gradually emerge. The font, seemingly singed by fire, bears irregular, twisted scorch marks, suffused with repressed rage and sorrow. Sandor Clegane. The moment this name appears, the atmosphere across the continent seems to freeze. In King's Landing, at the banquet within the Red Keep, Sansa Stark delicately slices a roasted quail on her plate. When that name crosses her vision, her hand, gripping the silver fork, trembles violently. The fork slips from her fingers, clattering resoundingly against the marble floor. Its sharp sound slicing through the laughter and chatter of the surrounding ladies, as if an invisible sound barrier has been erected. She hears nothing. A chill rises from her spine, rendering her entire being rigid. By a campfire in the Riverlands, Arya Stark pauses in her task of turning a rabbit roasting on the flames with a sharpened stick. The name in the sky halts her movements. She recalls the kind-hearted baker's son, who met his demise at this man's blade. Silently, she reaches into her worn tunic, grasping the slender sword she affectionately calls her sewing needle. The flames dance in her eyes, reflecting a chilling resolve. In Harrenhal, within the vast courtyard, Gregor Clegane methodically sharpens his fearsome greatsword on a rough whetstone. The soldiers' gasps at the celestial display fall upon deaf ears. It is only when an officer cautiously informs him of the name revealed in the sky that he lifts his gaze, glancing at his brother's moniker, producing a disdainful grunt akin to that of a beast. He lowers his head once more, resuming the sharpening of his sword, as if the figure displayed in the heavens were nothing more than an inconsequential passerby. The scene upon the celestial canvas ignites. Contrary to all expectations, there is no bloody battlefield, no cruel slaughter. The camera focuses on a bustling street in King's Landing. The sunlight shines perfectly, intertwining the cries of vendors, the playful shouts of children, and the rumbling of wheels into a symphony that belongs to the city. Suddenly, a massive figure enters the frame. Sandor Clegane rides a towering black warhorse, moving leisurely down the center of the street. His menacing hound helmet becomes the focal point of the scene, reflecting a disquieting metallic glint under the sun. The sky offers him no dialogue, nor any extraneous actions. It merely records, with an astonishingly calm perspective, the changes he incites in his wake. The vendor loudly hawking fruits abruptly falls silent as he approaches, as if a hand had clasped around his throat. The children chasing a ball on the street, upon sighting his colossal form, scream in terror and flee to their mother's arms, no longer daring to peek out. The once crowded street parts before him as if Moses had parted the sea. People press against the walls, bowing their heads, unwilling to meet his gaze, only daring to breathe again once the monotonous and heavy sound of his horse's hooves recedes into the distance. Fear is a silent force. Across the narrow sea, Daenerys Targaryen observes this scene, her brow furrowed. In her envisioned kingdom, the people should revere their protector, not retreat from them as if fleeing a plague. Your Grace. Jorah Mormont speaks beside her, his tone steady. In Westeros, instilling fear is often the first step to survival, and indeed, to ruling. In the north, within Robb Stark's camp, the young king in the north gazes at the sky, his eyes icy. The Lannister hound only intimidates the common folk through the power of his master. In King's Landing, Tyrion raises his goblet, but does not drink. He watches the solitary and fearsome figure in the frame and lets out a soft sigh. Sandor, a tragic creation, disfigured by his brother and molded by this merciless world into a creature of dread. Just when it seems the sky will continue to showcase this oppressive reality, the scene abruptly shifts. Time rewinds to the grand tournament of the Hand of the King during King Robert's reign. On the jousting field, Sandor Clegane's opponent is none other than his brother, Gregor Clegane, the Mountain. In the frame, the Mountain is outwitted and defeated by the Knight of Flowers, Loras Tyrell. During a joust, his massive form crashes to the ground, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Yet, defeat does not calm him. Rather, it ignites his beastly fury. He rises, draws his enormous sword, and decapitates his innocent horse with a single stroke. Blood and brains erupt forth. Still unsatisfied, he turns and charges at the applauding Ser Loras. A wave of shock sweeps over the audience. In that critical moment, a figure steps in front of Loras. It is Sandor Clegane. Without a moment's hesitation, He unsheathed his longsword, firmly parrying the formidable strike from his brother. The clash of weapons resonated with a deafening sound, accompanied by sparks flying in all directions. The two brothers, towering figures before the king and under the gaze of thousands of spectators, engaged in a brief yet intense duel. The mountain's attacks were wild and devastating, brimming with destructive force. In contrast, Sandor's defense was as steadfast as a mountain. His swordsmanship was precise and effective, each block expertly dissipating his opponent's power. Sansa Stark, watching from her chamber in Winterfell, was rendered utterly speechless. She covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. The man she had always feared, whom she deemed as brutal as the mountain, was now standing up against her even more terrifying brother to protect a knight he barely knew. Why? Jaime Lannister, the former captain of the Kingsguard, squinted his eyes. As one of the finest swordsmen in Westeros, he could clearly see the strength, speed, and skill that Sandor had displayed in those recent parries, truly of the highest caliber. Yet, he was more intrigued by the kind of courage, or perhaps the depth of hatred, that would embolden Sandor to confront his brother in such a public manner. At Harrenhal, Tywin Lannister gazed at the sky, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the armrest of his chair. The two dogs of House Clegane, he mused, each possessed their own thoughts. Tools with thoughts are the most prone to complications. In the arena, King Robert's roar finally brought an end to this farce. Sandor sheathed his sword and turned away amidst the complex gazes of the crowd, neither accepting any cheers nor casting a backward glance. The camera slowly zoomed in, ultimately fixating on the eye holes of his fearsome helmet, as if attempting to penetrate that layer of steel to uncover the truth beneath. A line of text gradually emerged. He won the tournament, yet why was there no trace of joy? What past lay hidden beneath that grim helmet? Chapter 8, a tournament? Or a slaughter? The screen offered the people of Westeros little time for contemplation. With a swift transition, it cut directly to another centerpiece of the Prime Minister's tournament, the melee involving 100 combatants. This was a more chaotic and blood-soaked contest, as over 100 knights and warriors clashed in a vast circular arena until only one remained. Once again, the camera firmly focused on Sandor Clegane. If the jousting required some semblance of rules and technique, this melee had devolved entirely into Sandor's stage of carnage. He moved like a tiger among sheep, his towering stature and heavy longsword granting him unparalleled force. The footage deliberately contrasted his fighting style with that of another notable figure in the arena, Ser Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers. Loras's swordsmanship was both resplendent and graceful. Each evasion and parry resembled a meticulously choreographed dance, eliciting gasps and cheers from the noble women at the sidelines. He appeared more as a star performing upon a stage. In stark contrast stood Sandor, whose movements bore no semblance of beauty. His strikes were swift and heavy, devoid of flamboyant techniques, each assault simple, direct, and lethal. His intent was not merely to defeat his opponent, but to extinguish their life. A young knight from the Riverlands was felled by Sandor's crushing blow, his longsword slipping from his grasp. According to the rules of combat, he had lost the capacity to fight and was obliged to withdraw from the contest. Trembling in terror, the young man knelt, raising his hands in a fervent plea for mercy. The screen zoomed in on Sandor's face, half of which was grotesquely burned and shadowed by his helm, revealing no emotion. His gaze was as frigid as ice, deaf to the cries for mercy. He raised his sword. With a swift motion, it descended. A line of crimson blossomed across the young knight's throat. Gasps rippled through the crowd. Both the spectators within the screen and those beyond in Westeros were stunned by this senseless and dishonorable act of murder. "This is a crime," roared a vassal of House Stark, rising in fury. "He has violated every tenet of knighthood. This is not a tournament." Robb Stark's face was ashen, his silence betraying his inner wrath, fists clenched in a tight grip. Sansa, horrified by the grisly scene, turned pale as nausea churned within her. In her heart, the fleeting positive image of the Hound, which had briefly flickered in the face of the mountain, shattered instantly, reverting to that of a cold-blooded monster. At Harrenhal, Tywin Lannister regarded the spectacle with an impassive demeanor. To him, the battlefield was devoid of rules, governed solely by life and death. A soldier who exhibited mercy towards his foes was unworthy of serving House Lannister. Sandor's actions confirmed him to be a suitable, sharp weapon. The melee concluded with Sandor's triumph. He stood amidst a heap of corpses and the wounded, raising his weapon to accept the accolades of victory. Yet, the ghastly visage of his fearsome hound helmet rendered this glory grotesque and sanguinary. The scene shifted once more to the celebratory feast that followed the tournament. Goblets clinked together, and minstrels sang of the knight's valor. Sandor sat alone in a shadowy corner, resembling a solitary beast, guzzling ale with abandon. Then, swaying unsteadily, he approached Sansa Stark. As he drew near, Sansa held her breath in terror, her body rigid like a statue. Beside her, Peter Baelish wore an inscrutable smile, watching with keen interest. "You look lovely, little bird," Sandor slurred, his breath reeking of alcohol as he loomed over Sansa, his voice husky and indistinct. Fear rendered Sansa mute, compelling her to lower her gaze. Sandroff appeared indifferent to her response, continuing his monologue with an air of disdain and mockery. "Observe these so-called knights surrounding us. They serenade you, engage in combat for your favor, and offer you smiles. Yet, at the mere command of the king, they would not hesitate to inflict harm upon you, just as they would upon anyone else." His gaze swept across the assembly, landing on Loras Tyrell, Barristan Selmy, and even Jaime Lannister. "Knights," he declared, "are but a congregation of murderers clad in gleaming armor. They cloak their sordid deeds with flowery oaths and melodious ballads. Do not place your trust in them, little bird," he concluded, "for they will all betray you." This crude and almost harassing counsel left the audience beyond the veil in a state of bewilderment, particularly Sansa herself. In the warmth of Winterfell, she beheld the terrified reflection of herself upon the screen, recalling only the fear and humiliation of being accosted by a drunken man. Yet, in this moment, through the omniscient lens of the screen, she discerned for the first time that beneath Sandroff's bloodshot and ferocious gaze, there seemed to lie no malicious intent as she had envisioned. Instead, she detected a complex emotion, a perplexing blend of envy, disdain, and a clumsy warning that eluded her understanding. Why did he refer to himself as Little Bird? Cersei Lannister watched in fury, perceiving Sandroff as a mongrel who had forgotten his place, daring to harass the future queen. She resolved to teach him a lesson in due course. Peter Baelish observed the spectacle, his smile widening. A fierce guard dog appeared, intrigued by the caged canary. This was infinitely more captivating than mere slaughter. In the Riverlands, Arya felt a surge of anger upon witnessing her sister's fright. Yet, she could not deny that the words of the hound, though brutally harsh, resonated with a truth far more profound than any heroic ballad about knights she had ever heard. At the banquet, Sandroff was roughly shoved aside by the king's guards. He staggered away, leaving Sansa engulfed in confusion. On the screen, a line of text slowly emerged. Why did he call her Little Bird? What could compel a ruthless executioner to utter such words to a noble girl? The scene then shifted. In the streets of King's Landing, the pent-up fury of the starving populace erupted. A riot was brewing, countless eyes filled with hatred fixated on the approaching royal procession. And among that procession stood Sansa. Chapter 9. The caged bird sings on the screen. The Prime Minister's tournament concluded. Sandor Clegane's victory brought no joy to Westeros. The bloodied glory clung to the hearts of those who prided themselves as knights, like a scalding brand. The shadows and light danced across the scene as the bustling yet squalid streets of King's Landing re-emerged. This time, the air was devoid of its usual clamor. Instead, there existed an oppressive silence, akin to the calm that precedes a tempest. Hunger serves as the most potent catalyst. When a kingdom can no longer provide bread for its subjects, the king's dignity is reduced to mere worth trampled underfoot. The insurrection erupted without warning. The king's forces were dispersed by the tide of enraged citizens. Curses, the sound of stones piercing the air, the piercing screams of women, and the clattering of soldiers' armor merged into a cacophony of chaos. In the midst of the turmoil, Sansa Stark became separated from her guards, adorned in an exquisite silk gown. She resembled a lamb that had strayed into a den of wolves in this filthy and malevolent environment. Rough hands reached out from the throng, seizing her arms. She let out a short gasp, only to have her mouth covered and be dragged into a dark alley reeking of urine and decay. The sound of her dress tearing pierced the air. She fought desperately, but her feeble strength was insignificant against several adult men. Despair enveloped her like a chilling net. At that moment, a dull thud resonated. At the alley's entrance, a colossal figure appeared as if conjured from thin air, hurling a rioter aside. It was Sandor Clegane. He offered no warning, nor did he make any unnecessary gestures. Like an enraged beast, he charged forward. The heavens displayed the ensuing scenes with a pace almost cruel in its rapidity. There was no melodic sound of swords unsheathing, only the muffled thuds of fists striking bone. No elaborate combat unfolded, only the most primal and efficient slaughter. One rider attempted to resist. Sandor responded by delivering a brutal blow with his armored forearm, shattering the man's face. Another assailant lunged from behind. Without a glance, he unleashed a vicious elbow strike to the throat. In less than 10 breaths, silence reclaimed the alley. Only a few contorted bodies remained, alongside the horrific splatters of blood on the walls. Sandor approached Sansa, who lay paralyzed with fear on the ground. He did not bend to assist her nor utter words of comfort. Instead, he callously hoisted her over his shoulder, as one might carry a sack of flour purchased from the market. He then charged out of the alley, forging a bloody path through the still chaotic crowd with his body and sword, delivering her back to the golden cage of the Red Keep. In her warm and secure chamber in Winterfell, Sansa gazed at the figure on the screen, that of herself, drenched in tears and filled with terror. As her tears flowed uncontrollably, yet this time it was not from fear. Rather, it was a profound shock capable of overturning her entire world. It was not the handsome knights who had smiled at her and sung her praises who had saved her, but the very monster she had always feared and loathed, derisively referred to as the Hound. Meanwhile, in the northern camp, Robb Stark clenched his fists, remaining silent. He harbored a profound loathing for the Hound, for all the minions of House Lannister. Yet, in this moment, he found himself compelled to express gratitude towards the very individual he despised for saving his sister's life, as well as something far more precious than life itself. This internal conflict allowed the young king in the north to experience, for the first time, the intricate absurdity of war. Across the narrow sea, Daenerys beheld the imposing figure carrying the girl, navigating through fire and chaos. She turned to Jorah Mormont beside her and remarked, "It seems that even the fiercest beasts will, in their own way, protect what they hold dear." The scene in the heavens did not linger long upon this act of rescue. Shadows and light shifted, a series of vignettes flashed before the eyes of all present, akin to a cinematic montage. The first vignette, within the throne room, Joffrey, in a fit of petulance, directed his ire towards Sansa, commanding Ser Vardis of the Kingsguard to strike her and strip her naked for public humiliation. The assembled nobles averted their gazes, feigning admiration for the tapestries adorning the walls. Yet Sandor Clegane, with unyielding composure, took a significant step forward, using his towering frame to shield Sansa from the malevolent stares. The second vignette, after Eddard Stark's beheading, Joffrey forced Sansa to the battlements to witness her father's head impaled on a stake. As she teetered on the brink of despair and humiliation, Sandor approached, offering her a coarse but clean handkerchief. In a voice only they could hear, he murmured, "Save your tears, little bird. There will be more occasions for weeping." The third vignette, still atop the battlements, Sansa gazed at Joffrey, who flaunted his power in the courtyard below, a flicker of resolve igniting within her. She momentarily entertained the thought of pushing him off the ledge, seeking mutual destruction. Just as she took that fateful step forward, a large hand grasped her arm from behind, pulling her back. It was Sandor. He said nothing, merely shook his head. These vignettes spoke volumes without uttering a single word. Within the Red Keep, Cersei and Tywin Lannister observed the celestial scene, their expressions darkening. They cared little for Sansa Stark's fate. Rather, they were disturbed by the realization that this dog, whom they believed to be utterly loyal and obedient, had begun to discern right from wrong, even defying his master's commands. This sign of insubordination filled them with a potent sense of threat and discontent. Meanwhile, Tyrion, in the solitude of his chamber, poured himself a glass of wine and drank deeply. He felt a twinge of sorrow for the Hound. Poor wretch. Enamored with a caged bird he could never possess. Such emotions would only lead him to ruin. In Littlefinger's brothel, Peter Baelish wore an increasingly enigmatic smile. A powerful figure with vulnerabilities is the most valuable of pawns, he mused. The Hound's weakness was now laid bare for all to see. The celestial scene ultimately crystallized upon the image of Sandor draping a cloak over the battered Sansa. The white cloak of the Kingsguard enveloped her petite form, transforming her into a moving sanctuary. A line of text gradually emerged. He guards the caged bird, yet is powerless to halt the king's cruelty. When the king's madness reaches its zenith, what choice will he make? The scene shifts abruptly to Joffrey, gleefully brandishing a newly acquired crossbow, aiming it menacingly at the defenseless Sansa. Chapter 10. The King Weeps. The air in King's Landing grows frigid due to a missive from the Westerlands bearing news of battle. The victory at the Whispering Woods. Jaime Lannister has been defeated and captured. This news sweeps through the Red Keep's throne room like a chilling gust. The young king, Joffrey Baratheon, succumbs to a fit of hysterical rage upon learning that his once invincible uncle has been bested and taken prisoner by a lad from the north. Unable to exact vengeance on Robb Stark, who is far removed, he redirects all his fury and humiliation upon Robb's sister, Sansa Stark, who stands before him. Like a frenzied beast, he shrieks for her to be dragged before the throne. "Your traitorous brother has defeated my uncle." Joffrey's voice, sharpened by fury, pierces the air. "You shall pay for his transgressions." He turns to the Kingsguard at his side, issuing a command. "Ser Meryn, teach her a lesson." Ser Meryn Trant. A knight sworn to protect the king and the innocent with his life does not hesitate upon receiving the order. He strides towards Sansa, raising his armored hand, and delivers a brutal blow to her face. Sansa staggers back, warmth flooding her mouth and nose. In the throne room, all the nobles bow their heads, seemingly engrossed in the intricate patterns of their shoes. The other Kingsguard knights turn their backs, feigning vigilance of their surroundings. A collective silence steeped in malevolence envelopes the hall. Joffrey's rage remains unabated. He gazes upon Sansa's still beautiful visage, and his cruelty surges anew. Strip her of her garments, he bellows. Ser Marintrant steps forward once more, reaching for Sansa's skirts. Just then, the heavy sound of footsteps shatters the suffocating silence. Sandor Clegane steps forth, the least knightly among them. He rises when all others choose self-preservation. He strides forward, and, to the astonishment of all, he sheds his white cloak, a symbol of the king's protection, and unceremoniously drapes it around the trembling, disheveled Sansa. His towering figure stands like a mountain, shielding her from the world's malice. He turns, locking eyes with the young king, whose face is contorted with rage, his voice low and steady. She has learned her lesson, your grace. A profound silence ensues. Everyone is stunned by Sandor's flagrant defiance of the king's command. The so-called noble knights feel the heat of shame wash over them, as if dealt a stinging slap across the face. In the warmth of Winterfell's chambers, Sansa gazes up at the heavens. She gazed at the towering figure that shielded her from the world, the voluminous cloak enveloping her and safeguarding her from the malice surrounding her. In that moment of utter despair and helplessness, she comprehended that the source of her sanctuary was neither the seven gods, for whom she had fervently prayed, nor the knights who had once promised her protection, but rather this fearsome hound that inspired dread in all. Within the throne room, Joffrey trembled with rage, yearning to command the execution of this dog that dared defy him, yet instinctively quailed before Sandor's formidable presence. Ultimately, he resorted to the petulance of a child deprived of a toy, screeching for him to leave. Just in time, Tyrion Lannister appeared, employing a few witticisms to dissolve the tension. As he observed Sandor's retreating silhouette, he understood with clarity that the chains binding this beast had been irrevocably severed. Time, like shifting sands, flowed swiftly across the heavens. Soon, the night of the Battle of Blackwater descended. When Tyrion's wildfire scheme succeeded, the emerald flames erupted like a primordial beast unleashed, transforming the river into a roiling inferno of green hell. In that moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. Sandor Clegane, the fearless harbinger of death in the lists and alleyways, now stood as if struck by lightning, frozen against the castle walls. The heavens provided a close-up of his visage. Beneath the menacing hound's helmet, his eyes, typically brimming with ferocity and disdain, now reflected a ghastly, childlike terror. His entire body quaked uncontrollably. The green flames danced wildly within his pupils, consuming him. He discarded his longsword, a weapon that had tasted the blood of countless souls, now reduced to mere scrap metal upon the ground. He bellowed at Tyrion, who was directing the battle, his voice contorted by sheer terror. To hell with the king. To hell with King's Landing. To hell with the flames. Then, before the astonished gaze of all, he fled, like a child petrified by a nightmare, escaping the burning battlefield without a glance back. The entirety of Westeros was left in a state of bewilderment. No one could fathom why such a formidable warrior could be so utterly undone by fire. It was utterly illogical, incomprehensible. Within the Red Keep, Cersei and Tywin were consumed by fury and disbelief. At a pivotal moment determining the fate of King's Landing, their sharpest blade had crumbled due to the absurdity of fear of flames. At Harrenhal, the mountain, Gregor Clegane observed his brother's disarray in the sky and let out a deep, gleeful laugh, one filled with a cruel satisfaction that only he could comprehend. Yet only Sansa, witnessing the man trembling before the flames, felt a profound surge of compassion for him for the first time. She sensed that behind those grievous burns lay a secret more terrifying than death itself. Sandor Clegane had fled the battlefield, yet he did not depart King's Landing immediately. Under the cloak of night, he made his way to Sansa's chamber. He told her that he intended to journey northward, offering to take her along, to bring her home. Above them, words gradually materialized in the sky, reminiscent of a long, drawn-out sigh. Why did he harbor such a profound fear of flames? What had transpired in his scorched childhood? Chapter 11. The scorched childhood. The flames of the Blackwater River danced beneath the night sky, casting flickering shadows upon Sandor Clegane's grim visage. He had fled the battlefield, yet could not escape the haunting nightmares that ensnared his existence. At this moment, he stood in Sansa Stark's chamber, the scent of alcohol mingling with the acrid odor of gunpowder from the field. His white cloak, emblematic of the King's Guard, was sullied with blood and dirt. "I am heading to the north," he announced, his voice gravelly as if laden with grit. "Come with me. I can protect you and take you home." His tone was hoarse and urgent, devoid of a plea, more akin to a blunt proclamation. Sansa regarded him, the coward who had just retreated from the battlefield, the monster who had draped his cloak around her in her darkest hour. Her gaze transcended mere fear. Within her clear blue eyes, compassion, confusion, and an unrecognized dependency intertwined. Should she accompany him? To leave this gilded cage for an uncertain and equally perilous future? As Sansa hesitated, uncertain of her response, the scene in the sky abruptly shifted. The interplay of light and shadow transported all eyes back to the Clegane family castle. Many years prior, a boy, no more than 6 or 7, appeared, his tousled golden hair framing a face still imbued with childhood innocence. This was Sandor Clegane's youth. He was clandestinely playing with a wooden knight toy, crudely crafted yet cherished by his brother Gregor. A colossal shadow loomed over him. Gregor, already tall and resembling a youth of giant stature, materialized behind him. Without uttering a word, he extended his oversized hand, seizing his younger brother by the nape. Little Sandor struggled in terror, but it was futile. The sky employed a calm, almost cruel cinematic language to chronicle the ensuing events. Gregor grinned malevolently, remaining silent. He held his brother as if he were a rabbit destined for slaughter, forcibly pressing Sandor's head toward the glowing embers in the hearth. There was no excessive embellishment, no emotional buildup, only the most primal and immediate sensory impact. Little Sandor emitted a heart-wrenching scream, a sound so piercing it scarcely resembled that of a human. The sizzle of flesh searing in the flames echoed throughout Westeros, accompanied by Gregor's heavy, satisfied breaths. It seemed as though he was not inflicting harm upon his own brother, but rather relishing the birth of a piece of art. In that moment, all of Westeros fell into a deathly silence, stunned by this act of unadulterated malevolence that transcended the boundaries of human ethics. This was not a battle, nor a punishment. It was a sadistic indulgence in torment. In Winterfell, Catelyn Stark instinctively covered her mouth, tears streaming from her eyes. She finally comprehended the source of that man's deep-seated hatred for knights. The solitary knight toy of his childhood had brought him nothing but torment. Across the narrow sea, Daenerys appeared as pale as a specter. While her handmaidens gasped in suppressed horror, she gazed at the scene unfolding in the sky, where the tormentor, Gregor, wreaked havoc, her eyes aflame with an unprecedented loathing. Even Cersei, within the Red Keep, momentarily abandoned her habitual mockery and arrogance, her expression morphing into a complex amalgamation of disgust and shock. At Harrenhal, Tywin Lannister's brow furrowed deeply. He understood that Gregor was a mad dog, but he had not anticipated that this madness had its roots in childhood. With the first victim being his own kin, he began to reassess the prudence of keeping such a dangerously unhinged creature close at hand. Meanwhile, Gregor Clegane himself, witnessing his past atrocities laid bare for all to see, felt neither shame nor unease. Instead, he licked his cracked lips, donning an expression reminiscent of someone relishing a cherished memory. This visage, captured in a close-up, conveyed an unsettling clarity to the audience, intensifying their abhorrence and fear to an unprecedented zenith. The scene shifted back to Sansa's chamber. Sandor, tormented by painful memories and the influence of alcohol, seemed to teeter on the brink of losing control. He advanced upon Sansa, his scarred visage appearing even more terrifying in the dim candlelight. "Sing me a song," he commanded in a tone that straddled the line between pleading and demanding. Sansa regarded him, her gaze resting upon his face, which was contorted in agony and malevolence beneath the flickering flames. In that moment, all her fear transmuted into boundless compassion. Trembling, her lips parted, and an ancient hymn, celebrating a mother's love and the guardianship of the Seven, flowed softly from her mouth. Her voice served as the sole balm amidst the carnage and chaos of that fiery night. As Sandor listened, his tense, aggressive frame gradually relaxed. The fury and pain that once filled his eyes began to yield to a profound weariness. He no longer forced Sansa nor mentioned taking her away. Instead, he gazed deeply into her eyes, as if wishing to etch her likeness into his heart forever. Then, without uttering another word, he turned and melted into the shadows of the room, vanishing from sight. Sansa remained motionless, staring at the place where he had disappeared. Eventually, she stepped forward and secured the door latch. She chose not to follow him. This choice left countless viewers beyond the curtain feeling a sense of regret and confusion. Why not leave with him? Remaining in King's Landing could only lead to doom. Yet, a select few, like Tyrion and Peter Baelish, grasped the significance of Sansa's decision. Though she possesses an air of innocence, the blood of House Stark courses through her veins. She would never entrust her fate entirely to a man who has just become a deserter and whose future remains uncertain. Instead, she chooses to carve her own path in this ruthless game of power, seeking a semblance of hope. Daenerys gazes at the girl who has opted to remain, her eyes reflecting a trace of admiration. She is a small bird with broken wings, yet she has not chosen to rely on another precarious tree. She resolves to learn how to stand again, using her own claws. The figure of Sandor Clegane vanishes completely into the night of King's Landing. Above, words slowly materialize in the sky, reminiscent of a long, drawn-out sigh. Having fled King's Landing, can he escape his destiny? What tales await when this masterless hound encounters another lost pup in the wilderness? The scene reveals Arya Stark, a slender yet resolute silhouette, forging ahead alone in the Riverlands. Chapter 12. Flames that devour. All the flames of King's Landing gradually extinguish, yet the fires of war burn ever more fiercely across the fields of Westeros. The canvas of the sky follows in Sandor Clegane's footsteps, arriving at the war-torn Riverlands, marred by the scars of conflict, devastated villages, unclaimed corpses, and orphans wandering the fields. The deserter Sandor unexpectedly encounters another fugitive here, Arya Stark. He recognizes this youngest daughter of House Stark. In his eyes, this filthy, short-haired girl, resembling a wild child, is not a noble maiden, but rather a walking purse. He effortlessly captures her. "I shall take you to Riverrun and sell you to your brother, the king," Sandor declares to Arya, his tone laced with the calculations of a businessman. The king's sister ought to command a substantial ransom. Their initial relationship brims with tension and animosity. Arya views him as a necessary target on her list of enemies, whispering his name to herself each night before sleep. Conversely, Sandor regards her as a troublesome burden, a commodity prone to escape at any moment. The sky records their long journey together with a simple yet poignant touch. In one fragment, Arya practices her water dance by the riverside, her swordplay light and swift, a skill imparted to her by the first sword of Bravos, Farrell. Sandor, observing from the side, snorts derisively. He strides over and roughly seizes Arya's sewing needle. "Your teacher is a dancer, while you seek to survive. Such frivolity is of no use on the battlefield." He points the tip of his sword at the trunk of a tree. "To kill, aim here, at the heart. A single, lethal strike. Do not grant your opponent any chance." His teaching method is stark, brutal, yet imbued with a bloody pragmatism. In another fragment, they stumble upon a wounded farmer, barely clinging to life amidst the devastation of war at an abandoned farmstead. Arya wished to assist him, yet Sandor restrained her. He unsheathed his dagger and swiftly ended the farmer's suffering. Then, with a sense of justification, he pilfered a few copper coins from the corpse. "The dead have no need for money," he remarked to the astonished Arya. There was another fragment. On a stormy night, they sought refuge in a cave from the rain. The thunderous claps evoked memories of flames in Sandor's mind. Crouched in a corner, his imposing figure trembled slightly with fear. It was Arya's first glimpse of this man's vulnerable side. These moments stirred a whirlwind of emotions among the audience beyond the veil of night. In Winterfell, Catelyn Stark observed her youngest daughter, whose gaze was growing ever colder under the influence of the murderer, increasingly resembling a true wolf. Her heart ached with anguish, nearly causing her to faint. Sansa, meanwhile, gazed at the screen, seeing a sister starkly different from her memories, then at the hound who, in a twisted manner, sought to protect her, filled with an unspeakable conflict. She remained uncertain whether Sandor represented redemption for Arya, or another demon dragging her into an abyss. The journey's end was not at Riverrun. While resting at an inn called the Crossroads, they unfortunately encountered a band of Lannister soldiers. One among them recognized the hound's identity. His name was Polliver, the very soldier who had stolen Arya's sword and sewing needle in King's Landing. "Look who it is, the king's deserter." Polliver and his companions closed in, malevolent smiles adorning their faces, their eyes set on the coin pouch at Sandor's side. A bloody battle was inevitable, in a bid to safeguard Arya, or perhaps to secure the ransom that was within reach, as well as to preserve whatever dignity remained. Sandor engaged in a fierce struggle against several soldiers. Within the cramped confines of the inn, blades flashed and blood spilled. Despite his grievous injuries and intoxication, he fought with ferocity. Like a cornered beast, he unleashed astonishing combat prowess. At a critical moment in the fray, Polliver circled behind Sandor, raising his sword. Just then, a small figure darted like lightning from beneath a table. It was Arya, channeling all the strength Sandor had taught her. She thrust her sewing needle with deadly precision, not into the back of her foe, but through Polliver's throat from behind. It was a fatal blow. Arya withdrew her weapon from the corpse, marking her first true act of vengeance. The battle concluded with their Pyrrhic victory, yet Sandor succumbed to his severe wounds. Collapsing into a pool of blood, lying on the ground, his injuries oozing profusely, he groaned in agony. He looked up at Arya standing before him, and, summoning his last ounce of strength, implored, "Grant me a swift end." He begged Arya to end his life. Arya gazed at the man before her. She had both loathed and depended on this man, the one who taught her how to navigate the harsh realities of the world. In silence, she refrained from taking action. Ultimately, she merely bent down, coldly appropriating all his money. Then, without a backward glance, she turned and departed from the inn, vanishing alone into the vast wilderness. This conclusion evoked a profound sense of melancholy among the audience. Watching Sandor, abandoned ruthlessly by the very girl he had once protected, Jaime Lannister was inexplicably reminded of his own journey alongside Brienne through the Riverlands. He discerned an unspoken kinship between himself and this dog he had long scorned. The image of Sandor Clegane gradually faded. He lay on the grass by the riverbank, his fate uncertain. The heavens delivered their final judgment upon him. Lines of text slowly emerged, revealing that he despised knights yet understood the essence of guardianship more than most. He was brutal and bloodthirsty, yet had shown fleeting tenderness towards a small bird and a young wolf. His life had been relentlessly pursued by the shadow of flames, and ultimately, he would meet his end amid those very flames. The evaluation crystallized. The paradoxical guardian, Sandor Clegane, the sky dimmed once more. Moments later, a new title emerged slowly. The lettering dignified and resolute, akin to fine Valyrian steel, radiating a simple yet steadfast glow. Next exposed character, Brienne of Tarth, Chapter 13, such a great beauty. The tale of Sandor Clegane stood like a heavy tombstone beneath the sky of Westeros. His contradictory existence, a blend of fire, hatred, and a flicker of tenderness, casting all into a prolonged silence. Until the shadows upon the heavens began to shift again, the searing traces gradually fading away. New text materialized. The lettering dignified and resolute, akin to fine Valyrian steel, shimmering with a simple yet steadfast glow in the soft light. Brienne of Tarth. This name seemed rather unfamiliar to most in Westeros. It did not resonate like Lannister or Stark, nor did it inspire fear like Clegane. It was merely a name belonging to the lord of a distant island. At a banquet in King's Landing, Queen Cersei heard a handmaiden softly utter this name in her ear. She dipped her fingertip into a bit of wine, tracing it across the smooth surface of the table. After a moment of contemplation, she unearthed a vague recollection from the recesses of her memory. It seemed to pertain to the island of Tarth, known for its sapphires, where the lord had an unmarriageable daughter rumored to possess a physique akin to that of a man. She pursed her lips and promptly lost interest. Near Storm's End, in the vast encampment of Ser Vardis Egen, the Summer King was engaged in a strategic discussion over military maps with his most trusted knight, the Knight of Flowers. As the name echoed from the lips of the surrounding knights, Loras paused in his task of polishing his armor, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his features. A mixture of respect for the individual's prowess and a hint of discomfort. Robert Baratheon shifted his gaze from the map, a playful smile gracing his handsome visage. The screen illuminated with a vivid depiction of Renly's encampment, where a grand tournament was in full swing. The air alive with the sounds of exuberant crowds and fluttering banners. This was a celebration reserved for victors and the valiant. The focus narrowed onto the arena of the tournament finals, where the last two contenders stood poised for battle. One of them was the illustrious Knight of Flowers, Loras Tyrell. Clad in silver armor adorned with rose motifs, his tall and striking figure eliciting cheers and gasps from the gathered noble women. The other combatant, however, appeared somewhat out of place, a knight of exceptional height. As the camera panned upwards, a collective intake of breath resonated through the crowd. This imposing figure towered over most male knights, broad shoulders straining against the unadorned steel armor. When this knight slowly removed his helmet under the watchful gaze of the multitude, all of Westeros fell silent. Beneath the helm was not the rugged visage one might expect, but rather the face of a woman, unremarkable, even roughened by years of exposure to the elements. Her hair, a straw-like golden hue, was haphazardly tied at the back. Though her features were not unattractive, their assembly bore no relation to conventional beauty, particularly when juxtaposed with her towering and robust physique, creating a strikingly dissonant impression. The screen refrained from commenting directly on her appearance, shifting instead to the spectators. Soldiers whispered among themselves, unable to contain their mirth. Among the nobility, Many openly pointed and laughed. A wave of uncontrollable laughter erupted from the crowd, resonating across the continent through the screen. Heavens, is that a woman? The beauty of Tarth. Is this her true form? The noble women of King's Landing erupted into sharp, scornful laughter, concealing their mouths with silk fans while exchanging disdainful glances. Across the narrow sea, Daenerys Targaryen observed the woman who stood resolutely despite the mockery, her expression unyielding and her brow furrowed in empathy. As a woman herself, she profoundly understood the hurtfulness of malice directed solely at one's appearance. In the exiled roads of the Riverlands, Arya Stark's eyes lit up with newfound hope. A woman can be a knight. A woman can contend in the lists alongside men until the very end. A woman can be so tall, so strong. This revelation opened a door in her worldview, unveiling a realm brimming with infinite possibilities. In the arena, the finals commenced. Loras Tyrell exhibited an air of condescension, his movements both flamboyant and graceful. Each attack resembled a performance of swordsmanship, eliciting rounds of applause from the spectators. In stark contrast, Brienne embodied an entirely different style. Her combat approach was unembellished and direct, disregarding her opponent's fanciful maneuvers. Instead, she relied on her unparalleled strength and formidable weight advantage to gradually constrict Loras's space for movement. Loras's sword danced like a nimble serpent, clever and swift. Yet, Brienne's defense was akin to an impenetrable fortress. Each of her blocks rendered Loras's wrists numb, while her counterattacks were powerful enough to force the gallant knight to retreat repeatedly. During a close-quarter struggle, Loras attempted to finesse his way out of the entanglement with a deft turn. However, Brienne anticipated his move. Rather than wield her sword, she stepped forward and collided with Loras using her shoulder, executing a nearly brutish and aesthetically unrefined maneuver. The force of the impact caused Loras to stagger, disrupting his balance. Seizing the moment, Brienne advanced and, adopting a wrestling stance, forcefully brought the handsome knight crashing to the ground. The heavy axe spear then pressed against his intricately adorned gorget, silencing the arena. All mocking voices ceased abruptly, and the smiles of every male knight in Westeros froze upon their faces. Loras Tyrell, one of the most renowned knights of his generation, had been decisively and disgracefully defeated by a woman. This reality was more humiliating than a direct sword thrust. In the confines of his cell in Riverrun, the imprisoned Jaime Lannister gazed through a narrow window at the sky. The derision vanished from his face as he regarded this woman with newfound respect. Intriguing, he mused. It was not mere flamboyant displays. It was genuine strength and combat instinct. In the arena, Renly Baratheon rose, a radiant smile gracing his handsome features as he declared Brienne the victor. He approached the somewhat disheveled Loras and helped him to his feet before turning to Brienne. "You have won, my lady. As promised, you may request any reward." Brienne cast aside her axe spear and knelt on one knee. Her voice trembled with excitement, yet remained resolute. "I ask only, your grace, to join your Kingsguard." Renly's smile broadened. Drawing his sword, he lightly touched it to Brienne's shoulder. "I accept your fealty. Rise, my Kingsguard." Brienne stood, accepting the resplendent cloak of many hues from Renly, an emblem of supreme honor. Her towering figure, adorned in this magnificent mantle, appeared strikingly out of place among the all-male ranks of the Kingsguard. Slowly, words materialized in the sky. She has attained glory. Yet behind this glory lies the question of whether it is a mere exploitation by the king or a genuine acceptance. When the radiance of the rainbow is engulfed by shadows, to where will her vows be directed? Chapter 14. That accursed rainbow cloak. Brenna has become the rainbow guard of Renly Baratheon. This marks the pinnacle of her life, the realization of all her dreams. The tapestry of the heavens captures her daily existence as a guard. She stands like a silent, loyal statue, dutifully guarding the entrance to Renly's tent. Her posture is eternally upright, her hand resting firmly on the hilt of her sword, her gaze steadfastly fixed ahead, as if to ward off all potential danger. The hushed whispers of the other rainbow guards, mingled with awe, jealousy, and mockery, seem to pass her by unnoticed. For she is safeguarding her most perfect king in her heart. This is a glory earned through strength and loyalty, untainted and sacred. Yet, the heavens are merciless. They resemble a most callous playwright, eagerly awaiting to crush the sweet confection bestowed upon the protagonist. The lens of the heavens, like an invisible wisp of smoke, quietly slips through the heavy curtains of the tent, entering Renly's private space. Inside, warm coals burn brightly. Renly Baratheon is alone with his secret lover, the Knight of Flowers, Loras Tyrell. The atmosphere is relaxed and intimate. Loras, freshly bathed, reclines on a soft bearskin couch, clad only in a loose silk robe. With a hint of playful reproach, he complains to Renly, "You truly allowed her to join your Rainbow Guard? Her visage would frighten away any lady wishing to approach you." Renly chuckles lightly. He approaches, sitting at the edge of the couch, his hand gently caressing Loras's beautiful curls. "Do not speak thus, my dear. She is my lovely Brenna, my lucky charm." His voice is tender, yet the content of his words is as chilling as a poisoned dagger. "With her presence, no one can triumph in my tournament, which will save us a fortune." Leaning closer to Loras, he whispers conspiratorially, "Do you not find it amusing to see her infatuated gaze? She looks at me like a devoted hound." They converse about Brenna's naive and clumsy affection, their tone suffused with a haughty mockery, viewing her as nothing more than a jester. This intimate dialogue is ruthlessly exposed to all of Westeros through the heavens. The common folk, who previously admired Renly's handsome visage and graceful demeanor, now fall silent. They witness the repugnant frivolity, cruelty, and coldness hidden beneath the Summer King's polished exterior. On Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon observes his brother's demeanor, his expression growing colder as a hint of undisguised disdain creeps in. A fool who finds amusement in ridiculing women. Across the narrow sea, Daenerys Targaryen feels an involuntary wave of nausea. To exploit a woman's loyalty and affection, treating it as mere fodder for private amusement, is indeed the most contemptible of actions. The lingering fondness she held for this so-called king dissipated in that very moment. A wave of indignation swept through all who bore witness to Brienne's plight. Everything she cherished, the honor she safeguarded with her life, was reduced in his eyes to a trivial jest, easily discarded. As the realm of Westeros found itself enveloped in this tumult of anger and sympathy, the tapestry of the heavens shifted once more. Catelyn Stark, as the emissary of her son Robb, the king in the north, arrived at the encampment of Renly Baratheon. She sought a private audience with Renly to discuss an alliance against the Lannisters. The tapestry revealed the inaugural formal encounter between Brienne and Catelyn. As a guard, Brienne, without the king's express permission, politely yet firmly obstructed Catelyn's advance. "My lady, please wait. His Majesty is resting." Her demeanor, though resolute, was marked by propriety, embodying her commitment to duty with neither deference nor arrogance. Catelyn Stark regarded the towering figure of the female knight before her, penetrating Brienne's formidable exterior with the discerning insight of a mature woman and lady of the Lord. She perceived the integrity, purity, and kindness that lay beneath Brienne's unrefined appearance. Instead of dismissing her due to societal standards of beauty, she felt a burgeoning sense of affinity and trust toward this diligent knight. Observing this interaction, Robb Stark felt his heart, which had been taut with concern for his mother's safety, loosened slightly upon recognizing that she had found someone trustworthy within the enemy's ranks. In King's Landing, Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, observed the exchange between Catelyn and Brienne with a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his typically shadowy eyes. He astutely sensed the emergence of a new alliance founded on mutual understanding and trust among women, a potential variable that could influence his future schemes. The tapestry ultimately lingered on the image of Brienne leading Catelyn away, her rainbow cloak billowing in the wind. The 7 colors appearing strikingly vivid and ironically poignant at that moment. Morning sunlight filtered through the seams of the tent, casting mottled patterns within. Inside Renly Baratheon's tent, a grotesque figure composed purely of shadows quietly materialized. Meanwhile, Brienne was donning the splendid armor of the king to whom she had sworn allegiance. Unbeknownst to her, she was about to witness an act of betrayal and bear the weight of regicide. The tapestry captured this moment in stillness. Cold words began to emerge slowly. When the king breathes his last in her embrace, how shall the oath of the Rainbow Guard be redefined in blood? Chapter 15. Oaths Born of the King's Blood. The light and shadow of the tapestry drew all gazes into the depths of Renly Baratheon's tent. Brienne was adorning the exquisite armor, intricately engraved with the sigil of the stag, for the king she served. This daily ritual was her honor, a moment in which she felt closest to the one she cherished. Outside the tent, the morning mist lingered, and the melodious chirping of birds echoed in the tranquility. However, without warning, a grotesque figure composed purely of shadow coalesced within the tent. It possessed no form, no warmth, only a chilling cold that seemed to emanate from another realm. Brienne barely had time to draw her sword. The shadow struck like a bolt of black lightning, piercing through the hardened breastplate of Ser Loras Tyrell in an instant. The sound of steel penetrating flesh and metal was brief, yet profound. Loras's towering frame jolted violently. He lowered his gaze. Incredulity etched on his face as he beheld the ever-expanding black void in his chest. He parted his lips as if to utter a word, but only blood gushed forth. He collapsed, falling into Brienne's embrace. She felt it, the warmth of his viscous blood swiftly saturating her gauntlet, coursing along the seams to her skin. The weight of the king's body pressed heavily upon her arms, and her mind momentarily plunged into oblivion. The guards outside the tent heard the commotion and rushed in. What they beheld was a harrowing scene. Their king lay in a pool of blood, and the newly arrived, tall knight cradled his lifeless form. Her hands and armor stained with his blood. "Murderer! Kill her!" The furious shouts and the unsheathing of swords filled the tent in an instant. Brienne found herself at a loss for words, branded as the regicide. Just as despair threatened to engulf her, a calm, yet authoritative voice resonated through the chaos. "Stand down." It was Catelyn Stark. She positioned herself protectively in front of Brienne, swearing upon the honor of House Stark that she had witnessed the sinister shadow, declaring Brienne's innocence. With an undeniable presence, she commanded Brienne to leave with her. The scene shifted beneath the stormy skies of the Stormlands, where two swift steeds galloped across the fields, leaving Loras's vast encampment far behind. Brienne's face bore no tears. Her countenance, often perceived as somewhat clumsy, now radiated a steely resolve intertwined with sorrow, anger, and numbness. The rainbow cloak, a symbol of her honor, fluttered in the wind, its 7 colors appearing painfully vivid and ironically poignant. Within the Tyrell encampment, Loras cradled the increasingly cold body of his beloved, unleashing a heart-wrenching wail. He directed all his hatred towards the fleeing woman, vowing to rend her asunder. On Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon received the news of his brother's demise with an unyielding countenance, devoid of sorrow. He merely gazed calmly at the map depicting the former position of Loras's army, as if he had simply cleared a foolish obstacle from his path forward. In the city of King's Landing, the peculiar case of regicide has become the latest topic of conversation among the noble salons. The overwhelming majority have come to the unexamined conclusion that it was Brienne who murdered Renly, a woman scorned by love, consumed by jealousy of Loras. Various sordid speculations circulate amidst the clinking of goblets, yet no one seeks the truth. As night descends, by the banks of an unnamed river, a campfire crackles. Brienne and Catelyn take a moment to rest. After enduring immense shock, wrongful accusations, and a harrowing escape, Brienne can no longer suppress her inner turmoil. Yet, she neither weeps nor rages. Silently, she unsheathes her longsword, driving its tip deep into the earth before her. Then, she kneels before Catelyn Stark, the woman who had just rescued her from despair and bestowed upon her trust. The heavens bear witness in solemn grandeur as she vows, "I once served King Renly." Brienne's voice, though hoarse, resonates with clarity. "I was his rainbow guard. I swore to shield him from all harm. But I failed. Now he is gone. I know not where to go, nor what to do." Her gaze lifts, meeting Catelyn's. "My lady, you possess both a heart of stone and a heart of compassion. You have shown me your love for your husband, for your children. You have revealed to me the strength of a woman. I am not a knight. Yet I beseech you, allow me to serve you. I shall wield my sword to protect you from harm. I shall strive with my life to secure your victory. I swear, I shall not permit you to suffer any further injury, my lady. I will escort you safely back to Winterfell. I will seek your daughters. As long as they live, I shall find them and safeguard them with my life. I ask but one thing of you." Her voice imbued with steely resolve, she implores, "Allow me to avenge you. Let me slay Stannis Baratheon." This declaration reverberates across the realm of Westeros. In a world rife with betrayal, deceit, and the barter of interests, this unreciprocated loyalty, born in the crucible of despair and pure to its core, shines like a beacon piercing through the darkness, illuminating the hearts of all who hear. In Riverrun, Catelyn Stark gazes upon her likeness upon the heavens, witnessing the oath of fealty from the night before her. Her eyes, hardened by the loss of her husband and the fracturing of her family, finally glisten with emotion. She recalls the steadfast Tully woman, who had protected her without uttering a single complaint, and her heart swells with boundless gratitude and trust. Beside her stands her son, Robb Stark. At that moment, his perception of Brienne transforms entirely. He realizes that this woman is one to whom his mother can entrust her life, and she stands as the most steadfast ally to House Stark. In the dim confines of a dungeon, Jaime Lannister observes the woman kneeling on one knee in the heavens. The derision and scorn that had adorned his face dissipate, unbeknownst to him, entirely. Throughout his life, he had mocked oaths, perceiving them as mere self-deception for the weak and foolish. He himself had once violated the most sacred promises. Yet at this moment, he felt an awe-inspiring strength emanating from this woman's vow, a purity he had never possessed. Catelyn accepted Brienne's fealty. As dawn broke, the two of them set forth once more through the morning mist, their destination being Riverrun. Above them, words slowly materialized in the sky. The end of one vow marks the beginning of another. What adversaries would she confront in her commitment to the Lady Stark? Her next task would involve escorting the most notorious man in Westeros, known for his mockery of oaths. The scene concluded with a fleeting glimpse of Jaime Lannister's handsome yet sardonic face. Chapter 16. The regicide falls from the bridge. The decision made at River Run sent shockwaves through the northern camp. Catelyn Stark, without consulting anyone, had unilaterally released the most significant captive, the regicide Jaime Lannister. This covert undertaking was executed by her newly appointed guard, Brienne of Tarth. The scene shifted to a small boat drifting downstream, occupied by three individuals, Brienne, Jaime, and their guide and protector, Jaime's cousin, Cleos Fry. Though shackled, Jaime's tongue was sharper than any sword in Westeros. Leaning against the side of the boat, he scrutinized Brienne with an appraising gaze, unrestrained in his mockery. "Hey, giantess," he began, his tone flippant and venomous. "Did you ever truly love Renly? That effeminate fool? Does he know you're a woman? Or does he mistake you for a man?" Brienne ignored him, silently rowing the boat, her broad back a wall that kept his malice at bay. "I've heard you joined his Rainbow Guard after defeating Loras. What a pity I missed that tournament. Otherwise, I might be the one wearing the rainbow cloak." He continued with his taunts. "Isn't your white cloak more honorable, Kingsguard?" Brienne finally replied, her voice calm and devoid of emotion. Jaime laughed. "Honorable? This white cloak has earned me the title of regicide. And you? In your rainbow cloak, you've garnered a charge of kingslaying. We're quite alike, aren't we?" "I did not kill him," Brienne stated firmly. "I know." Jaime's unexpected response was startling, "but I murdered my king. So who among us is truly more noble?" Each exchange between them resembled a duel, one irreverent, trampling all conventions, the other steadfastly adhering to oaths, almost to the point of obstinacy. In King's Landing, Cersei witnessed her twin brother being escorted like mere cargo by such an unsightly woman, and she felt a profound humiliation and an overwhelming rage coursing through her veins. She yearned to dispatch all her armies immediately to eliminate the woman named Brienne. In Harrenhal, Tywin Lannister's visage was so clouded with fury that it seemed as though water might drip from it. The private release of Jaime had utterly disrupted his plans for exchanging hostages. A deep intrigue burgeoned within him regarding this woman, Brienne. He pondered what lineage she hailed from that could compel Catelyn Stark to make such a foolish decision. Their small vessel drifted upon the river. One day, they beheld three women hanging lifelessly from a tree on the riverbank, innocents slain after being ravaged by soldiers from the north. Jaime responded with derision, but Brienne insisted on lowering their bodies to grant them a proper burial. "You are a sentimental fool," Jaime remarked. "They are dead. Whom do you intend to impress with this display?" "I have sworn an oath to Lady Catelyn," Brienne replied as she dug a grave to protect the innocent. "You cannot save everyone," Jaime retorted. "But I shall strive to do so," she declared. Their journey pressed onward. Their boat approached an abandoned stone bridge. On the bridge, several soldiers from the north recognized Jaime Lannister, making a confrontation inevitable. Amidst the chaos, Jaime cunningly freed himself from his restraints and seized a sword from their guide, Cleo Fry. He cast a glance at Brienne, his expression revealing that familiar, arrogant smile. "Come now, my lady. Let me see your true mettle." He aimed to redeem the disgrace of his capture with a victory, asserting himself as Westeros's most formidable swordsman. The duel commenced on the bridge. Although Jaime's prolonged imprisonment had severely diminished his strength and endurance, his innate, dazzlingly lethal swordsmanship remained mesmerizing. His strikes were akin to a venomous serpent, agile and deadly, perpetually seeking the most elusive angles. In contrast, Brienne's combat style was marked by steadiness and solidity, eschewing flamboyant maneuvers. She leveraged her strength and height to maintain a methodical approach. The tapestry of the heavens meticulously analyzed their every offensive and defensive move in slow motion. Each thrust from Jaime was parried by Brienne through methods that, while seemingly clumsy, proved remarkably effective. Her counterattacks were powerful and relentless, forcing Jaime to retreat repeatedly. Sapping his stamina, the battle raged on for an extended duration. Jaime's breaths grew increasingly labored, and the elegance of his swordplay began to falter. At last, Brienne seized upon a minuscule opening exposed by Jaime's fatigue, employing almost primal strength to knock his sword from his grasp. Then, she stepped forward, pinning the exhausted Jaime firmly against the railing of the stone bridge. Across all of Westeros, knights and warriors watching the unfolding drama erupted in uproar. The Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, the living legend. To be defeated by a woman in a fair duel is a blow far more profound than when she triumphed over Loras. Cersei gazed incredulously at the heavens, unable to reconcile the image of her invincible brother with the reality of his defeat by such a woman. Robb Stark, witnessing Jaime's downfall, felt a surge of satisfaction, and his perception of Brienne's prowess transformed into a newfound, almost reverent admiration. Meanwhile, Jaime, confined in the dungeons of Riverrun, watched this scene unfold, and the mocking smile on his face vanished completely. As he observed the woman on the screen, breathless yet unwavering in her resolve, he experienced an unfamiliar emotion, a feeling not of humiliation or rage, but of respect. On the bridge, Brienne resecured Jaime. Their journey continued, albeit unbeknownst to them. A pack of true beasts lurked in the nearby woods, fixated upon them. As words slowly materialized in the sky, one pondered whether she, having vanquished the Kingslayer, could also overcome a horde of merciless beasts. When the honor of knighthood confronts barbaric cruelty, what bonds will be severed? The final frame revealed the sinister silhouette of Vargo Hoat, the leader of the brave companions, adorned in a goat-headed helmet. Chapter 17, Beauty or Beast. The duel on the stone bridge concluded in a manner that astonished all of Westeros. Jaime Lannister, acknowledged as one of the realm's most formidable swordsmen, had fallen to a woman. The impact of this revelation rippled through the land, as if a boulder had been cast into a still lake. Brienne resecured the exhausted Jaime, and while their journey persisted, the atmosphere between them subtly shifted. Jaime's mockery diminished, replaced by an enveloping silence. His gaze toward Brienne transformed from disdain to a complex mix of scrutiny and bewilderment. However, fate's malice would not relent due to the outcome of a single duel. As they traversed a muddy forest, an unwelcome band appeared before them. It was the Brave Companions, a mercenary company composed of outlaws from across Essos, led by the inarticulate and fearsome Vargo Hoat, crowned with a grotesque goat helmet. Faced with dozens of ruthless mercenaries, even someone as formidable as Brienne found her strength insufficient against such overwhelming odds. After a brief and desperate resistance, she, Jaime, and their guide became captives of these beasts. As night descended, a bonfire crackled to life in the camp of the Brave Companions. The coarse laughter and jeers of the mercenaries mingled with the acrid scent of charred meat and sour, inferior ale, permeating the damp, cold air. Brienne and Jaime were bound separately to two trees, as the mercenaries' lecherous gazes crawled over Brienne's towering figure like insidious maggots. They spoke in the most vulgar language, discussing the woman's figure, mocking her as the beauty of Tarth, and began to quarrel over who would be the first to enjoy her. Brienne clenched her jaw, silently enduring it all. Her gaze resembled a cold stone, fixed upon the flickering flames, as if everything around her were inconsequential. Jaime observed the scene. He beheld the grotesque faces of the mercenaries and the taut line of Brienne's jaw as she strained against the situation. Just as a mercenary sneered and reached out to tear at Brienne's clothing, Jaime suddenly raised his voice in the common tongue. His words rang out with startling clarity amidst the cacophony of the camp. "Do not touch her, you fools." All eyes instantaneously turned to him. Jaime met the gaze of Vargo Hoat, concealed beneath the shadow of his goat helmet, and continued to shout, "Do you know who she is? Her father is Ser Loras Tyrell of the Reach. The entire island of Tarth is adorned with sapphires. If you ensure her virtue, he will pay you an unfathomable ransom, more than you have ever seen in your lives." At that moment, all of Westeros fell silent. The audience watching the spectacle was rendered speechless. None could have anticipated that the infamous Kingslayer, known for his selfishness, ruthlessness, and cynicism, would weave such a glaringly flawed lie to protect this plain woman who had opposed him at every turn. In the Red Keep, Cersei gazed at the spectacle before her, her goblet shattering in her grip with a sharp crack. The crimson wine mixed with a few drops of her blood, trickling down her pale fingers. She could not comprehend it. She simply could not understand. Jaime, her Jaime, why would he protect that creature? In the dungeons of Riverrun, Catelyn Stark regarded the bound man before her, her opinion of Jaime Lannister wavering at that moment. Perhaps this man was not the complete bastard he had appeared to be. In the camp of the Bloody Mummers, Vargo Hoat's slithering voice emerged, muddled yet enticing. He had been seduced by Jaime's mention of sapphires. Greed triumphed over desire. He ordered his men to release Brienne. Yet, the matter did not end there. Vargo Hoat approached Jaime. He was profoundly displeased with Jaime's condescending demeanor, as if he were bestowing a favor upon him. "The Lannisters always pay their debts," Vargo Hoat slurred, grinning malevolently. "Your father, Lord Tywin, is quite wealthy. But you have displeased me." He waved his hand, and several mercenaries stepped forward, pinning Jaime firmly against a stump that served as a chopping block. Jaime sensed impending doom and began to struggle violently. However, Vargo Hoat had already drawn his filthy dagger. "Your father pays gold for a man's hand," Vargo Hoat declared. and I shall sever yours as a gift to him." He afforded Jaime no time to react. The dagger fell. The heavens unapologetically displayed this bloody spectacle. Jaime's eyes widened in disbelief. The dull thud of the dagger severing flesh and bone echoed. Warm blood gushed forth, splattering across the twisted visage of Wagenhort, who was consumed by excitement. Jaime collapsed into the mud, emitting a scream that was more beastly than human, racked with excruciating pain. Brienne let out a primal roar. She struggled desperately, attempting to rush to Jaime's aid, yet several servants held her down with increasing force. She could only watch helplessly as the once mighty King Slayer writhed like a dying dog in the dirt. Within the Red Keep, Cersei let out a short, sharp cry before collapsing into her chair, her face as pale as parchment. At Harrenhal, Tywin Lannister gripped the armrests of his chair tightly, the hard mahogany creaking beneath his grip. His expression remained inscrutable, yet his gold-green eyes glinted with a cold, murderous intent. In his mind, he had already sentenced every member of the Blood Theater to death. In the north, Robb Stark, though harboring hatred for Jaime, felt a pang of sympathy witnessing his inhumane torture. The brutality of war once again presented itself in a bloody tableau before him. Jaime's severed hand seemed to render all his previous misdeeds as if they were repaid in this singular moment. The sentiments of the Westerosi audience shifted from mere loathing to a complex sympathy. Furthermore, the shared calamity irrevocably bound the fates of Jaime and Brienne together. They were escorted by the Blood Theater to Harrenhal. Along the way, Jaime, having lost his right hand, descended into utter despair. He ceased to speak, to mock, even to eat. He existed like a living corpse, his only thought being the desire for death. On a chilly, rain-soaked night, Brienne beheld Jaime huddled on his horse, shivering from fever and agony, and finally spoke. "Do you wish to die? Then go ahead and die. Die like a coward. Do you think that when you perish, your sister will shed a single tear for you? She will only feel that you have brought shame upon House Lannister. Did you not vow to seek vengeance? Did you not intend to slay the bastard who severed your hand? If you die now, who will fulfill those promises?" She berated him with the harshest words, provoking him. Jaime lifted his head, his intact left hand gripping Brienne's garment fiercely. He had survived. Words slowly materialized in the sky. When the lion loses its claws, when the maiden is cast into the beast's den, how will they survive in the lair of monsters? In the bare pit of Harrenhal, true beasts awaited them. Chapter 18, Dancing in the Pit. Harrenhal, the accursed, colossal castle loomed like a dark beast crawling upon the earth, exuding an ominous aura. Roose Bolton, the cold and ruthless lord of the flies from the north, has now seized control of the castle. He has forged a clandestine pact with the imprisoned Jaime Lannister, promising to heal Jaime's wounds and dispatch him safely back to King's Landing, thereby currying favor with the formidable Tywin Lannister. Yet, this agreement does not encompass Brienne. "She is yours, not mine," Roose Bolton coldly observed with his pale, unfeeling eyes fixed on Jaime. "Vargo Hoat wished to keep her, but I refuse to offend my allies over a woman." Vargo Hoat did not receive the sapphire ransom he had envisioned from the Isle of Tears, and in his humiliation, he resolved to exact revenge on the deceitful beauty from the Isle in the most cruel manner possible, one that would delight his band of outlaws. He intended to cast her into the bear pit. The scene shifted to the infamous, expansive circular bear pit of Harrenhal. The bottom lay strewn with unknown, gnawed bones, while the walls were stained with dried, dark red blood. A foul stench of decay mingled with the odor of beastly musk filled the air. Brienne was roughly shoved down. She wore a tattered, ill-fitting pink dress, a garment forced upon her by Vargo Hoat for the purpose of humiliation. In her hand, she was given a useless wooden sword, intended for children's practice. The mercenaries at the pit's edge erupted in frenzied cheers and whistles, wagering how long this woman of stature could withstand the claws of the bear. This brutal spectacle, where human life was treated as mere entertainment, evoked a visceral chill and anger among all spectators beyond the sky. Across the narrow sea, Daenerys recalled the scenes she had witnessed in Meereen, where masters forced slaves to engage in deadly combat in the arena. A frost covered her face as she vowed that when she ascended the Iron Throne, she would incinerate all such inhumane venues with dragon fire. In the bear pit, the massive iron gate slowly creaked open. A long-starved bear, its eyes bloodshot, roared as it charged forth, driven by a rancid wind towards the seemingly fragile woman at the bottom. Brienne, wielding the absurd wooden sword, fought back in a desperate struggle. She dodged and parried, but each encounter left her hands numb. Her towering figure appeared so vulnerable before the overwhelming force. Just as the bear's claws were about to shred her apart, a white figure leaped down from the edge of the pit. It was Jaime Lannister. He had been released and donned clean attire, preparing to leave Harrenhal under Roose Bolton's escort. He could have returned safely to King's Landing, back to his sister Cersei. Yet, upon hearing the Bearess roar and the mercenaries' cheers, he chose to return. He chose to leap into this certain doom, solely to save the woman who had once been his adversary and was now being escorted away. He possessed only a left hand, yet with that very hand, he grasped a common longsword seized from the guards, valiantly positioning himself between Brienne and the ferocious giant bear. This scene left all of Westeros speechless. The mercenaries by the pit ceased their cheers, and the audience beyond the heavens was profoundly shaken by Jaime's nearly suicidal act. In King's Landing, Cersei gazed at the sky, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. A short, inhuman shriek escaped her lips, for she believed Jaime had lost his sanity, risking his life for a grotesque figure. At that moment, her jealousy towards Brienne transformed into a deep-seated animosity. At Harrenhal, Tywin Lannister clenched the armrests of his chair, the hardwood creaking under his grip. His expression remained impassive, yet he could not tolerate his heir's display of such folly, such recklessness, so uncharacteristically Lannister. In Riverrun, Catelyn Stark observed the figure that had leapt into danger without hesitation, her eyes brimming with gratitude and an ineffable respect. She knew she had not misjudged him. Brienne's loyalty ultimately earned the respect of a regicide and a bond that transcended life and death. Eventually, under the reluctant intervention of Roose Bolton, who wished to avoid offending Lord Tywin by allowing Jaime to perish there, the archers by the pit loosed their arrows, driving the giant bear away. Jaime and Brienne were saved. Jaime, with Brienne by his side, embarked on the final leg of their journey back to King's Landing. Their relationship had evolved beyond that of captor and escort. It had blossomed into an indescribable camaraderie forged through blood and suffering, transcending the boundaries of life and death. The heavens provided a final summary of Brienne's tale. Lines of text gradually materialized. She was not beautiful, yet possessed the most beautiful of souls. She was not a knight, yet embodied the purest chivalry. With her sword and shield, she upheld her vows and won back a wayward soul. Ultimately, the assessment solidified. Guardian of the Oath, Brienne of Tarth, the heavens dimmed slowly. Moments later, a new title emerged, its script imbued with an exotic, flamboyant style, exuding an aura of danger and allure. Next featured character, Daario Naharis, Chapter 19. The Blue Rose and the beautiful head. The tale of Brienne unfolded like a tragic epic beneath the skies of Westeros. Her steadfast adherence to the chivalric code and loyalty to her vows provoked a profound contemplation of the ancient question of what it truly means to be a knight. The light and shadow upon the heavens shifted once more, the dignified and resolute script gradually fading away. After a brief darkness, new words emerged, their style reminiscent of a skilled artisan's hand, each stroke imbued with an air of danger and fascination. The name Daario Naharis is unfamiliar to most in Westeros. It does not embody the rise and fall of a dynasty like the Targaryens, nor does it symbolize the glory of the North as the Starks do. It is merely a name belonging to a distant mercenary, toiling under the scorching sun and shifting sands. Across the narrow sea, the air in Daenerys' camp seems to freeze in an instant. Daenerys gazes at that familiar name in the sky, a complex expression flickering in her silver-violet eyes, an interplay of nostalgia and an unsettling sense of being exposed. Ser Jorah Mormont and the fearless Barristan Selmy beside her furrow their brows in unison, their gazes laden with unreserved wariness and displeasure. The screen illuminates with a scene of swirling sands and a blazing sun, depicting the encampment outside the city of Yunkai in Slaver's Bay. A mercenary company, appearing undisciplined yet glinting with shrewdness and audacity in their eyes, convenes within their tents. This is the Second Sons, a mercenary group renowned across Essos for their mercenary nature. Lacking in integrity, yet driven by the allure of gold. The focus shifts to one of the company's three captains, Daario Naharis. His debut evokes a strong sense of discomfort among the viewers in Westeros. Unlike the Knights of Westeros, who encase themselves in heavy armor, he dons only a lightweight, blue-dyed leather jerkin adorned with golden studs. His hair and beard are dyed the same indigo as his armor, intricately braided into 3 strands. He wields a curved arak of Dothraki design, and a peculiar dagger shaped like a naked woman. His stance is relaxed, a nonchalant smile gracing his face. As if this military meeting, pivotal to the lives of thousands, is merely a tedious game. The Knights of Westeros scoff at Daario's flamboyant appearance and frivolous demeanor. Is this the mercenary from Essos? He resembles a clown from a circus. Look at that dagger, it is utterly shameless. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, Tyrion Lannister finds himself intrigued by this individual. He swirls his wine glass and remarks to Podrick, A mercenary unconcerned with gold? Far more interesting than your singular obsession with coin. On the screen, the other two captains of the Second Sons, the boorish Titan's bastard, Marrow, and the calculating title holder, Cleon, argue over whether to accept the employment that would betray Daenerys in favor of Yunkai. Yet Dario, as if an outsider, toys with his woman-shaped dagger. I wager Daenerys will prevail, he suddenly declares, confidence radiating from his smile. Her army is disciplined, and she possesses dragons. Dragons are merely pets, Marrow retorts dismissively. Have you ever seen a pet turn someone to ash? Dario counters. He appeared indifferent to both wealth and fame, resembling more of a gambler in search of thrill and victory. Daenerys was the object of his interest, the option with the highest likelihood of success. As she gazed upon the scene of their first encounter displayed in the sky, memories of her initial impression of this man flooded back, dangerous, unpredictable, yet irresistibly alluring. While the people of Westeros continued to mock this jester-like figure, the spectacle in the sky revealed an astonishing twist. That very night, the two leaders of the Second Sons resolved to betray Daenerys for the gold of Yunkai. Dario, on the fateful night of their decision, took action. The unfolding events were meticulously portrayed in the sky. He moved unnoticed, like a ghost traversing through darkness. Silently, he infiltrated the tents of Meereen and Planket. There were no fierce battles, merely a few suppressed grunts. Moments later, he emerged from the tent, holding two still dripping heads. He approached Daenerys' tent, only to be intercepted by the unsullied guards. He cast the severed heads to the ground and proclaimed loudly, "I am Dario Naharis. I bring gifts for the queen." Daenerys was stirred. She stepped out of the tent to behold the blood-soaked man and the lifeless heads that refused to close their eyes. Dario knelt before her, resting the bloodied rack on his knee. "My sword and my heart belong to you, my beautiful queen." He gazed up at Daenerys, his bold and fervent eyes brimming with unabashed desire and admiration. Westeros erupted. Everyone was utterly shocked by this act of loyalty, where one would behead their superior and present the heads to pledge allegiance to a new master. This was no mere betrayal. It was a blatant, unrestrained manifestation of primal jungle law. In Riverrun, Robb Stark watched the spectacle with a pallid face. He could not fathom the chaos that would ensue should such a figure emerge among his ranks. At Harrenhal, Tywin Lannister observed the sky, his usually stoic visage betraying a hint of gravity for the first time. He realized that the survival rules of Essos were far more brutal and direct than he had imagined. This man named Dario was a viper, more unpredictable and dangerous than the Hound or the Mountain. In Daenerys' camp, Yora and Barristan watched the scene unfold with expressions of utmost dismay. They found it inconceivable that their noble queen would accept such a man, devoid of honor and steeped in bloodshed. Meanwhile, Daenerys felt a wave of unprecedented discomfort as the sky revealed her choice to embrace Dario after her initial shock. Under the watchful eyes of all Westeros, her decision appeared both hasty and perilous. Dario knelt before her, gazing up with unabashed possessiveness. Words began to materialize against the canvas of the heavens. A bloodstained blue rose. Two grotesque heads of women. Was he offering loyalty, or a poison cloaked in honey? When the queen embraced this serpent, what would she gain, and what would she sacrifice? Chapter 20. The Queen's gamble. Dario Naharis had joined Daenerys' ranks in the most brutal and direct manner possible. He brought not only 2,000 seasoned soldiers from the Second Sons, but also an unprecedented tension within Daenerys' core advisory team. The scene shifted in the heavens to Daenerys' war tent. The atmosphere inside was stifling, suffocating. Ser Jorah Mormont and the fearless Barristan Selmy stood beside Daenerys' map table, their faces mirroring solemnity and concern. "Your Grace, you cannot trust him," Jorah Mormont spoke first, his voice tense with agitation. "A man capable of killing his own for profit will just as easily betray you for an even greater gain." Ser Jorah speaks the truth. Sir Barristan concurred. "Such a man possesses no sense of honor. Allowing him to remain by your side would tarnish your cause and provide your enemies with ample excuses to assail you." Meanwhile, Dario Naharis, the focal point of the debate, leaned casually against one of the wooden supports of the tent, nonchalantly polishing his uniquely shaped dagger, adorned with a naked woman's form. As if the discussion regarding his fate bore no relevance to him, Daenerys sat in silence upon her throne, observing the three men before her, each distinct in style. Sir Barristan was a legend from her father's era, embodying the chivalric spirit of Westeros. He was loyal, upright, and meticulous. He represented the cornerstone of her endeavors and the symbol of her legitimacy. Ser Jorah had been her steadfast companion since her exile, devoted and self-sacrificing. He was her most trusted advisor and emotional anchor. And Dario the Heavens portrayed Daenerys' internal struggle through a rare voiceover. I need loyal knights, like Ser Barristan, who can earn me respect. But I also require swords capable of winning wars. Ser Jorah is unwaveringly loyal, yet he is too cautious. Every one of his plans prioritizes risk, but I have no time to squander. This Dario is like a venomous serpent from the summer seas. Vibrant and alluring, yet lethally toxic. He is dangerous, but deadly. Can I control him? Should I control him? After a long pause, Daenerys lifted her gaze. No longer was there confusion in her eyes. Only the resolute determination of a queen remained. I am not an ordinary woman. Her voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout every corner of the tent. The fate of an ordinary woman is predetermined by others, whereas I shall dictate the destinies of others. I require the loyalty of the Second Sons and the sword of Daario Naharis. I have resolved to accept his allegiance. This decision etched unmistakable disappointment upon the faces of Jorah and Barristan, who exchanged glances before reluctantly bowing their heads in submission to the queen's command. However, their gazes towards Daario were laden with wariness and hostility. In the Red Keep of Westeros, Cersei Lannister observed this scene with a derisive laugh. Look at that little girl of House Targaryen. Who does she think she is, daring to keep a serpent as a pet? Sooner or later, she will be bitten by that very serpent, and her demise will be most grotesque. Yet in King's Landing, Tyrion held a differing opinion. He gazed at the young queen making decisions beneath the heavens, as if seeing a reflection of his own past. She has no choice, he mused. Like me in King's Landing, she must wield every resource available, even if that resource is venomous. For without it, we possess nothing. Daenerys' gamble soon faced its first trial. During the military council concerning the siege of Yunkai, both Jorah and Barristan proposed a cautious, methodical encirclement plan. They suggested first severing Yunkai supply lines, waiting for the morale of the defenders to falter before launching a full assault. Daario, however, dismissed this strategy with disdain. Wait for their morale to plummet? How long will that take? Until the queen's hair turns white? He interjected bluntly, stepping forward to the map and circling an inconspicuous location on Yunkai's outskirts with his dagger. This is one of the sewer exits of Yunkai. I know a path that bypasses all guards and leads directly to the gate. He looked up at Daenerys, his face adorned with that signature blend of confidence and arrogance. Give me 2 men, myself, Ser Jorah, and your unsullied commander, Grey Worm. The 3 of us shall enter from here. By dawn, the gates of Yunkai will open for you. It was a reckless, audacious plan. Jorah immediately objected. This is far too perilous. If discovered, you 3 will perish within. Daario merely laughed. I have spent my life in peril, Ser. Unlike you noble knights, perpetually contemplating how to retreat unscathed. War is inherently a gamble, and I do not lose. Daenerys gazed at Daario, captivated by the fire burning in his eyes, drawn to his confidence and madness. Ultimately, she nodded. Let it be as you say. This decision plunged Jorah and Barristan's hearts into despair. They sensed the scales of the queen's favor irrevocably tilting towards the newcomer, the perilous mercenary. The commanders of Westeros, too, murmured amongst themselves regarding this audacious plan. Some perceive this as a stroke of divine inspiration, a manifestation of genius, while others deem it a complete descent into folly. Within the confines of the prison in Runestone, Jaime Lannister gazes at the heavens, recalling his dismal defeat in the Whispering Woods. He realizes that the nature of warfare is undergoing a transformation. The noble duels between knights are being supplanted by ruthless and more efficient ambushes. As night descends, silence envelopes the area outside of Runestone. Daario, Jorah, and Grey Worm, clad in dark attire for nocturnal endeavors, approach the foul-smelling entrance of the sewers. Words gradually materialize upon the canvas of the night sky, heralding a conflict among 3. Will they return bearing the clarion of victory or their own severed heads? For the queen, is this a gamble or a guaranteed triumph? Chapter 21. This is my sword and my heart. Outside Runestone, the night is as dark as ink. The imagery in the sky follows Daario Naharis, Jorah Mormont, and Grey Worm as they descend into the foul, shadowy sewers. The cinematography evokes a profound sense of oppression. The narrow passage, the murky water lapping at their ankles, the slick moss on the walls, and the distant rustling of unknown creatures create an immersive experience for the viewer. Jorah and Grey Worm appear visibly tense and cautious. Armed, they tread carefully, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. In contrast, Daario seems to stroll through his own garden, even taking the liberty to poke at a floating corpse with his uniquely shaped dagger. Do not be so tense, old knight, he remarks to Jorah, his voice echoing in the narrow corridor. You should smile more. Always wearing a serious face might frighten the queen away. Jorah disregards his jest, silently signaling him to maintain silence. After traversing the long and winding sewer, they finally reach their intended exit, an iron grate leading to a warehouse near the city gate. Daario deftly pries open the rusty lock with his dagger. However, just as they believe they can infiltrate with ease, the guards of Runestone lying in wait launch a surprise attack. Dozens of arrows whiz forth from the darkness. A battle, pitting 3 against many, erupts suddenly within the confined space of the warehouse. The unsullied commander, Grey Worm, immediately raises his shield to protect the front, while Ser Jorah unsheathes his long sword to guard the flank. Daario, like an arrow released from a bow, charges towards the enemy. The night sky showcases Daario's combat style in a dazzling, visually striking slow-motion sequence. He wields both the arak and his peculiar dagger with finesse, his body dancing upon the blade's edge, elegant, lethal, and imbued with a wild beauty. His arak carves graceful arcs, each swing deftly deflecting the enemy's attacks. And with each moment of vulnerability, a spray of blood follows. In his hand, the dagger resembled the fangs of a venomous serpent, striking through the crevices of his foe's armor from the most unexpected angles. His agility was unparalleled, allowing him to navigate the onslaught of dozens of enemies with the ease of a leisurely stroll. With a deft spin, he evaded 3 simultaneous assaults while simultaneously slicing the throat of a 4th adversary with his blade. The warriors of Westeros were rendered utterly astonished by this unprecedented combat technique. Within the confines of the dungeons of King's Landing, Jaime Lannister gazed at the heavens, his intact left hand tightening unconsciously into a fist. He silently assessed the odds of triumph should he confront such an unorthodox and efficient fighting style with a sword. The conclusion was far from optimistic. On Dragonstone, the living legend of Westeros, Barristan Selmy, displayed a rare solemnity. Throughout his life, he had faced knights wielding long swords. Yet the unconventional tactics of Daario left him feeling an unfamiliar sense of peril. The skirmish within the warehouse concluded swiftly, as Daario and Grey Worm collaborated to swiftly unbar the gates of Yunkai. The Unsullied, awaiting outside, surged into the city like a tidal wave. Yunkai had fallen. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the apex of the Pyramid of Meereen, Daenerys convened her 3 most esteemed allies in her council chamber. Grey Worm and Ser Jorah Mormont reported the successes of the previous night before respectfully stepping aside. However, Daario did not retreat. After delivering the report, he boldly advanced toward Daenerys' throne, producing a somewhat wilted wildflower, plucked from the battlefield. "I bring you victory, my beautiful queen," he proclaimed, his voice soft, yet brimming with confidence. He extended the flower toward Daenerys, which bloomed solely for her, the last Targaryen. His gaze was fervent, direct, and unmasked by desire and admiration. Daenerys was momentarily taken aback. She had conquered cities, liberated slaves, and commanded 3 dragons. Yet she had never encountered such an audacious declaration of affection. A strange blend of embarrassment and curiosity warmed her cheeks. After a brief hesitation, she finally reached out to accept the flower. Standing nearby, Jorah Mormont witnessed this scene, his heart gripped by an invisible hand. The deep, humble affection he had suppressed for years was rendered laughable in the face of Daario's brazen boldness. Pain and jealousy were etched upon his face as he observed the man before him, alongside the queen to whom he had sworn fealty, his grip on the hilt of his sword tightening with a creaking sound. Once again, the spectators of Westeros were left astounded by the audacity of this mercenary from Essos. Daring to openly court the queen, the young Targaryen girl has indeed accepted it. Such a disgrace to the royal family. Whispers of gossip arose in the castles and taverns of Westeros. Daario flashed a victorious smile at Daenerys before turning and striding away. Words began to materialize in the sky. Did he offer her flowers or poison? As the queen's defenses were subtly breached, could she still safeguard her kingdom and ideals? The scene culminated in a poignant image of Daenerys, solitary and contemplative, gazing at the humble wildflower in her hand. Chapter 22. The Glory of a Champion? No, your glory. The conquest of Yunkai was merely a stop on Daenerys' lengthy journey. Soon, her gaze turned toward the most powerful and obstinate city of Slavers Bay, Meereen. After enduring a bloody siege and a series of political machinations, Meereen ultimately succumbed to the Mother of Dragons. However, conquering a city is far easier than ruling it. In order to placate the discontented great masters of the city and to demonstrate her magnanimity, Daenerys heeded the counsel of Tyrion Lannister, who had now arrived in Meereen to serve as her advisor, and resolved to reopen the grandest structure of the city, the Great Arena of Meereen. The scene shifted to the day of the arena's grand reopening. The massive circular coliseum buzzed with excitement. The nobles of Meereen donned their finest attire, occupying the best seats, their faces adorned with feigned smiles, while deep within their eyes lay simmering resentment. Daenerys sat upon a towering throne, clad in a flowing white gown, her silver hair shimmering in the sunlight. Beside her stood her advisors, Tyrion, Missandei, Jorah, Varys, and Daario Naharis, who always bore a touch of irreverent amusement. A palpable tension hung in the air. The festivities of the gladiatorial exhibition reached a fever pitch. Suddenly, chaos erupted. From the audience, dozens of assassins donning golden harpy masks surged forth, brandishing blades like a swarm of frenzied locusts, converging upon Daenerys' throne from all directions. "Protect the queen," Grey Worm bellowed. The Unsullied immediately formed an impenetrable shield wall to safeguard the throne at its center. Yet the number of assassins was overwhelming, and they charged fearlessly. They attacked the Unsullied's defenses like moths drawn to a flame, plunging the scene into utter turmoil. Daenerys found herself utterly exposed to peril. The audience from Westeros held their breath in suspense, astonished by the precariousness of Daenerys' rule in Slaver's Bay, which could be toppled at any moment. In King's Landing, Cersei beheld the crisis unfolding in the sky, her most detested adversary, and a malicious smile crept across her face. "Die. Perish at the hands of those filthy slaves." Just as an assassin breached the defenses, the dagger poised to strike Daenerys, Daario sprang into action. Unlike others who passively defended around the throne, he leaped from the elevated platform of the throne directly into the sandy arena. Like a cheetah released from its cage, he advanced towards the assassins surging from all directions. The arena showcased a lengthy, dazzling, and almost suffocating battle sequence that demonstrated his prowess. It was a textbook-level, unparalleled exhibition of individual martial skill. The curved arak and the naked woman dagger in his hands transformed into two lethal flashes of light under the sun. His agility reached its zenith. Amidst the assault of dozens of assassins, he danced upon the razor's edge, each dodge perfectly evading fatal strikes. Each rotation sent forth a spray of blood. He even managed, in the instant of blocking a frontal enemy attack, to swiftly slash the throat of another enemy attempting a sneak attack from behind. The entire arena became his stage. He was not merely fighting. He was performing an art of death. Ultimately, when the last masked assassin fell at his feet, gurgling in his throat, a profound silence enveloped the arena. Daario stood amidst the pile of corpses, his splendid blue leather armor untouched by blood, casually wiping the blood from his curved blade. He turned to the throne and executed a flawless, elegant kneel before the speechless queen, who was rendered immobile by shock. Both the conniving noblemen of Meereen within the arena and the entirety of Westeros beyond the arena were utterly captivated by this grand, yet bloody display of individual prowess. Jorah Mormont and Varys Targaryen gazed at the man in the center, their faces betraying their astonishment. Both seasoned warriors, they had to concede that, in terms of individual combat capability, they would likely fall short against this mercenary. In the face of absolute strength, any doubts regarding birthright or honor seemed utterly feeble. They had no further reason to question Daario. Daenerys watched the man who fought for her, gazing at the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood at his feet, her eyes filled with an intricate tapestry of emotions. Gratitude, admiration, reliance, and a hint of longing she herself was reluctant to acknowledge. At that moment, a resounding, thunderous roar echoed above the arena. Daenerys' long-lost black dragon, Drogon, descended like a dark reaper from the heavens. Its massive form blotted out the sunlight as it landed in the center of the arena. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, Daenerys descended from the throne, step by step, towards her child. She climbed onto the dragon's back and soared into the sky. Daario gazed up at her from the ground, admiring the queen soaring majestically upon the dragon's back. Words slowly materialized upon the vast canvas of the sky. He had secured victory for her upon the earth, while she possessed the heavens. When the mightiest warrior unites with the final dragon rider, who in this world could possibly stand in their way? Yet, as love intertwines with power, do they await the pinnacle of glory or the abyss of ruin? Chapter 23. The man who intruded upon the dragon's lair. The scent of blood from the Daznak arena had not yet fully dissipated, and the roars of dragons seemed to echo throughout Meereen's skies. Daenerys Targaryen had unexpectedly reaffirmed her dominion over the city. Meanwhile, Daario Naharis, the man who had orchestrated a splendid display of slaughter in the arena, found his standing in the queen's heart subtly yet profoundly transformed. Night had descended upon the apex of the great pyramid of Meereen, where the queen's chambers lay. The sheer curtains on the terrace swayed gently in the evening breeze, bringing a hint of the desert night's coolness. In the corner of the room, incense from the east burned, its soothing aroma mingling sweetly with a hint of bitterness, permeating the air. Daenerys stood alone on the terrace, clad in a diaphanous silk robe, her silver hair cascading freely over her shoulders. She surveyed the vast city below. its myriad lights twinkling like scattered stars. Yet her visage bore the weariness and confusion that seemed incongruent with such splendor. Suddenly, a faint, almost imperceptible sound emanated from below the terrace. Daenerys turned alertly. A figure, stealthy as a gecko, ascended the steep outer wall of the pyramid. His movements were agile and fluid, not alarming a single guard. It was Daario Naharis. He vaulted onto the terrace, carrying with him the chill of the night and an assertive scent of sweat and leather. "How did you get in?" Daenerys' voice trembled slightly with surprise. Daario wore his signature, almost arrogant smile. He did not deign to answer the question, as if it were self-evident. "Must I announce myself at the front gate to see my queen?" He approached her directly, not stopping at the customary 3 paces to bow as others would. He stood before her, close enough for her to discern the dangerous gleam in his eyes, illuminated by the moonlight. He extended his hand, not to touch her shoulder or arm, but to grasp her hand directly. His palm was broad and warm, marked by calluses from years of wielding a sword. "You look weary," he remarked. This scene was vividly displayed across the heavens for all of Westeros to witness. Instantly, the watching nobles erupted in outrage. Shameless. Scandalous. How dare he intrude upon the queen's chambers at night? This is a flagrant affront to the crown. The bloodline of the Targaryens has been sullied by a mercenary of unknown origins. In King's Landing, Cersei Lannister unleashed a venomous curse. She found the scene before her more repugnant than any shameful act she had ever committed. Meanwhile, outside the pyramids of Meereen, Jorah Mormont and Barristan Selmy stood sentinel like loyal statues before the heavy doors of the queen's chamber. Unbeknownst to them, the serpent they had long feared had slithered into the queen's quarters in the most direct and audacious manner. Their loyalty, at that moment, appeared to be a cruel jest. The heavens, in an unexpected turn, made a decision that caught everyone off guard. Instead of continuing to follow the two within the room, it slowly, silently withdrew from the terrace, ultimately focusing on the intricately carved, closed door of the chamber. The image remained still, yet faint sounds seeped through the cracks. Initially muted and discordant, the sounds resembled breaths of anguish and ecstasy. Then came Daario's low, satisfied whisper, laced with mirth. Following that were the involuntary whimpers of passion, akin to the soft mewling of a kitten. These fragmented sounds, though indistinct, combined to create a more profound impact than any clear image could evoke, stirring the imagination. The heavens offered a close-up of Jorah Mormont's weathered face, etched with worry. His muscles twitched uncontrollably. He had heard everything. The queen, whom he adored and revered, was mere feet behind that door with another man. His lifelong, deep-seated love, now tinged with a humility that bordered on servitude, clashed with the jealousy that arose when he witnessed her smile at another. The anguish he felt was enough to shatter him completely. All these emotions erupted within him like a volcano, yet he suppressed them with formidable, almost self-destructive willpower. In mere seconds, his expression shifted dramatically. From disbelief upon first hearing the sounds, to shock and fury as he discerned their nature, and finally, when all sounds faded into the contented, weary sighs of the pair within, the light in his eyes extinguished. His gaze transformed into an abyss of despair, vast and unending. The entirety of Westeros fell silent before this scene. Countless spectators were cut deeply by the heavens' cruel omission, compared to witnessing the lascivious tableau directly. This portrayal through sound and the reactions of a third party magnified Jorah Mormont's suffering and tragedy manifold. In the regal city, Tyrion gazed upon Jorah's visage, which seemed to embody a fate worse than death, and raised his goblet to drain its contents in a single gulp. Memories of Shae flooded his mind. He understood better than anyone the torment of unrequited love, the anguish of witnessing a beloved surrender herself to another's embrace. The following dawn, the grand doors of the royal chamber swung open. Daario Naharis emerged, invigorated and lively. As he passed by Jorah Mormont, who stood as still as a statue throughout the night, Daario paused to bestow upon him a smile laced with provocation, reminiscent of a triumphant victor. Jorah remained unresponsive, seemingly oblivious to his presence, a mere husk devoid of spirit. Words began to materialize in the sky. As the euphoria of love faded, the game of power was just commencing. A mercenary lover, an exiled knight, a Targaryen queen, how would their fates intertwine? And what awaited her in the distant Westeros? Chapter 24, Loyalty or Love. Over the course of a single night, Daario Naharis' status underwent a profound transformation. He was no longer merely the queen's protector, the leader of the Second Sons. He had become her publicly acknowledged lover. This new identity allowed him greater involvement in the governance of Meereen. In the Queen's Council, his seat was positioned closer to the Iron Throne, even nearer than that of Barristan Selmy and Jorah Mormont. He began to assert his influence over the rule of Meereen, his straightforward and brutal mercenary principles clashing vehemently with the chivalric ideals of a bygone era. The scene shifted to the council chamber of the Meereenese pyramid. The great masters resembled disobedient hounds. Dario, idly grooming his nails with his dagger adorned with a naked woman, mused that one must instill fear to command respect. Only when they trembled at the sight of him, tails tucked, would they truly submit. We cannot proceed in such a manner. The intrepid Ser Vardis retorted immediately. Your grace is a liberator, not a tyrant. We must earn their respect through just laws and trials, not through slaughter that breeds fear. Dario chuckled. Respect? Old knight, do you expect a rabble that thrives on the slave trade to honor a woman who has shattered their livelihood? Do not be naive. They comprehend but one language, that of sword and flame. Their quarrels played out almost daily in the council. Daenerys found herself ensnared between their opposing views. Her ideals inclined her toward Barristan's counsel, yet the harsh realities of the world made Dario's arguments appear undeniably valid. Soon, a rebellion would compel her to make a fateful choice. Some of the noble families of Meereen covertly funded a rebellion led by the son of the Harpy, instigating a minor insurrection against the unsullied patrols. The uprising was swiftly quelled, yet discord erupted once more regarding the treatment of the captured noble conspirators. Barristan advocated for a public trial. Dario advocated for the most brutal methods to instill fear in all potential dissenters. Ultimately, Daenerys entrusted him with full authority to handle the matter. The skies did not directly depict the gruesome scenes. Instead, they lingered on a long shot that slowly swept across the vast square in the center of Meereen. In that square stood 163 wooden stakes, each bearing the lifeless form of a once great master who had lived in comfort within the city. Their agonized cries echoed through the air, lingering ominously. This sight sent shivers down the spine of all Westeros. Barristan Selmy, the venerable knight who had lived by the code of honor, displayed an expression of profound disappointment and anguish upon witnessing this atrocity. He believed the queen's actions mirrored those of the mad king she so despised. He voiced a strong protest to Daenerys, who also felt discomfort at such sanguinary tactics. However, she had to concede their effectiveness. From that day forth, order in Meereen did indeed stabilize significantly. Once again, she found herself ensnared in the agonizing struggle between her ideals of being a beloved liberator and the harsh reality of being a feared conqueror. The viewers of Westeros became increasingly convinced that Daenerys was a tyrant, a cruel ruler who had inherited her father's madness. The situation in Meereen temporarily settled under the bloody suppression. Daenerys confronted the enduring dilemma that plagued her. Should she remain in the Bay of Slaves as a queen of freed slaves, or return to Westeros to reclaim the Iron Throne that rightfully belonged to her family? One night, with only Dario by her side, he offered his counsel. You are not a mother, he said, gazing earnestly into Daenerys' eyes. You are a queen, the mother of dragons. These freed slaves, these conquered cities, they are merely stepping stones, trophies on your path to the throne, not your ultimate destination. Westeros is your true home. Burn this place to the ground, or leave it to those fools to manage. Take your dragons, your unsullied, and my second sons to reclaim what is rightfully yours. His words, like the whispered temptations of a devil, stirred the ambitions within Daenerys, yet they also instilled fear in her heart. She looked at the man who had taught her to embrace love and was now guiding her to embrace power. She realized that if she continued down this path, she might become the very person she once loathed. In an unexpected turn, she made a decision that took everyone by surprise. She would go to Westeros. Yet, she commanded Dario and his second sons to remain in Meereen, to uphold peace and order in her name throughout the bay. I need you to watch over all of this in my absence, she told Dario. He could not comprehend the queen's decision. He yearned to accompany her in conquering the world rather than remain in a place devoid of his interest as a mere governor. However, upon gazing into Daenerys' unwavering eyes, he ultimately knelt in submission to her command. Both Jorah Mormont and Barristan Selmy felt an immense sense of relief upon learning of this decision, believing that the queen was finally ridding herself of this perilous man and returning to the righteous path. The scene on the screen eventually fixed upon Dario, standing atop the Meereen pyramid, watching Daenerys' grand fleet fade into the horizon, his solitary figure etched against the sky. The narrative rendered its final verdict. He was both the sharpest sword and the deadliest poison. He brought her victory and joy, yet also revealed the darkness and desires hidden deep within her soul. He taught her how to become a conqueror, yet he was ultimately left at the starting point of conquest. The final assessment lingered. The blade of the supermodel queen, Dario Naharis, the screen gradually dimmed. As the light flickered back on, a new name emerged, presented an unadorned script, yet imbued with a weathered and indomitable spirit. Next exposed figure, Jorah Mormont. Chapter 25. The Bear and the Maiden. The tale of Dario Naharis stirred a tempest of love and power across the continent of Westeros. People reveled in the mercenaries' untamed spirit while fervently discussing Queen Daenerys' choices. The lights on the screen resumed their dance after a brief silence, and a brand new name slowly materialized. The script was plain, devoid of the flamboyant embellishments associated with Dario, each stroke steady and robust, reminiscent of the stones of the north, exuding a rugged resilience. Jorah Mormont. This name was not obscure in Westeros, yet it stirred far less commotion than its predecessors. The lords of the north recalled the heir of Bear Island, exiled for transgressions against the law. The nobles of King's Landing held little impression of this exiled knight. Only in the dungeons of Riverrun did Jaime Lannister's gaze sharpen slightly upon seeing this name, as if recalling some distant memory. Across the narrow sea, in the council chamber of Meereen, Daenerys beheld that familiar name on the screen, a warm smile involuntarily gracing her face. In her heart, Ser Jorah was her most loyal and reliable companion, a guardian akin to a father or brother throughout her path of exile. She eagerly anticipated how the screen would portray the valor and loyalty of this bear of hers. However, standing beside her, Jorah Mormont's expression was markedly complex. His eyes reflected a flicker of hope for past glories, intertwined with a profound concern for the memories he wished to forget. He instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, beads of cold sweat forming in his palm. The imagery on the screen illuminated once more. To the astonishment of all, the scene shifted not to Daenerys' camp, but several years back to the flourishing days of King Robert's reign in the vibrant port of Lannisport. The harbor was alive with the cacophony of voices and fluttering banners. To commemorate the quelling of the Greyjoy Rebellion, a grand tournament of the highest caliber in Westeros was taking place here. The camera panned to a young knight, towering and robust, clad in jet-black armor adorned with the emblem of a roaring black bear upon his chest, mounted on a magnificent warhorse. He radiated a striking presence, embodying the tenacity and strength characteristic of the men from the north. The spectators took a moment to recognize this formidable young knight, who, in a startling contrast, was none other than Jorah Mormont, the middle-aged man now seen at Daenerys' side, his hair grizzled and his visage perpetually marked by a hint of melancholy. The stark disparity in his appearance astonished everyone. The camera then employed a rapid sequence of editing to showcase Jorah's prowess in the tournament arena. His lance was wielded with precision and might, effortlessly unseating opponents with each charge. In the swordplay that followed, his technique was bold and commanding, exuding an air of dominance. He carved his way through the ranks, defeating many renowned warriors, including the likes of Bronn's Euron Royce. Ultimately, in the climactic final that drew the gaze of the multitude, he faced none other than the infamous Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, who was already celebrated as one of the most formidable swordsmen in Westeros. This was a pinnacle confrontation, a duel of epic proportions. The camera captured the tension in slow motion, intricately detailing the heart-stopping contest. Both knights, mounted upon their steeds, faced each other from opposite ends of the arena. At the sound of the horn, they urged their horses forward, akin to arrows released from their bows, charging toward one another. The clash. Their lances struck true against each other's shields, splintering wood and sending shards flying. Both riders swayed but remained steadfast. The initial charge ended in a stalemate, eliciting thunderous applause from the audience. Subsequent charges followed, second, third, until a total of 9 fierce encounters had transpired. Their lances shattered, yet neither could claim victory. The judges called for a ground fight. Jorah and Jaime unsheathed their long swords, one representing the resilience and strength of the north, the other, the skill and honor of the west. The clash of steel ignited brilliant sparks as their swords met. The duel stretched on for what felt like an eternity. Ultimately, leveraging superior strength and near-bestial stamina, Jorah seized upon a fleeting opening in Jaime's defense, delivering a decisive blow with the hilt of his sword against Jaime's helm. Jaime Lannister fell to the ground. A hushed silence enveloped the arena before erupting into a cacophony of cheers akin to a roaring tide. Jorah Mormont had triumphed. He defeated the seemingly invincible Kingslayer and emerged as the champion of the tournament. All of Westeros was left in utter shock. They could never have imagined that this middle-aged man, who appeared somewhat disheveled and even somewhat humble beside Daenerys, once had such a glorious past. My heavens, he had actually bested Jaime Lannister. That was the Kingslayer in his prime. In the dungeons of Riverrun, Jaime gazed at the sky, reminiscing about that memorable match. A complex smile gracing his face. It was one of his few defeats, and he had lost with complete acceptance. In King's Landing, King Robert watched the thrilling duel unfold on the screen, excitedly pounding the table and laughing. Well done. This is a true night. This is a true tournament. In the council chamber of Meereen, Daenerys' eyes widened in surprise. She knew her bear was brave, but she had no idea he was so formidable. Her heart swelled with pride, as if she too shared in that glory. According to the tradition of the tournament, the champion had the right to crown a lady present as the queen of love and beauty. Jorah rode slowly around the arena on horseback. Everyone assumed he would choose Queen Cersei or some other noblewoman from a prominent family. Yet, he made his way directly to the viewing box of House Hightower from Old Town. He halted before a young lady. The screen granted her a close-up that lasted several seconds. She was so beautiful that she seemed almost otherworldly. Her skin as pale as snow, her long golden hair cascading like a waterfall, and her blue eyes clearer than the summer sky. She was Lynesse Hightower, the daughter of the Lord of Old Town, celebrated as one of the most beautiful women in Westeros. Jorah gazed at her, his eyes filled with unabashed admiration. He removed his helmet and gently placed the laurel crown, a symbol of victory and glory, upon Lynnesse's head. A shy yet sweet smile bloomed on Lynnesse's face. The entire arena erupted in cheers for the union of these heroic figures. King Robert, in high spirits, announced the betrothal of Lynesse Hightower to the champion of the tournament, Jorah Mormont. The pairing of hero and beauty is, after all, the most exquisite fairy tale in the world. The image on the screen froze at the grand wedding of Jorah and Lynesse. They kissed blissfully amidst the well wishes of the crowd. Yet, the words slowly appearing on the screen cast a shadow over this happiness. The pairing of hero and beauty is indeed the most exquisite fairy tale in the world. But when fairy tales collide with reality, what will this crown, won through glory, ultimately become? A testament to love or the beginning of destruction? Chapter 26, The Golden Chains. As grand as the wedding scene on the screen was, the following images were suffocating in their starkness. The light shifted. The splendor and clamor of Lannisport receded like a tide, replaced by the desolate, solitary Bear Island, standing resolutely against the cold winds. The castle here was constructed of massive logs, simple and rugged. The air is infused with the scent of sea salt and pine. Outside the window, the relentless gray waves crash against the dark rocks. Lynesse Hightower, a southern rose accustomed to the warm climate and vibrant life of her old town, withers visibly on this barren island. The heavens present a stark contrast to her transformation. Upon her arrival at Bear Island, she endeavored to adorn the humble castle with southern silks and spices. However, her smile soon faded, replaced by an endless stream of complaints and a furrowed brow. She found the local cuisine course, consisting solely of salted fish and dark bread. She lamented the cold climate that rendered her beautiful skin dry. She abhorred the lack of entertainment, devoid of poetry and balls, only to be surrounded by a boisterous group of rough northern men drinking and boasting by the hearth. Nostalgia for her old town, for Lannisport, and for her luxurious and refined life began to consume her. Jorah Mormont loved his wife dearly. Witnessing her gradual despondency pierced his heart. The heavens reflected his inner turmoil. She did not belong here. She was like a canary trapped in a cage, meant to sing in a more splendid place. In a bid to rekindle her joy and restore her smile, he began to fulfill her every wish at any cost. He dispatched ships to the free cities to procure for her the most exquisite Myrish lace, silks from the Summer Isles, perfumes from Lys, and jewels from Pentos. He summoned singers and poets from the south to host lavish banquets in the castle's modest hall, solely for her enjoyment. Even as winter approached, he constructed a small greenhouse within the castle, solely to allow her to gaze upon southern blooms. The wealth of Bear Island, accumulated over generations by the Mormont family, was thus squandered like water flowing through fingers. The nobles of Westeros looked upon Jorah as seemingly servile attempts to please his wife with disdainful scoffs. What a fool! For the sake of a woman, he has reduced himself to such a pitiful state. The Bear of the North had become a tamed lapdog. In the council chamber of Meereen, Daenerys gazed at the depiction of Jorah, who had squandered his fortune for love, her heart filled with complex emotions. She felt sympathy, but also confusion and anger. She could not fathom how a man of such stature, a champion who had bested Jaime Lannister in the lists, could forsake his dignity and family responsibilities for a woman. Yet, what shocked her further was yet to come. After depleting all his resources, Jorah's financial situation teetered on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, his wife Lynnesse's material desires seemed insatiable. In order to maintain this extravagant lifestyle and prevent her disappointment, Jorah made a decision that could destroy him for a lifetime. He clandestinely sold several civilians, captured while poaching during the harsh winter, to a slaver from Tyrosh. The narrative unfolds under a stiflingly realistic lens, depicting the entirety of the transaction. On a night fraught with snow and wind, in a secluded bay of Bear Island, Jorah, clad in a heavy cloak and mask, received a bag heavy with gold coins from the hands of a Tyroshi slaver. Behind him, the gaunt and trembling northerners, shackled in iron chains, quivered against the biting cold, their eyes brimming with despair and terror. They were brutally shoved aboard a merchant ship bearing foreign flags. An uproar ensued. The sale of slaves. Such an act is utterly unforgivable in Westeros, particularly in the north, where the old gods are revered. A lord selling his own people into slavery is the most profound violation and defilement of honor. In Winterfell, the young Robb Stark watched the scene, trembling with rage. Traitors. Shameless scoundrels. The lords of the area in the Vale expressed their shock and disdain as well. In the council chamber of Meereen, the air seemed to freeze. Daenerys stared blankly at the unfolding narrative, unable to believe her eyes. She, the mother of dragons, the unburnt, the liberator of slaves, was confronted with the reality that her most trusted advisor, the man she regarded as a brother, Jorah Mormont, had once been a filthy slaver. This revelation struck her like a resounding slap across the face. In that moment, her faith began to waver violently. She turned to Jorah, regarding him with a strange, probing gaze. Meanwhile, Jorah Mormont himself had closed his eyes at the sight. The color had drained from his face, his lips lost their hue from shame, and his whole body trembled slightly. He seemed to be transported back to that fateful night, the weight of the gold coins still pressing heavily upon his soul. The narrative continued. Upon learning of this atrocity, Eddard Stark rode to Bear Island, intent on executing Jorah for the king's law. However, Jorah had already received word and fled with his wife. He abandoned his family, his lands, everything he held dear. The scene ultimately freezes on Jorah, solitary, navigating a small boat amidst the tumultuous seas, devoid of the beautiful wife for whom he had sacrificed everything. Words slowly emerged on the screen. For the shackles of gold. He forsook the crown of honor. When a knight has lost his honor, what remains for him? At the end of his path of exile, awaits redemption or a deeper abyss. Chapter 27, Whispers of the King. The imagery shifted from the grand wedding on Bear Island to an unnamed free trade city-state on the continent of Essos. The sunlight and glory of Lannisport have long faded, replaced by filthy streets, a melange of odors, and an incessant cacophony. Once a champion of the joust, Jorah Mormont now sits in a corner of a raucous tavern. His armor, dulled and soiled, bears the stains of dust and dried blood. The once gallant visage now reflects exhaustion and numbness. He drinks cup after cup of cheap ale, as if only alcohol can momentarily dull the anguish gnawing at his soul, ravaged by shame and regret. His wife, Lynesse Hightower, the queen of love and beauty for whom he sacrificed everything, could no longer endure the tumultuous life of a mercenary and abandoned him to become the mistress of a wealthy merchant in Tyrosh. He has lost everything: honor, family, lands, and love. Just as despair seems poised to engulf him, a figure settles into the seat across from him. It is an unremarkable middle-aged man, clad in plain linen attire, wearing a gentle, businesslike smile. Ser Jorah Mormont. The man speaks, his voice not loud, yet cutting clearly through the tavern's din. Jorah lifts his gaze, regarding the stranger with wary eyes. I represent a notable figure in King's Landing, one deeply concerned for the kingdom's safety. I wish to discuss a business proposition with you. The man smiles, pushing a small pouch of gold coins toward Jorah. The coins clink against the wooden table with a crisp sound. We are aware that the remnants of House Targaryen, the siblings Viserys and Daenerys, are currently under the protection of the governor of Pentos, Illyrio. His voice drops to a conspiratorial whisper. My master wishes to ascertain their movements, who they meet, what they say, their plans, anything at all. In return, not only will you receive a handsome reward, but more importantly. He pauses, leaning slightly forward, his voice dripping with temptation. Upon the successful completion of this task, a pardon from His Majesty King Robert Baratheon will be delivered into your hands. You shall be able to return to Westeros, to your homeland, Bear Island. Home. The mere word strikes like a bolt of lightning, cleaving through Jorah's numbed soul. The heavens above reveal the tumultuous struggle within him. Can I truly return home? Bear Island, my father. He knows this is shameful. A betrayal, spying on the descendants of the Targaryen family to whom he once pledged his fealty for a usurper. Yet, the longing to return home, to escape this endless, hopeless life of exile, ultimately consumes what little knightly honor remains within him. Like a voracious beast, he extends his hand, slowly and silently accepting the pouch of gold into his embrace. The deal is struck. The scene shifts to a cold, documentary-style montage. heralding the commencement of Jorah's clandestine career. He leveraged his identity as an exiled knight to effortlessly approach the similarly displaced siblings, Viserys and Daenerys. Quickly earning their trust through his vast experience and composed demeanor, he became their advisor and companion. In the scene, Daenerys gazes at him with innocent, trusting eyes, confiding her uncertainties about the future and her fears regarding her brother Viserys. Jorah listens patiently, offering her comfort and counsel. However, when night descends, he meticulously records everything he has learned from Daenerys regarding her impending marriage to Khal Drogo, her pregnancy, and Viserys' plans to bribe the Dothraki army. Inscribing it onto a piece of parchment, he then binds it to the leg of a raven and sends it soaring towards Westeros. A flock of black ravens, akin to harbingers from the depths of hell, traverse the narrow sea carrying perilous tidings. The scene abruptly shifts to the Red Keep and King's Landing, specifically the grim atmosphere of the Royal Council Chamber. Varys, the Master of Whispers, his face perpetually adorned with a gentle smile, is reporting to the king and his lords about the intelligence received from across the narrow sea. Daenerys Targaryen is with child, conceived by Khal Drogo. The Dothraki believe that this unborn child is the prophesied rider of the world, destined to unite their people. King Robert Baratheon, upon hearing this news, erupts in fury. He slams his hand on the table, bellowing, "I shall not allow. I will not permit any Targaryen spawn to live in this world, let alone a Dothraki savage riding a horse." His crimson eyes sweep across all present. "Send word. Dispatch assassins. I care not what methods you employ. Poison. Daggers. I must ensure that Targaryen whore and her cursed child descend to hell before that spawn is born." The king's roar reverberates in the council chamber like thunder, echoing through the halls of Meereen and across the skies of Westeros. This moment strikes Daenerys' heart like the sharpest blade. She finally comprehends the truth. She understands now that the merchant who once attempted to poison her in V's Dothrak was merely a pawn of another. She realizes that the assassination attempt that nearly claimed her and her unborn child Rhaego was orchestrated from within. The source of this treachery was none other than the person she trusted most, her steadfast companion, the bear of a man she regarded as a father figure, Jorah Mormont. The council chamber falls into an oppressive silence. Slowly, Daenerys rises from her throne. Her body trembles slightly from the shock, but she quickly steadies herself. She does not scream, weep, or utter a single word. She gazed at the celestial canvas, observing the contorted visage of King Robert, marred by rage. Gradually, her gaze shifted, inch by inch, akin to a glacial movement, departing from the heavens to rest upon the countenance of the man beside her, the one who had accompanied her since she was a mere girl of 14. The man she had once trusted completely and without reservation. Jorah Mormont's face, in an instant, drained of all color. He parted his lips, seemingly attempting to utter something. Yet no sound emerged from his throat. Under the queen's frigid, judgmental gaze, his words felt utterly powerless. The imagery upon the celestial screen depicted the lethal decree from King's Landing to dispatch an assassin, juxtaposed with Daenerys, innocently caressing her pregnant belly on the Dothraki plains, dreamily envisioning her child's future to Jorah. This stark, brutal contrast sent a chill through all who bore witness. The words upon the canvas emerged slowly, resembling a final verdict. The warmest guardianship stems from the coldest betrayal. When the fatal poison was presented before the queen, what choice would this king's spy make? To fulfill his mission, or to experience a pang of conscience? Chapter 28. The Corvid in the shadows. The celestial display dimmed. Yet the atmosphere in the chamber of the Great Pyramid of Meereen had solidified to a freezing point. The silence was palpable, as if a pin drop could be heard. All eyes were fixated upon the two figures. Daenerys remained standing before her throne, her body trembling slightly from the effort of suppressing her emotions. Her once clear violet eyes resembled a frozen lake, devoid of ripples yet harboring a chilling intensity capable of freezing souls. And Jorah Mormont, the former Lord of the North, the battle-hardened knight, now resembled a marionette stripped of its bones, his knees buckling as he collapsed heavily to the ground. His head hung low, silvery hair cascading onto the cold marble floor, unwilling to meet the queen's gaze. Silence. A deathly silence. This stillness bore a greater weight than any furious outburst. After what felt like an eternity, Daenerys finally spoke. Her voice was soft, steady, devoid of emotional fluctuation. "Is it true, Ser Jorah?" She paused, seemingly savoring the profound irony encapsulated in the title, "Sir. Tell me, everything displayed on the celestial canvas is not true." She offered him a chance to lie, a chance to defend himself, a final, tenuous opportunity. But Jorah Mormont understood that before this magical mirror, which reflected all truths, any falsehood would be futile. His Adam's apple bobbed painfully. Ultimately, he uttered, in a hoarse and fragmented voice, the answer that would cast him into an abyss of despair. It is indeed true. Your Majesty, I have betrayed you. I confess. He admitted it with his own lips. Daenerys closed her eyes, her long eyelashes casting a shadow upon her fair cheeks. When she reopened them, the last vestige of warmth had vanished from her gaze. At that moment, the heavens illuminated once more. As if to provide a final commentary on this trial, the scene shifted back to the bustling marketplace of V's Duthrak, where a merchant from the free cities was eagerly recommending to Daenerys a fine wine from Westeros. Meanwhile, Jorah Mormont, not far off, received a message from Varys via a raven. The raven bore tidings of King Robert's pardon and the plot to assassinate Daenerys. The heavens revealed Jorah's inner turmoil upon receiving the letter. Initially, he intended to stand idly by, watching the merchant present the poisoned wine to Daenerys. Once she consumed it, his mission would be accomplished, allowing him to return home with the king's decree. However, as he lifted his gaze to the young queen nearby, who was selecting fabrics with her handmaidens, he faltered. The heavens provided a series of tender flashbacks to their moments together. She sought his counsel on the history of Westeros. She displayed her vulnerabilities and fears before him without pretense. She caressed her abdomen, speaking in a voice imbued with maternal grace about her unborn child. I shall name him Rhaego. He will be the greatest call the world has ever known. These images struck Jorah's heart, which had long been hardened by shame and despair. Like a hammer upon an anvil, his guilt and an unrecognized desire to protect surged to a crescendo. He made a choice. As the merchant was on the verge of handing the cup of deadly poison to Daenerys, Jorah charged forward like an enraged bear, toppling the merchant's tray. The poison spilled onto the ground, hissing as it released a wisp of smoke. The assassination was thwarted. The audience beyond the heavens breathed a collective sigh of relief at this turn of events. Yet within the council chamber of Meereen, Daenerys regarded the celestial display, her expression unchanged. To her, all of this was rendered meaningless, for had it not been for the heavens, she would have remained oblivious to how close she had been to death, and the very man who had pushed her to the brink was the one who ultimately saved her. What a profound and cruel irony this was. The heavens dimmed once more. The trial in reality continued. Daenerys inhaled deeply and, with a voice as cold as the law itself, devoid of any personal emotion, delivered her verdict. You once saved me, yet I shall not express my gratitude, for had it not been for your treachery, I would never have found myself in such peril. Each of your suggestions, every instance of your guardianship, has been shrouded in doubt, leaving me to wonder if they concealed a sinister plot from King's Landing. Trust in you has become an impossibility. Her every utterance struck like a cold scalpel, precisely severing the very essence of Jorah's soul. Out of respect for your lineage as a Mormont of Bear Island and a Knight of the North, I shall refrain from ending your life. Leave my city, and never again darken my presence. Should I behold your visage once more, I will command that your head be severed and displayed upon the walls of Meereen. Our bond is irrevocably severed. Jorah Mormont slowly lifted his head, his face etched with tear-streaked lines of unspeakable despair. He yearned to explain, to plead for forgiveness, to reveal that he had long since fallen in love with her and had ceased his service to King's Landing. However, when he gazed into Daenerys' eyes, now devoid of warmth and resembling violet gemstones, he comprehended that all hope was lost. He rose from the ground, a once proud man who had thrived in the arena, now reduced to a weary elder, drained of spirit. He turned away, step by heavy step, like a soulless wretch, exiting the council chamber. As he traversed the streets of Meereen, he found himself surrounded by the unsullied, once his comrades in arms. Yet now, their gazes were filled only with coldness and suspicion. He had lost everything, once more. Above him, words slowly materialized in the heavens, akin to an epitaph. How long must one atone for a single act of betrayal? When a loyal knight is cast out, where shall his path of redemption lead? And with the most trusted protector lost, how many uncertainties shall the Queen's journey now encompass? Chapter 29. The Cost of Blood and Fire. The exiled Jorah Mormont did not wander far. He drifted like a solitary specter among the free cities of Slaver's Bay. By day, he sought tidings of Meereen and the Queen in taverns and brothels, while at night, he was tormented by haunting memories and endless regret. The visions of the heavens followed him. His leather armor grew increasingly tattered, his once lustrous hair now thin and gray. His eyes devoid of the glory of a champion, stripped of the numbness of his initial exile, leaving only a near-obsessive flame of desire to prove himself. He must return. He must seek her forgiveness. Fate intervened unexpectedly in a brothel in Volantis. Amidst the cloying scents of cheap perfume and inferior ale, he beheld a familiar figure, a dwarf. mocked by a group of sailors hailing from Westeros. Tyrion Lannister. A Lannister. A gift of considerable weight, the most precious Lannister. In an instant, a remarkable light ignited in Yora's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged forward, incapacitating Tyrion with the most brute force, hoisting him over his shoulder like a mere sack, and vanishing into the labyrinthine streets of Volantis. He intended to bear this gift back to Meereen, to beseech the Queen's forgiveness. Their path of return required traversing the accursed ruins of ancient Valyria. The small boat glided over the River of Sorrow. The water lay still as ink. Flanked by crumbling palaces and silent statues, the air thick with the scent of death and decay. At that moment, they were beset by the attack of the stone men. Those pitiful souls, driven mad by grayscale, their skin hardened like stone, surged forth from the shadows of the ruins, lunging at their vessel. In the ensuing chaos, Tyrion was yanked into the water by one of the stone men. Without a hint of hesitation, Yora leapt in after him. In the frigid, murky waters, he struggled to push Tyrion back onto the boat. Yet, he himself was tightly embraced by a stone man that had pounced from behind. He could feel the abrasive skin, rough as sandpaper, grinding against him. Ultimately, he broke free from the grip and clambered back onto the boat. All seemed to be well. However, the heavens revealed an ominous close-up. A small, inconspicuous gray spot appeared on Yora's left wrist, resembling the mark of death, the grayscale. The spectators beyond the veil gasped in horror, fully aware of the implications of this incurable affliction. Many who had previously held disdain for Yora now found a flicker of sympathy within their hearts. In the council chamber of Meereen, Daenerys gazed at that tiny spot, her fingers instinctively tightening on the armrest of the throne. She had not anticipated that Yora would pay such a heavy price to return to her side. Yora concealed the truth of his infection from Tyrion, his sole thought being to return to Meereen, to the Queen. Yet, the images unfolding before him did not align with his desires. The scene abruptly shifted. The gloomy River of Sorrow transitioned to the vast expanse of the Dothraki Sea. At that moment, Daenerys, having fled the chaos of the arena on Dragonback, was captured by a formidable Dothraki colossal. Meanwhile, Yora and Daario, after enduring countless trials, finally located her in the vast Dothraki plains. The joy of their reunion was fleeting. As a new crisis loomed, the Bloodriders of Khal who had taken Daenerys captive did not recognize this foreign woman as their Khaleesi. One particularly tall Bloodrider, named Kaso, uttered vile insults against Daenerys in Dothraki. He even drew his arak, intent on committing unspeakable acts against her. Daario immediately rushed forward, but he was quickly entangled by several Bloodrider guards. Just as Corlys's curved blade was poised to make contact with Daenerys, Jorah Mormont, the knight afflicted by a terminal illness and cast out by the Queen, stepped forth, placing himself protectively in front of Daenerys. He unsheathed the long sword from Westeros that had been his companion for many years. Step back, his voice, though hoarse, resonated with determination. Corlys was incensed by the sudden appearance of this Westerosi man. He roared, brandishing his arak, and swung it at Jorah. It was a pure contest of strength and skill. Corlys's curved blade moved with wild abandon, embodying the ferocity and power of the nomadic tribes. In contrast, Jorah, wielding a sword more adept at thrusting and parrying, remained composed. The clash of blade against knife produced a cacophony of discordant sounds. Jorah felt his strength waning, the effects of grayscale limiting his full potential. Soon, he bore multiple wounds upon his body, yet he did not retreat an inch. Behind him stood the Queen he had vowed to protect with his life. Ultimately, he seized upon a fleeting opening after Corlys delivered a powerful strike, disregarding the arak that grazed his shoulder, and with every ounce of strength he possessed, he drove his sword deep into Corlys's chest. The towering figure of Corlys froze, incredulously lowering his gaze to behold the bloody tip of the sword protruding from his breast. Then, he collapsed with a thunderous crash. The entire camp fell into a deathly silence. To the Dothraki, the slaying of Corlys by a Bloodrider was an unfathomable feat. Jorah had, in the most direct and sanguine manner, demonstrated his loyalty to the Queen and his unwavering resolve to protect her. Daenerys, witnessing the blood-soaked man who had risked everything for her, noticed the grotesque gray patches slowly spreading from the damaged armor on his chest, and in that moment, her defenses crumbled entirely. Anger, resentment, and the pain of betrayal were eclipsed by a more profound emotion, heartache. Jorah had slain Corlys, but was grievously wounded himself. He discarded his sword and knelt before Daenerys, expending his final strength to declare, "I swear to protect you." Daenerys stepped forward, disregarding the blood that stained him, and lifted him from the ground. Above them, words slowly materialized in the sky. Would the price of blood and fire cleanse the sins of betrayal? As the mark of death silently spread, what fate awaited this twisted bond between sovereign and subject? Chapter 30, The Last Night. In the makeshift encampment on the Dothraki plains, the campfire crackled. Daenerys personally tended to Jorah Mormont's wounds with warm water and cloth. As she unfastened his tattered leather armor, she beheld the grotesque gray skin that had spread from his wrist to his chest. The skin was as hard as stone, devoid of all vitality. Her movements ceased. The camp lay in a profound silence, broken only by the howling wind sweeping across the plains. Daenerys did not utter another word of betrayal, nor did she voice any reproach. She merely gazed at the gray patch, and then lifted her eyes to Jorah's pale face, marked by blood loss and illness. She spoke, her voice trembling with an uncontrollable quiver, yet imbued with an undeniable, regal authority. I command you to find a way to heal. I command you to cure it. Then, return to my side. Jorah Mormont looked upon his queen, observing the unmasked concern and reluctance reflected in her violet eyes. In his own, which had long been filled with despair and shame, a glimmer of hope reignited. This command from the queen was, for him, the most profound form of forgiveness. The scene transitioned rapidly, employing a montage technique to flash back to Jorah's subsequent experiences. He bid farewell to the queen and embarked alone on a quest for the antidote. He arrived in Old Town, the oldest city in Westeros, within the grand citadel of learning. He encountered a kind and courageous apprentice, Samwell Tarly. Sam discovered an ancient, forbidden method to treat grayscale from the dusty tomes. The screen depicted the excruciating treatment process with restrained, yet painfully suggestive imagery. There were no screams, no wails. Only Jorah, biting down on a leather strap. His jaw clenched in agony as the infected skin was meticulously peeled away, and Samwell's face, drenched in sweat, focused and tense. At last, a miracle occurred. When Jorah beheld his skin restored, marred only by unsightly scars, this resolute man of the north shed complex tears. He had been healed. He could return to her side. The scene shifted once more. He returned to Dragonstone, back to his queen. He donned the familiar armor again, standing behind her as he had for most of his life. Time fast-forwarded. The final battle erupted in Winterfell, the heart of the north. An endless night enveloped the land. A boundless army of the dead surged towards humanity's last bastion. Daenerys rode her dragon, Drogon, unleashing flames from the sky. But under the relentless onslaught of the whites, Drogon was wounded and fell. Daenerys tumbled from her dragon's back, isolated and ensnared by the throngs of the undead. In that perilous moment, a figure emerged, wielding a Valyrian steel sword ablaze with flames, standing before her like a deity of war. It was Jorah Mormont. He stood as the final bulwark for his queen, shielding her with his own body. The sword in his hand was a gift from Jon Snow before the battle, the ancestral blade Longclaw, once wielded by his father. He swung this legendary weapon, repeatedly felling the whites that charged at him. Yet, he was ultimately outnumbered. The claws and weapons of the whites relentlessly carved wounds upon his body. His armor was torn, and blood stained his battle garb. Time and again he was struck down, only to rise up again, unwavering and resolute. For behind him stood the queen he had devoted his life to love and protect. In the end, when the Night King was vanquished by Arya Stark and all the whites disintegrated into ice and ash in an instant, Jorah Mormont expended his last ounce of strength. The Longclaw slipped from his grasp and fell into the snow. He turned to gaze upon his queen, unharmed and safe, a faint smile gracing his lips. Then, he slowly collapsed, cradled in Daenerys' arms. She held his cooling body, unleashing a heart-wrenching wail, yet Jorah could no longer hear. The entirety of Westeros fell into silence, moved by the tragic heroism of this night. With his life, he fulfilled the ultimate atonement for past sins. Through his death, he realized his vow to protect the queen. The scene above culminated in Daenerys personally igniting the pyre for Jorah's funeral. The flames soared high, illuminating her tear-streaked face. On the canvas of the heavens, the evaluation of Jorah Mormont's life slowly emerged. He had once been a champion of the justs and a penitent exile. He had served as a king's spy and a guardian to the queen. His life was marked by glory through love, fallen through love, and ultimately, redeemed through love. The final assessment solidified. The night of redemption, Jorah Mormont. The celestial canvas gradually dimmed. When the light shone anew, a fresh name appeared, adorned in elegant and resplendent script, akin to golden roses blooming in the court, with a hint of youthful pride. Next to be revealed, Loras Tyrell, Chapter 31. The blooming golden rose. The poignant tale of Jorah Mormont drew to a close amidst the towering flames. His lifelong quest for redemption plunged all of Westeros into a prolonged silence and reflection. The light and shadows of the heavens shifted once more as the simple, resilient script gradually faded, replaced by an exquisite and ornate artistic font, entwined like climbing rose vines. Each stroke seemed to carry the fragrance of the High Garden-s roses and the morning dew. The emergence of the name, Loras Tyrell, lifted the heavy atmosphere before the celestial canvas. Within the castle of Highgarden, the Thorn Queen Olenna Redwine gazed upon the name of her most cherished grandson, her sharp eyes, always tinged with a hint of mockery and profound insight, now narrowing slightly. Her granddaughter, Marjorie Tyrell, displayed a trace of concern. At Storm's End, the handsome face of Garland Baratheon flickered with a complex array of emotions, revealing unmasked tenderness intertwined with a subtle, unshakable unease. Meanwhile, far in the north, in Winterfell, Sansa Stark felt a blush rise to her fair cheeks upon encountering the resounding name of the Knight of Flowers. Her heart skipped a beat, her eyes shimmering with the purest yearnings and fantasies of a young maiden. To her, Loras Tyrell epitomized the quintessence of chivalric spirit, the heroic figure immortalized in all the ballads. She awaited with bated breath as the heavens prepared to unveil the valiant form of her ideal knight. The tapestry of the sky did not disappoint her. The scene shifted back to several years prior in King's Landing, during the grand tournament held to celebrate Eddard Stark's appointment as Hand of the King. The sun shone brightly, and the air buzzed with excitement. As the herald boomed the name of the Knight of Flowers, Ser Loras Tyrell, the arena erupted into fervor. Loras rode forth on a magnificent pure white steed, gracefully entering the lists, clad in resplendent silver armor that gleamed like a mirror, each joint adorned with exquisite golden rose engravings. He was a vision to behold. His cloak bore the Tyrell sigil embroidered in gold thread, embellished with thousands of real flowers transported from Highgarden. He appeared as handsome as the fabled Son of Light, his face radiating just the right touch of youthful genius pride. With elegance, he bowed to King Robert and Queen Cersei, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, inciting waves of uncontrollable screams from the noble women and maidens in attendance. Ultimately, his eyes settled upon Sansa Stark, the daughter of the Duke of Winterfell. He plucked the most vibrant red rose from his cloak, galloping towards Sansa, and with a smile, presented the flower to her. "For you, my lady." Sansa felt as if her heart might leap from her chest. Her face flushed crimson as she trembled while accepting the rose, feeling as though she had transformed into the happiest person in the world. Outside the tapestry of the heavens, Sansa, witnessing this moment replay, once again became enveloped in that dreamlike bliss, wholly unaware that a storm was about to descend. The tournament commenced in earnest. Loras displayed his unparalleled mastery of the lance, each charge executed with pinpoint precision, his movements as graceful as a dance. The clash of his lance against his opponent's shield rang out like a clarion call, splinters flying. Yet he always managed to unseat his adversaries with effortless poise. This was the true essence of knighthood. He was even more handsome and formidable than sung in the ballads. The audience erupted in cheers, utterly captivated by him. Ser Loras Tyrell of Highgarden gazed at his radiant beloved on the field, his eyes brimming with uncontainable pride and affection. However, as the Mountain Gregor Clegane stepped forward to face Loras, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Everyone held their breath for the young Knight of Flowers, for his adversary was the most fearsome and brutal creature in Westeros. Yet, at that very moment, the heavens revealed a staggering secret through an exceedingly subtle close-up, visible only to an omniscient observer. Prior to the commencement of the match, the camera distinctly showcased Loras' steed, a magnificent white mare, currently in heat. In stark contrast stood the mountain's notoriously tempestuous black stallion. As the horns signaled the start of the contest, both knights surged forth like arrows released from their bows. Just as they were about to clash, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The mountain stallion suddenly became agitated, disregarding its rider's commands. It reared up and, with a furious neigh, unceremoniously tossed its massive master to the ground. Loras triumphed without even engaging in combat, achieving victory without shedding blood. The entirety of Westeros, after a mere 3 seconds of stunned silence, erupted in an uproar. So it was revealed. The Knight of Flowers had secured his victory through such beneath-the-surface, instinct-driven trickery. This was an immense and unforgivable disgrace to the chivalric ideals that revered strength, honor, and fair combat. In Winterfell, Sansa's flush instantly vanished, replaced by an incredulous pallor. The withered rose specimen in her hand seemed to lose all semblance of color. The flawless, resplendent knight she idolized crumbled in that moment, reduced to dust. Beyond the walls of King's Landing, Sandor Clegane let out a loud, unabashed, and mocking guffaw. I knew it. I knew these so-called gallant knights are naught but frauds who rely on their looks and cunning. At Harrenhal, Tywin Lannister displayed neither anger nor disdain. Instead, he felt a flicker of admiration for the young Tyrell. For the sake of victory, he would stop at nothing, even exploiting the weaknesses of foes far stronger than himself. This boy was far more astute than he appeared. On the screen, victorious Loras removed his helmet, tossing his beautiful curls, then turned towards the royal box where Renly Baratheon sat, flashing a triumphant smile that only they understood. Renly responded with an approving, indulgent smile. Slowly, words materialized upon the tapestry above, a victory achieved through cunning, a silent understanding shared. What secrets lie hidden behind this resplendent golden rose? The relationship between the king's brother and the kingdom's flower, could it merely be one of sovereign and subject? Chapter 32. The King's Secret Garden. The Prime Minister's tournament concluded amidst a cacophony of controversy. Although Ser Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers, emerged victorious, his methods during the confrontation at the Mountain of Magic cast a shadow over his image as the perfect knight. Whispers filled the air, speculating upon the character of this young knight. Meanwhile, the heavens prepared to unveil a secret even more astonishing. The scene shifts to the night following the tournament. Outside King's Landing, within the private tent of Duke Loras Baratheon of Storm's End, the air was perfumed with costly incense from Dorne, and the ground was adorned with plush carpets from Myr, the entire tent lavishly decorated, a stark contrast to the rugged style of his brother, King Robert. Loras was in the process of shedding his ornate attire, embroidered with the Baratheon family crest, when suddenly, Ser Loras Tyrell entered without announcement, lifting the tent flap. Clad only in a form-fitting, soft white silk shirt that accentuated his sculpted physique, he had discarded his heavy silver armor. Upon seeing him, Loras displayed no surprise, merely turning to greet him with a smile. Ser Loras approached from behind, extending his hand in an action so practiced it seemed he had performed it countless times before, deftly unfastening the intricate clasps on Loras's back. The Duke accepted his assistance with ease, then turned to embrace him tightly. The scene was captured by the heavens in a manner both restrained and laden with implication, depicting their intimacy without judgment. Loras's hand gently caressed the Duke's firm chest, while the Duke lowered his head, lightly nibbling Ser Loras's earlobe, murmuring softly. Their gestures were imbued with the familiarity and affection characteristic of lovers. Your move today was rather audacious, Loras chuckled, a hint of indulgence in his voice. What if you had been discovered? For you, my king, Ser Loras replied, tilting his head to press a kiss upon the Duke's lips, declaring that any risk was worthwhile. At that moment, the entirety of Westeros fell silent. If the previous knowing smiles exchanged between them had merely hinted at a subtle ambiguity, this scene was irrefutable, a thunderous testament. The king's brother, a formidable contender for the throne of the Seven Kingdoms, Duke Loras Baratheon of Storm's End, was revealed to be a homosexual, and his lover was none other than the most renowned young knight in Westeros, heir to House Tyrell, Ser Loras. On Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon's face darkened like the sky before a tempest. He regarded this as an unprecedented and profound disgrace for the Baelish family since its inception. In Winterfell, Sansa Stark was utterly shattered. First, she lost her idealized knightly idol, and now she discovered that the two men she had once adored were, in fact, a couple. This dual, subversive blow rendered her mind a blank. She even forgot how to weep. Meanwhile, in King's Landing, Queen Cersei Lannister, after a brief moment of shock, erupted into uncontrollable, malicious laughter. She had previously been troubled by her father Tywin's intention to marry her off to Loras Tyrell. Now, it seemed that this loathsome match was entirely off the table. The scene beneath the canopy continued to unfold. Inside the tent, the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate and tender. Loras sat poised on a velvet-upholstered chair, wielding a sharp, glinting razor as he carefully shaved the stubble from Renly's chin. This act was fraught with extreme danger, yet imbued with absolute trust. Loras's hand was steady, his gaze focused and gentle, as if he were not merely shaving but sculpting the most precious artwork in the world. Renly, entirely relaxed, tilted his head back, exposing his most vulnerable throat, capable of being fatally cut, to the blade of his beloved without reservation. The raucous celebrations and cheers outside the tent starkly contrasted with the serene tenderness that enveloped the two within. In that moment, they were not the future king and valiant knight, but rather an ordinary couple lost in the depths of their affection. Many spectators, who had previously held disdain for Loras due to his martial schemes and homosexual inclinations, fell silent upon witnessing this scene. From the unreserved trust and gentle glances exchanged between the two, They perceived a bond transcending gender, a sincere and profound love. This prompted them to reflect on whether they possessed the right to judge such a pure affection. In Highgarden, the Queen of Thorns, Olenna, gazed at the canopy and sighed softly. Foolish boy, she thought to herself, entrusting his heart to the least deserving of souls. In the barracks of Storm's End, Brienne of Tarth, the tall and misunderstood knight, watched Loras tenderly shaving Renly, her eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. There was jealousy, there was loss. But more prominently, a bittersweet blessing for the happiness of the one she loved. After completing the shave, Loras leaned down and gently pressed a kiss upon his lover's smooth chin. Words began to materialize upon the canopy. In the Game of Thrones, is true love a fatal weakness or the strongest armor? When the king's secret garden is revealed to the world, will this couple receive blessings or the storm of destruction? Chapter 33. The Oath of the Rainbow above the heavens. The reverberations caused by the secret garden of the Flower Knights have yet to subside. Beneath the majestic stag banner, emblematic of royal power, lies a forbidden romance that has profoundly shaken the values of all Westeros. The scene shifts, time accelerates. News of King Robert's untimely demise while hunting spreads, creating a tumultuous power vacuum throughout the Seven Kingdoms. In King's Landing, Joffrey ascends to the Iron Throne with the support of his mother, Cersei. Meanwhile, on Dragonstone, Robert's younger brother, Stannis Baratheon, proclaims himself the rightful heir. The camera then focuses on Storm's End. In this tableau, the young, handsome, and charming Renly Baratheon, bolstered by the support of numerous vassals from the south, particularly the wealthy Tyrell family of Highgarden, dons a crown and declares himself king of the Seven Kingdoms. His army is formidable, well-organized, and imbued with high morale. To assert his legitimacy and authority, Renly emulates the traditions of the Targaryen dynasty by establishing his own Kingsguard. Unlike the traditional pure white attire of the Kingsguard, his retinue comprises 7 of the finest knights, each clad in armor of different hues, resplendent like a rainbow, thus earning the name Rainbow Guard. At the helm of this guard, the commander, adorned in pure white armor, is none other than the Flower Knight, Loras Tyrell. He stands proudly beside Renly, brimming with confidence, as if the entire world lies at his feet. Yet, beneath this facade of glory, a hidden cost is being inscribed in the shadows. The scene transitions to a clandestine meeting, attended only by a select few core members. The setting is the tent of the Tyrell family, where only Renly Baratheon, Loras Tyrell, and the 2 ruling matriarchs of House Tyrell, the Queen of Thorns, Olenna, and her granddaughter, Margaery Tyrell, are present. The discussion revolves around the terms of House Tyrell's unwavering support for Renly's claim to the throne. The armies, provisions, and treasury of Highgarden shall be laid bare for you, Your Majesty, Olenna states with deliberate calmness, her keen eyes fixed on Renly. However, we require a guarantee. An unbreakable assurance that binds the Baratheon stag and the Tyrell rose together irrevocably. Renly nods with a smile. What kind of guarantee do you seek, my lady? Olenna turns her gaze toward her stunning granddaughter. My granddaughter Margaery, the Rose of Highgarden, has reached a suitable age for marriage. I believe nothing could more profoundly signify the sincerity of our alliance than for her to become your queen. The air within the tent momentarily freezes. The smile on Loras Tyrell's face falters. He gazes incredulously at his grandmother, then at his sister Margaery. Finally, his eyes settle on Renly's face, where warmth and affection are replaced by shock and inquiry. He felt like a fool, toyed with by everyone around him. He believed he was at the heart of this power struggle, only to realize that he and his sister were merely pawns in the family's quest for dominance. Renly sensed Loras's gaze upon him. He averted his eyes, merely nodding gently before Lady Olenna, declaring, Lady Margaery is the most exquisite flower of Westeros. It is my honor to take her as my wife. The deal was struck. As the meeting concluded and the crowd dispersed, Renly attempted to soothe the agitated Loras. He grasped his hand, attempting to explain that this was merely a political necessity. Loras, listen to me. This is just a wedding, a formality, he whispered. I require the support of House Tyrell. This is the swiftest and most effective means. Once I secure the Iron Throne and stabilize my reign, everything will return to how it once was, I promise. Yet Loras merely shook off his hand, understanding that nothing could ever revert to the way it was. With Renly and Margaery's names bound together in the eyes of the 7, he, the lover lurking in the shadows, would forever lose the right to bask in the sunlight. The audience beyond the curtain murmured in outrage. They had just been moved by the profound love shared between Renly and Loras, only to witness Renly's unhesitating betrayal of that bond for the sake of the throne. On Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon gazed at the scene with a disdainful smirk. For the sake of the crown, he would sell out his own man. This is my dear little brother, unworthy of the crown. At Harrenhal, Tywin Lannister expressed high praise for Renly's decision. A competent king should know how to wield every resource at his disposal, including the loyalty of others, even his own love. In this respect, Renly surpassed his brother, who only knew of drinking and hunting. The scene shifted to the eve of Renly and Margaery's wedding. Once again, Loras entered Renly's chamber unannounced. However, this time, the warmth that had previously filled the air was replaced by a suffocating tension, ripe for ignition. What do you take me for? Loras's voice quivered with anger. A disposable plaything? A tool to be utilized when convenient and discarded when not? You will possess an entire kingdom, a beautiful queen. He nearly shouted. And what of me? I shall have nothing. Renly looked at him, his face weary and impatient. I have given you enough, Loras. He raised his voice. The commander of the Rainbow Guard. The future captain of the Kingsguard. The most powerful knight in the realm. What more do you desire? What I have always wanted is not any of this. Loras's eyes brimmed with tears of despair. All I desire is you. Observing the celestial expanse, once adorned with the affection of a devoted couple, now marred by the cruel machinations of power and marriage, the onlookers were enveloped in profound helplessness and sorrow. In the realm of Essos, Daenerys reminisced about her own union with Khal Drogo, a marriage born from a frigid political transaction. Yet, amid their shared existence, they cultivated genuine affection. Conversely, the bond between Renly and Loras, which had blossomed from authentic feelings, was now on the brink of annihilation by the harsh realities of politics. In King's Landing, Cersei observed the discord overhead, her visage twisted into a morbid, gleeful smile. She reveled in witnessing others, much like herself, grapple in the quagmire of love and power, yearning for what eluded them. As the quarrel drew to a close, Renly wearily gestured for Loras to depart. Loras, disheartened, exited the chamber, his silhouette elongated by the candlelight. Steeped in solitude and despair, the celestial canvas slowly unveiled its script. When the vows of the rainbow are overshadowed by dust, when the scales of love tilt towards power, what remains of their future? Is a grand wedding the dawn of a new alliance or the funeral of a bygone romance? Chapter 34. The flickering candle in the wind. The opulent wedding of Renly Baratheon and Margaery Tyrell unfolded as planned, elevating Renly's power to its zenith. He commanded an army of 100,000 from the Reach and Stormlands, robust and well-supplied. The consensus was that he would emerge as the ultimate victor in the battle for the throne. The scene shifted to the royal camp outside Storm's End, where Renly's formidable forces stood in stark contrast to the meager contingent of his brother Stannis, who could muster only a few thousand men, facing off across an open field. Within Renly's encampment, a palpable atmosphere of optimism and confidence prevailed. Knights engaged in tournaments, soldiers indulged in revelry, and the entire assembly felt more like a grand celebration than a war that would determine the fate of the kingdom. Renly himself radiated self-assurance, surveying his troops amid the adulation of his vassals, as if the Iron Throne were already within his grasp. Yet, Loras Tyrell, once the most cheerful and proud of youths, now silently trailed behind Renly, clad in resplendent Rainbow Guard armor, yet his gaze perpetually shadowed by an inescapable gloom. Negotiations between Renly and Stannis had collapsed, rendering a fraternal war seemingly inevitable. On the eve of the climactic battle, as dawn approached, the sky remained shrouded in darkness. In his main tent, Renly prepared to don his dazzling armor, assisted by Loras and Brienne of Tarth, both members of the Rainbow Guard. At that moment, an inexplicable event, beyond the comprehension of all Westeros, unfolded, defying imagination. A figure, composed entirely of pure black smoke and resembling Stannis Baratheon, disregarded the physical barriers of the tent. Silently appearing behind Renly, it raised a hand, ethereal and formed of smoke, as if grasping an invisible blade. Then, from behind, it plunged this spectral sword into Renly's heart. Everything transpired too swiftly, too abruptly, too eerily. The scene unfolded in its entirety and clarity through Loras's eyes, capturing this horrifying moment. He watched, helplessly, as the shadow materialized and executed the incomprehensible act of ending the life of the one he cherished most. Subsequently, the shadow dissipated into a wisp of smoke, vanishing without a trace, as though it had never existed. He scarcely had time to draw his own sword or utter a warning. Renly's body stiffened suddenly. He looked down at the non-existent wound on his chest, his face etched with disbelief. Then, he staggered forward a few paces, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. He collapsed to the ground. Gazing at Loras, who knelt beside him, he reached out as if to grasp something, to utter words. Yet, in the end, he could seize nothing and speak not a syllable. The light in his eyes dimmed rapidly, ultimately extinguishing completely. In that moment, all of Westeros was engulfed in a deathly silence. Everyone was stunned by the supernatural spectacle before them, unable to comprehend it. What was this? Magic? Witchcraft? A king, with an army of 100,000, poised to conquer the entire realm, had been slain in such an absurd and eerie manner by a shadow within his own command tent? On Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon himself was equally bewildered. He had anticipated Melisandre, the Red Priestess, would assist him with her magic, but he had never imagined it would unfold in such a manner. In Highgarden, Olenna and Marjorie's faces turned as pale as parchment. All their political investments and their family's future evaporated in an instant with Renly's demise. Within Renly's tent, Loras knelt on the ground, clutching Renly's still warm corpse tightly in his embrace. After a fleeting silence, he emitted a heart-wrenching howl, akin to that of a wounded lone wolf, a sound bereft of human semblance. Just a day prior, he had been consumed by anger over Renly's betrayal and the impending wedding that tormented him. Yet at this moment, as he irrevocably lost this person, he realized that all previous quarrels, jealousy, and anguish had become laughable and utterly meaningless. He refused to accept that Renly was dead. He clung to the lifeless body, preventing anyone from approaching. In his gaze, the pride, confidence, and brilliance of yesteryear had vanished, leaving only a maddening, hollow hatred capable of consuming everything. He attributed the death of Renly Baratheon to another individual present at the scene, Brienne of Tarth. At that moment, she was the one closest to Renly, having just pledged her fealty to him. "It is you. You killed him," he cried, lunging at Brienne like a rabid beast. Witnessing the once resplendent Knight of Flowers, radiant as the sun, reduced to a madman weeping over his lover's lifeless body and hurling accusations, the audience was enveloped in profound sympathy and sorrow. In Winterfell, Sansa Stark covered her mouth and silently shed tears. Her heart shattered for the boy she once dreamt of, whose fate had now plunged to such tragic depths. Brienne gazed into Loras's bloodshot, hate-filled eyes, her heart heavy with unresolvable anguish and injustice. Like Loras, she had deeply loved Renly, yet now she was branded as the murderer. Upon learning of their king's sudden demise, Renly's grand army scattered like birds in flight. Loras knelt in the deserted tent, cradling Renly's cold corpse, his gaze vacant, resembling a soulless statue. Above, words gradually materialized in the heavens. As life flickered out like a candle in the wind, love and glory turned to ashes. For a flower that had lost its sun, what remained in its world? Withering, or would it bloom darker petals in the soil of hatred? Chapter 35. The Judgment of Thorns. The tragedy at Storm's End was akin to a blood-red meteor streaking across the night sky, brief, yet harrowing. The death of Renly Baratheon not only stole away Loras Tyrell's love and spirit, but also irrevocably altered the power dynamics of Westeros. The astute Tyrell family swiftly recalibrated their course, opting to ally with the Lannisters of King's Landing. The scene in the heavens shifted from that lonely, blood-stained tent to the opulent yet turbulent city of King's Landing. Loras accompanied his father and sister to the city he had once entered as a conqueror. Yet he was no longer the same. Gone was the jovial, effervescent youth who had always been the center of attention. He had become taciturn, his gaze perpetually shadowed by a deep-seated melancholy. He resembled a rose deprived of sunlight and water, still beautiful, yet beginning to wither. Renly's death left an everlasting void in his heart. When Tywin Lannister, the patriarch of the Lannister family, proposed a marriage between him and Queen Cersei Lannister to further solidify their alliance, Loras felt an unprecedented wave of revulsion and repulsion. In a bid to escape this politically untenable union and to sever all ties with a world rife with deceit and intrigue, he made a decision that shocked everyone. During a council meeting, he boldly approached King Joffrey, expressing his desire to join the Kingsguard. This signifies that he would renounce his claim to Highgarden, forego marriage and progeny, dedicating his existence to the protection of the king. For one who once possessed an infinite future, such a decision equates to a form of self-exile. However, for Loras at that time, it may have been the sole means to find solace, continuing to fulfill his unfinished duty of safeguarding the king in an alternative manner. Yet, the quagmire of power in King's Landing would not cease its relentless motion due to the wilting of a single flower. With the death of Tywin Lannister, Cersei Lannister began to frantically consolidate her authority. She astutely recognized that the burgeoning Tyrell family, along with Marjorie, the soon-to-be queen and wife of Tommen, posed her greatest threat. In her quest to clip Marjorie's wings, she turned her gaze towards Loras. Under Cersei's covert support, a fervent cleric known as the High Sparrow, along with his ragtag followers, gained considerable power in King's Landing. They raised the banner of the Seven Gods, prowling the city like hounds, sniffing out and purging the so-called sins from every corner. Before long, Loras Tyrell's already infamous secret was betrayed by a bribed servant who informed the church. On a tranquil night, armed zealots from the faith militant, wielding hammers and star-shaped staffs, violently stormed Loras's chamber. Ignoring his status as a member of the Kingsguard, they forcibly arrested him on charges of sodomy and sacrilege. In Highgarden, the Queen of Thorns, Olenna, leisurely pruning the rosebushes, heard this news and, with a sharp snip, severed the most splendid bloom in her grasp. For the first time, true anger flickered across her face. In King's Landing, Queen Margaery Tyrell immediately sprang into action, beseeching King Tommen in a desperate bid to rescue her brother. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this chaos, the Queen Mother Cersei, feigned concern and sympathy before Margaery, yet her green eyes betrayed an unmistakable glint of triumphant satisfaction. The audience beyond the veil, though fully aware of Loras's genuine transgressions, felt a profound discomfort witnessing his brutal treatment. The scene shifted to the dark, damp dungeon beneath the Great September of Baelor, reeking of decay, where Loras was confined in a cramped cell, barely large enough to turn around. The screen refrained from depicting any graphic violence. Instead, it conveyed his suffering with an almost cruel calmness. He was deprived of sleep, and each time he teetered on the brink of slumber due to exhaustion, the guards would douse him with icy water or bang iron rods against the cell door, creating a cacophony. He was starved of food and water, receiving only a moldy piece of black bread and a bowl of murky, rust-flavored water each day. The clergy took turns approaching his prison cell, akin to a swarm of irritating flies, incessantly reciting verses from the Seven Stars Bible in his ear, repeatedly interrogating him about his transgressions, coercing him to confess his depravity and impurity, subjecting him to an unrelenting psychological torment. In a mere few days, the once resplendent knight of flowers, radiant as the sun, had become gaunt and haggard, with sunken eyes and cracked lips. His once immaculate royal guard's cloak lay soiled with mud and filth. His formerly bright and clear eyes now appeared vacant and hollow, devoid of any luster. His spirit was gradually being crushed to dust. The spectators of Westeros, witnessing the torment of their former paragon, now reduced to a mere shadow of his former self, felt a profound sense of outrage and sympathy. They gained a deeper understanding of the hypocrisy and brutality exercised by the High Sparrow and the Church under the guise of divine authority. In the dungeons of King's Landing, Jaime Lannister observed the young knight, once his equal in the lists, now suffering such a fate, with a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He recalled his own captivity at the hands of House Stark, the severing of his right hand. The pain of the body was indeed excruciating, yet it was the torment of the mind that proved most lethal. In Highgarden, Margaery gazed at her brother, enduring immense suffering beneath the heavens, her heart feeling as if it were being cleaved, tears streaming down her face. Ultimately, under the immense and ceaseless pressure of body and spirit, Loras Tyrell's mind succumbed entirely. He acquiesced to all the Church's demands. He agreed to confess. The scene froze as he was dragged out of the dungeon by two clerics, like a lifeless dog, en route to the Great September of Baelor for public trial. His gaze was vacant, resembling that of a soulless marionette. Above, words began to materialize in the heavens. When the rose is ensnared by thorns, when judgment descends in the name of the divine, will he choose to resist until the end, or humbly kneel in disgrace? And ultimately, whose sin will this trial truly adjudicate? Chapter 36. The Extinguished Wildfire King's Landing, the Great September of Baelor. This grand edifice, emblematic of the supreme glory of the faith of the Seven, was today besieged, teeming with throngs of citizens converging from every corner of the city, eager to witness the public trial of the Queen's brother, a member of the Kingsguard. The scene above focused on the square before the September. Loras Tyrell was compelled to kneel upon the frigid stone floor. His hair had been brutally shorn, revealing his pallid scalp. He was clad in a filthy, foul-smelling burlap prison garb. His once proud and handsome visage, which had captivated countless maidens, was now a mere shadow of its former glory. He cast his gaze downward, unable to meet the scornful, curious, and gleeful eyes surrounding him. The High Sparrow stood upon the elevated steps, proclaiming Loras's transgressions to all in a voice that was unremarkable yet rife with incitement. Then, he commanded Loras to confess. Loras lifted his head, his once bright eyes, reminiscent of a summer sky, now appeared hollow and numb. In a monotone voice, devoid of any inflection, as if reciting a lesson, he admitted to committing sins against nature, acknowledged the tarnishing of the white cloak of the Kingsguard, and confessed his betrayal of the teachings of the Seven, as both punishment and a symbol of his rebirth. A monk stepped forward and pressed a red-hot iron, glowing from the brazier, harshly against his forehead. A faint hissing sound echoed. The stench of charred flesh filled the air. Loras's body convulsed violently from the excruciating pain, and he emitted a suppressed, beast-like grunt, blood seeping from his clenched jaws. A seven-pointed star, emblematic of the faith of the Seven, was cruelly and permanently branded onto his forehead. Standing not far away, Queen Margaery observed her beloved brother enduring such inhumane humiliation, her beautiful visage marred by tears of anger and helplessness. Yet, she was powerless to intervene. After the mark was seared into his skin, Loras appeared as if he had died. He relinquished all resistance and accepted the church's directives. He even proclaimed that he would forsake the name Loras Tyrell, abandon all ties to Highgarden, and dedicate himself to the Seven, becoming a warrior for faith. Gazing upon the once proud and resplendent Golden Rose, now utterly ravaged and crushed into the earth, all the spectators beyond the canopy were engulfed in profound sorrow and fury. Highgarden, the thorned Queen Olenna Tyrell, looked at the figure of her grandson, now a complete stranger on the stage, and for the first time, her face, usually adorned with a hint of mockery and sagacity, revealed genuine anguish. Her most cherished grandson, the one she had high hopes for as the future of House Tyrell, had been destroyed. The trial within the Great September continued. Next, it was the turn of Queen Cersei Lannister. However, as seconds ticked by, Cersei remained conspicuously absent. Margaery Tyrell keenly sensed something amiss. She glanced around and noticed that King Tommen was also absent from this crucial trial. An overwhelming sense of foreboding enveloped her heart. She quickly approached the High Sparrow, attempting to warn him, desperate to lead Loras away from this place. Yet the High Sparrow, a zealot intoxicated by the peak of his power, was too arrogant. He believed everything was under his control, thwarting Margaery's efforts and commanding the warrior's sons to block anyone attempting to leave. He was unaware that the scythe of death hung precariously over everyone's heads. At that moment, within the cellar at the base of the September, rows of barrels, long buried by the mad King Ares and filled with wildfire, were ignited by flickering candles. The green liquid, reminiscent of hellish magma, consumed everything in an instant. The scene shifted to an interior view of the grand and magnificent dome of the Great September of Baelor, as seen from below. Within the sacred hall, all present were gripped by terror, their bewildered gazes locking onto the ominous, green flames that erupted like vengeful serpents from every crevice in the floor. A tremendous explosion reverberated a mere fraction of a second later, its deafening roar shaking the very foundations of King's Landing. The majestic Great September of Baelor, which had stood for centuries along with its inhabitants, the self-important Loras, the beautiful and astute Margaery, their father, the Duke of Mace Tyrell, and hundreds of nobles, clergy, and innocent civilians, were obliterated in that moment by the green, all-consuming wildfire. The entirety of Westeros fell silent, witnessing the faith and power center of King's Landing transform into a sea of green flames in an instant. The visual and psychological impact of this scene was unprecedented, destined to be etched into the annals of history. In the dungeons of Riverrun, Jaime Lannister gazed at the familiar green flames rising skyward, recalling the night years ago when he had assassinated the mad King Ares to avert such a catastrophe. He understood who was responsible. At Highgarden, Olenna Tyrell observed her son, grandson, and granddaughter, the future of House Tyrell, perish in that horrific explosion. A visage of endless hatred slowly emerged upon her face, reminiscent of a hellish demon. The scene eventually froze on the fiery inferno and the thick smoke that blotted out the sun. The narrative concluded with a poignant summary of Loras Tyrell's life. He had blossomed like a rose, only to wither in the same manner. Once the dream of maidens, the lover of kings, and the pride of his family, his life began with a grand tournament and ended in a cataclysmic explosion. The flower that had flourished in Westeros was ultimately consumed by the thorns of power and wildfire. The final assessment solidified. The withering rose, Loras Tyrell. The screen dimmed gradually. When the light illuminated once more, a new name emerged, inscribed in letters sharp as swords, exuding a sense of golden opulence and defiance. Next exposed figure, Jaime Lannister. Chapter 37, The Golden Lion and the White Cloak. The wildfire at the Great September of Baelor lingered in the hearts of all Westerosi like a green, grotesque nightmare, leaving an indelible scar. The explosion not only incinerated the faith center of King's Landing, but also instilled an unprecedented fear and reflection upon the amalgamation of power and religion. In the oppressive silence, the light and shadow on the screen began to flow gently. The devastating green inferno gradually receded, and a new name, Inscribed in an artful font sharp as a sword and as opulent and untamed as gold, was etched into the retinas of all who beheld it. Jaime Lannister. This name echoed throughout Westeros, known and recognized by all. It embodied the glory of House Lannister, represented unparalleled swordsmanship, and bore the weighty stigma of regicide, a shame that had accompanied him for 2 decades. In the dungeons of Riverrun, Jaime beheld his name illuminated against the heavens, a self-mocking, cynical smile gracing his lips. He appeared indifferent to the impending revelations, yet deep within his green eyes, reminiscent of his sisters, a subtle complexity of emotions stirred beneath the surface. In King's Landing, at the Red Keep, Queen Cersei Lannister's expression shifted to one of tension and possessiveness. Jaime was her everything, her deepest secret and an extension of her power. She wished for no one to pry into what belonged to her. Her father, Tywin Lannister, Hand of the King, furrowed his brow imperceptibly. His feelings toward this son, whom he took pride in yet found most disobedient, were always intricate. He disdained occurrences that slipped beyond his grasp. Meanwhile, Tyrion Lannister swirled his goblet with keen interest, poised to relish the unfolding drama. In Winterfell, Catelyn Stark gazed upon the name, a torrent of uncontrollable hatred igniting in her eyes. It was this man who had pushed her son Bran from the tower, instigating all subsequent tragedies. Bran, the boy who had been cast down, stared blankly at the sky, as if he had already comprehended the intricate web of causality. Across the narrow sea, on the continent of Essos, Daenerys Targaryen felt the temperature in her striking silver-violet eyes plummet to freezing upon hearing the name. Jaime Lannister, the Kingslayer, the murderer of her father. The image in the sky illuminated, transporting time back 20 years. Harrenhal, a castle renowned for its curses and grandeur, was hosting a grand tournament. A mere 15-year-old lad had become the center of attention. At this moment, Jaime Lannister had yet to bear the burden of the Kingslayer's infamy. His golden locks shimmered in the sunlight like flowing gold, his handsome visage seemingly sculpted by the 7 gods themselves, and his green eyes sparkled with the unrefined pride and confidence of a gifted youth. Mounted upon a mighty steed, he dominated the tournament grounds. His swordsmanship was resplendent, precise, and lethal, suffused with an extraordinary and awe-inspiring talent. Countless renowned knights fell to his blade in silent defeat. He even triumphed over the brother of the legendary Sword of the Dawn, Ser Arthur Dayne, in the climactic battle. At that moment, everyone believed that the next legend of Westeros had been born. King Aerys II, the Mad King, sat high upon his dais, gazing at the boy who shone as brightly as the sun. In a bid to curry favor with the formidable Lannister family, and to keep this potential threat under his control, Aerys II made a decision that astonished all present. He announced the unprecedented elevation of the merely 15-year-old Jaime Lannister to the Kingsguard. This marked the youngest member in the centuries-long history of the Kingsguard. The entirety of Westeros marveled at the announcement. They had nearly forgotten that before becoming the Kingslayer, he was a dazzling prodigy, the embodiment of the next legend in the eyes of all. On Dragonstone, Balon Swan gazed at the vibrant, golden-haired youth in the sky, reminiscing about the moment he had draped the white cloak of supreme honor over Jaime's shoulders in the hall of Harrenhal. His eyes were filled with profound regret. Across the sea in Essos, Daenerys also felt a twinge of surprise. She had not anticipated that the murderer of her father once possessed such a brilliant and illustrious past. The scene in the sky continued. The young Jaime Lannister, in the hall, donned his snow-white armor and cloak under the witness of the 7. He swore fealty to the king, relinquishing lands, wealth, marriage, and family, dedicating his life to protect his sovereign. He believed this to be the pinnacle of honor. He thought that in doing so, he could remain forever in King's Landing, beside his beloved twin sister Cersei. However, he soon discovered that this was not honor at all, but rather a meticulously crafted, cruel scheme. Aerys II did not admire his talent. He merely sought to use Jaime as a hostage to threaten and humiliate his powerful father, Lord Tywin Lannister. Merely a day after Jaime pledged himself to the Kingsguard, Aerys II stripped Lord Tywin of his position as Hand of the King. Jaime was commanded to remain forever at the king's side, unable to leave. He had forsaken everything, only to find himself ensnared in a resplendent cage forged from honor and oaths. He could not inherit the castle that was rightfully his, nor could he openly be with his beloved Cersei. Instead, he was condemned to stand day after day beside the increasingly erratic and mad king, like a lavish ornament, watching as his youth and talents were gradually consumed by the oppressive shadows of the Red Keep. As they witnessed this, many in the audience began to feel a pang of sympathy for Jaime. They realized that the tale of the oathbreaker they had scorned for 2 decades was far more complex and weighty than they had ever imagined. In Casterly Rock, Tywin Lannister watched the spectacle unfold, his face, a visage as unyielding as stone, betraying an unmistakable fury. This marks one of the most significant political failures and humiliations in his life of cunning and manipulation. In King's Landing, Cersei gazes at the young Jaime, who joined the King's Guard to be with her, only to be cruelly imprisoned by the Mad King. Her eyes are filled with anguish and profound love. In the scene, the young Jaime stands alone in the corridor of the Red Keep, draped in a pristine white cloak. Outside the window, the myriad lights of King's Landing flicker, a hubbub of prosperity and noise. Yet, he appears as one forsaken by the entire world, his gaze heavy with confusion and despair. Words slowly materialize in the heavens. When the honorable white cloak transforms into the gilded garb of a prisoner, and when the vows of protection turn towards a mad tyrant, how shall the fate of a brilliant knight be rewritten? Before the flames ignite, how much more madness must he witness? Chapter 38. The shadow of the King Jaime Lannister's tenure in the White Cloak is far darker and more oppressive than anyone could imagine. The celestial imagery presents a near-documentary depiction of his daily life within the Red Keep. Most of the time, he resembles a golden statue, standing motionless outside the hall of the Iron Throne. He can distinctly hear the increasingly paranoid and neurotic roars and screams of King Aerys II from beyond the heavy doors. The Mad King has developed a morbid obsession with wildfire. No longer employing execution by hanging or beheading, he prefers to use that green liquid, akin to the fires of hell, to execute those he deems traitors. He has grown exceedingly suspicious, terrified of everyone around him. He refuses to be touched by any blade, allowing his hair and nails to grow wild and unkempt. Fearful of being poisoned, he consumes only food that has been tasted by the King's Guard, extending his mistrust even to his own queen, his sister, Queen Riella. Jaime lives beneath the shadow of such a monarch. His duty is to protect the king, but each day he guards nothing but a progressively deranged monster. The celestial imagery shifts to the tumult in Duskendale. The Darkland family openly rebels over tax issues, foolishly detaining King Aerys to himself, who had come to mediate. Hand of the King Tywin Lannister advocates for an immediate military assault on Duskendale. Yet, Aerys sends a command from within the castle, forbidding such action, fearing that should he die in the assault, Tywin's prestige would eclipse his own. Ultimately, it is the fearless Ser Vardis Egen who, like a specter, infiltrates the heavily fortified Duskendale under the cover of night and rescues the imprisoned king. However, this act of bravery provokes an even more frenzied retribution from Aerys. Once safe, Aerys too orders the arrest of the entire Darkland family, regardless of age or gender, subjecting them to the most heinous of executions. The celestial imagery depicts this in a restrained manner, almost devoid of bloodshed, yet all the more impactful for its portrayal of that inhumane slaughter. The tongue and genitals of Lord Declan were severed, followed by his burning alive. His wife, brother, and sister were also turned to charcoal in the raging flames. Ser Jaime Lannister, as the King's Kingsguard, was compelled to stand by, his expression impassive, bearing witness to the atrocity. His white cloak, in the glow of the fire, appeared to be stained with a hue of crimson. The spectators of Westeros were appalled by the Mad King's unspeakable cruelty. For the first time, they viscerally sensed how terrifying and despairing life was during the twilight of the Targaryen dynasty, which they had long romanticized and mourned. Across the narrow sea, Daenerys' complexion turned ashen. She had always believed her father to be a sympathetic, last monarch overthrown by usurpers like Robert and Eddard. Yet the heavens revealed a chilling truth. Her father was an unmitigated, soulless tyrant. If the chaos in the Vale was merely a prelude to madness, what followed plunged the entire realm into the abyss of war. The scene shifted to the eve of the War of the Usurper. On Dragonstone, Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, after the tourney at Harrenhal, eloped, or abducted, Lyanna Stark of Winterfell. Upon hearing this news in Winterfell, Lyanna's fiery brother, Brandon Stark, immediately stormed the Red Keep in King's Landing with his companions, demanding Rhaegar's head. King Aerys, too, accusing Brandon of treason for plotting the prince's assassination, arrested him and all his companions. He then sent ravens to the north, summoning Brandon's father, Rickard Stark, the Lord of Winterfell, to King's Landing for judgment. Duke Rickard responded to the summons. In the throne room, he demanded a trial by combat to determine the fates of himself and his son. The Mad King acquiesced, but decreed that the Targaryen family's champion would be fire. In the throne hall, under the gaze of hundreds of nobles, Aerys ordered Rickard's armor to be heated from within, roasting him alive with wildfire. Simultaneously, he ensnared Brandon's neck with a leather cord, the other end connected to a cunning mechanical device. He placed a long sword just out of Brandon's reach, telling him that if he could grasp the sword, and save his father, they would survive. Ser Jaime Lannister stood beneath the Iron Throne, forced to watch the horror unfold. He witnessed Duke Ricard, the esteemed protector of the North, being slowly incinerated in his armor by green flames, his screams echoing in agony. He observed Brandon Stark, the young future defender of the North, desperately straining forward to reach the sword that forever eluded him, ultimately choking to death on the very cord that bound him. In Winterfell, Eddard Stark and Catelyn Tully beheld the hellish scene re-emerging in the heavens, once again enveloped by an indelible sense of deep-seated hatred and sorrow. In Essos, Daenerys had succumbed to utter despair. She covered her mouth, her body trembling violently from the profound shock and terror. She could scarcely fathom that her father could commit such heinous acts, more atrocious than those of any demon. The righteous quest she had steadfastly held on to avenge her family and reclaim the throne, now appeared utterly pale and absurd in that moment. The audience in Westeros began to comprehend Jaime Lannister. They recognized that safeguarding such a mad king constituted a relentless, daily torment of the soul for anyone still possessing a conscience. His subsequent, earth-shattering act of regicide no longer seemed like betrayal, but rather an inevitability. In the throne room, the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred meat and the stench of death. The mad King Aerys sat upon his grotesque iron throne, forged from 1,000 swords, emitting a neurotic, maniacal laughter. Meanwhile, the young Jaime Lannister, clad in his white cloak symbolizing protection and loyalty, stood quietly beneath the throne. His grip on the hilt of his sword had tightened so fiercely that his knuckles turned white. Above, words began to materialize in the sky, when the king's madness drags the entire realm into the abyss, when oaths of protection transform into shackles of complicity. Should a knight's sword be directed at the enemy or at the sovereign to whom he has sworn fealty? Chapter 39. Oaths in the fire. The flames of the war of usurpers had reached the very gates of King's Landing. At the Battle of the Trident, the hopes of the Targaryen dynasty were shattered as Prince Rhaegar of Dragonstone was struck down by Robert Baratheon's warhammer, piercing the ruby dragon sigil upon his chest, thereby crumbling the last pillar of the dynasty. The Targaryen forces were in complete rout. Observing from the sidelines, the Lion of the West, Lord Tywin Lannister, finally revealed his lethal fangs. He led an army of 12,000 Lannisters to the gates of King's Landing, proclaiming his intent to defend the capital. Within the Red Keep, the already paranoid and terrified King Aerys II, driven to madness, ultimately chose to heed the counsel of Grand Maester Pycelle over that of the spymaster Varys. He ordered the gates of King's Landing to be opened. It was a fateful decision. The Lannister forces surged into the city like a golden tide, but they brought not salvation, but rather a brutality more merciless than the rebels, a spree of burning, slaughter, and pillage. The streets of the once thriving capital echoed with screams, cries, and the clashing of weapons, transforming in an instant into a hell on earth. Inside the Red Keep, the atmosphere in the throne room was as oppressive as a tomb. The mad King Aerys II, clad in a silk robe that had not been changed in months and exuding a foul odor, stood before the vast window. He gazed out at the towering flames and thick smoke, his face devoid of fear, instead adorned with a morbid, ecstatic smile. "Let it burn. Let it all burn," he shrieked nervously, eager for the traitorous sycophants to taste the flames. He turned, his frenzied, bloodshot eyes fixated on the figure of Jaime Lannister standing beneath the throne. "Ser Jaime, my loyal knight," he uttered in a tone that was almost chant-like, chilling to the bone. He beckoned Jaime closer, his bony fingers pointing toward the inferno beyond the window. Go tell your father, tell Lord Tywin, that the king's feast has been prepared for him." Then, his gaze shifted to the Grand Maester of the Fire Sorcerers, Rosart, who stood nearby. "Go now, Rosart," his voice sharpened with fervor, "ignite them. Set everything ablaze. Whether it be the noble sanctum or the filthy den of fleas, whether loyal subjects or damned traitors, I shall reduce them all to ashes. Let them come. Let them come to rule a city of bones, a realm of ash. I shall see them all burned alive." Ha ha. The mad king's laughter echoed through the vast throne room, resonating like the frenzied revelry of hellish demons. Jaime Lannister, upon hearing this decree, was utterly taken aback. He knew the mad king had buried vast quantities of wildfire beneath King's Landing. Yet, he never imagined the king's madness would lead him to use an entire city, along with hundreds of thousands of innocent lives, as offerings to his throne. He watched the skeletal monarch laughing maniacally before the throne, and in that moment, all the repression, humiliation, and torment of the past 20 years coalesced into a cold, resolute fury. Without a word, he turned and exited the throne room. He caught up with Rosart, who was about to carry out the king's orders, and attempted to dissuade him from this mad scheme. But Rosart merely shook his head fervently, proclaiming that the king's command superseded all else. Jaime ceased his futile pleas. Drawing his golden sword, he plunged it into Rosart's heart. Then, gripping the still-dripping blade, he turned and strode back into the throne room. When the Mad King saw Jaime approaching with the bloodied sword, his laughter froze, replaced by sheer terror. "Oathbreaker, what are you doing?" he screamed, his gaunt body trembling upon the throne. Jaime offered no reply. Step by step, he ascended the high steps of the Iron Throne, his gait steady and resolute, his expression cold and composed. Reaching the throne, he raised his sword high. Then, with the very blade that once defended the king's honor, he cleanly severed the throat of the sovereign he had vowed to protect for a lifetime. The blood of the Mad King, warm and foul, gushed forth, staining the grotesque Iron Throne and the pristine white cloak of Jaime. He relinquished his grip, allowing the king's corpse to slip from the throne, collapsing into a pool of blood. Subsequently, he ascended the throne forged from 1,000 swords, a symbol of the utmost power in the Seven Kingdoms. He laid the bloodied sword across his lap, waiting in silence for the first to enter the throne room. The first to burst into the hall was Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell, leading the valiant warriors of the north as they stormed the Red Keep. His gaze fell upon the scene. The young, golden-haired Lannister knight, audaciously occupying the throne that was not rightfully his, while the last king of House Targaryen lay like a dead dog in the blood beneath. Eddard Stark did not inquire about the circumstances. His eyes, perpetually as calm as a gray sky, brimmed with disdain and loathing. He immediately branded Jaime Lannister as a regicide. Beyond the sky, the truth became evident. All of Westeros was engulfed in an unprecedented silence and profound shock. They had vilified the regicide for 2 decades. They had scorned the oathbreaker for 20 years. Yet, it was revealed that he had slain the king who intended to burn the city to save the lives of hundreds of thousands in King's Landing. He was no criminal. He was a hero, a solitary, nameless hero misunderstood for 20 years. In Winterfell, Eddard Stark beheld the vividly clear image above, witnessing the Mad King's deranged visage and Jaime's resolute silhouette. For the first time, an expression of indescribable shame and anguish flickered across his usually stoic, rock-like countenance. He had always held honor as his paramount principle, despising all acts of betrayal. Yet, due to his rigid, black-and-white interpretation of honor, he had misjudged a true hero for 2 decades. In that moment, his honor, his pride, was ruthlessly shattered by the heavens. Across the narrow sea, Daenerys Targaryen shed tears of profound complexity. Her body trembled from the overwhelming emotional impact. She found herself torn, unsure of whom to despise, the murderer of her father, Jaime Lannister, or her father, the Mad King unworthy of the throne, who sought to incinerate his own subjects with wildfire. The conviction she had held steadfastly to avenge her family and reclaim the throne collapsed in an instant. In the image, the young Jaime Lannister sat alone upon the Iron Throne, surrounded by the jubilant cheers of Lannister soldiers and the cold, disdainful gaze of Eddard Stark. He had saved the world, yet was reviled by it. In the celestial expanse, words gradually emerged. Through a solemn oath, he embodied the pinnacle of knightly virtue. He saved all, yet was unable to redeem his own honor. When a hero is branded a villain, how shall he confront the world he rescued, yet which reviles him? Chapter 40. The Lament of the Whispering Woods. The truth of the regicide struck like a violent earthquake, overturning the entire perception of Westeros. In an instant, the image of Jaime Lannister transformed from that of a despicable oathbreaker to an unnamed hero, burdened by stigma and walking alone. The gazes of the people grew intricate. They began to reassess the man they had condemned for 2 decades. The scenes in the sky did not linger on the blood-soaked throne room of 20 years past. As shadows danced, time fast-forwarded to the era of the War of the Five Kings. At this juncture, Jaime had matured into a handsome man in his 30s. Although his visage still bore the characteristic arrogance and cynicism of House Lannister, the fine lines around his eyes betrayed the weight of the years he had endured. He remained the captain of the Kingsguard, while also serving as one of the supreme commanders of the Lannister forces in the West. Yet, he continued to be relentlessly haunted by the taint of regicide. The celestial imagery shifted to outside the gates of Riverrun. Catelyn Stark unexpectedly captured Jaime's brother, Tyrion Lannister, at an inn at the crossroads. Upon receiving this news, Jaime swiftly rallied his forces, besieging Riverrun. Outside the ancestral fortress of House Tully, he confronted Catelyn Stark in a brief standoff. "Where's my brother?" Jaime demanded, astride his horse, his golden armor glinting in the sunlight. "He has gone to the Eyrie to face the judgment of Lysa Arryn," Catelyn replied, unflinching from the battlements. Jaime scoffed derisively. "Judgment? For what?" For that little brat's fall? He unabashedly admitted to pushing Bran from the tower, his words laced with provocation. I seldom pray for my actions, but that time, I did. I prayed for that little brat to die swiftly, to spare us all the trouble. His remarks further enraged Catelyn and the northern lords beside her, dissipating the flicker of sympathy and respect the audience had briefly harbored for him. War erupted in full force. The young Wolf Lord, Robb Stark, showcased his remarkable military acumen. He employed a small contingent as bait, claiming to have captured Tyrion Lannister, successfully luring Jaime's main force into the whispering woods of the Riverlands. This was a conspicuous trap. However, upon learning that his brother Tyrion might be among the captives, Jaime did not hesitate. He personally led an elite contingent of heavily armored cavalry into the fray. He was determined to rescue his brother. The canopy vividly depicts the ambush that unfolded within the forest. Jaime, like a streak of golden lightning, perpetually led the charge ahead of his comrades. His swordsmanship, honed over 2 decades, had attained an unparalleled mastery. He resembled a lion charging into a flock of sheep, leaving chaos in his wake. His golden blade carved lethal arcs through the air as the warriors of the north fell before him like mere blades of grass. He dispatched numerous northern vassals and knights, including the 2 sons of Duke Rickard Stark, with relentless ferocity. Bathed in blood, yet seemingly tireless, Jaime struck terror into the hearts of the northern commanders, who beheld him as an embodiment of death itself. Even Robb Stark, the young wolf, could not deny that in a fair one-on-one duel, none of his men could rival Jaime Lannister. However, individual valor could not ultimately sway the tide of battle. Exhausted and surrounded by fallen comrades, Jaime found himself encircled by Robb Stark's elite guard. As he parried one attack, another blade ensnared his own. Soon, dozens of swords were poised at his throat. The Golden Lion had been captured. Robb Stark rode forth to confront him. The young king of the north gazed upon the bloodied figure before him, standing resolutely despite his condition, and inquired, knowing this was a trap, "Why did you charge in?" Jaime's gaze drifted past Robb to a nearby, similarly captured Lannister soldier, mistakenly thought to be Tyrion, before returning to Robb with a self-deprecating smile, remaining silent. In King's Landing, at the Red Keep, Tyrion Lannister observed this scene unfold, filled with indescribable emotion. His hand trembled slightly as he raised his wine cup, for he understood that Jaime had willingly entered that deadly trap to save him. In this merciless family, in a world where everyone scorned and mocked him, Jaime was the only one who truly cared for and loved him. Meanwhile, at Casterly Rock, Lord Tywin Lannister watched in fury as his most prized and promising heir was captured by the enemy while attempting to rescue the dwarf son he despised most. He deemed it an act of utter foolishness driven by trivial emotions, one that did not align with Lannister interests. Jaime was stripped of his armor, shackled, and confined within a rudimentary prison cart. Once the formidable Lion of the West, he had now become a spectacle for onlookers. Words began to slowly materialize upon the canopy. To save his family, he willingly stepped into the trap, offering himself as bait. What fate awaits the indomitable Golden Lion? Now imprisoned? And what reckless actions might the Queen and King's Landing undertake to rescue her lifelong beloved? Chapter 41. The Shattered Blade. The prisoner's life of Jaime Lannister, under the unilateral decision of Catelyn Stark, enters a new chapter. He is set free, albeit with the condition that he must be escorted back to King's Landing in exchange for the Lannister family's captives, Sansa and Arya. The task falls to the most unexpected of individuals, the tall, unattractive, yet obstinately resolute knight, Brienne of Tarth. The canvas of the sky unfolds as this peculiar duo traverses the muddy paths between the rivers. Jaime remains shackled, yet his verbal weapons remain sharp and unyielding. He incessantly mocks and provokes the knight beside him, ridiculing her physique, her appearance, and her outdated, laughable chivalric ideals. "Did you truly love Renly?" Jaime inquires with a flippant tone, mocking the notion of an unattractive maiden enamored with a king averse to women, a truly tragic jest. Brienne, however, remains silent, her countenance devoid of expression as she rows the boat. Yet, the grip on her grows white-knuckled from exertion. On a stone bridge spanning a tumultuous river, Jaime seizes an opportunity. In a moment of surprise, he snatches a sword from Brienne's side, engaging her in combat. Despite being shackled and physically weakened from prolonged imprisonment, his innate swordsmanship, honed to instinct, unleashes a formidable fighting spirit. His moves remain elegant, intricate, and faultless. For a fleeting moment, he matches Brienne, who is at the peak of her prowess, blow for blow. However, the disparity in stamina ultimately leads to his defeat. Just as the two are engrossed in their fierce struggle, a band of mercenaries from the north appears behind them like wraiths. They are the Bloody Mummers, a notorious group known for their cruelty and depravity, led by a man named Vargo Hoat, whose speech is barely coherent. Exhausted, Jaime and Brienne are easily captured. The mercenaries leer at the bound Brienne, their laughter laced with lecherous intent as they ogle her strong and sturdy form. This wench looks rather enticing. One mercenary licks his lips. "Boss, can we have some fun with her tonight?" For the first time, fear flickers across Brienne's face. She understands the dreadful fate that awaits her at their hands. At this moment, the previously silent Jaime Lannister suddenly speaks up. "Stop this, you fools." His voice was not loud, yet it carried an innate arrogance characteristic of House Lannister. Do you know who she is? With his extraordinary and deceitful eloquence, he wove a grand deception for the mercenary leader, Vargo Hoat. He claimed that Brienne's father was the lord of the affluent Sapphire Isle, known as Tarth, a land renowned for producing the most exquisite sapphires in Westeros. He asserted that if they could ensure Brienne's purity and return her unharmed to her father, he would be willing to pay a ransom in sapphires sufficient to purchase half of the Riverlands. Brienne gazed at Jaime in shock, utterly unprepared for the fact that this man, whom she had always scorned as an honorless regicide, would rise to protect her at such a moment with fabrications. The audience beyond the canopy was equally astonished by Jaime's actions. While perhaps not adhering to the chivalric codes of combat at that moment, he embodied a true spirit of knightly protection that transcended appearances and status. Vargo Hoat, the avaricious mercenary leader, was swayed by Jaime's words and temporarily spared Brienne. However, he harbored intense resentment and jealousy towards Jaime's condescending demeanor, as if he were bestowing a favor upon him. During their journey, Vargo suddenly commanded his men to drag Jaime down from his horse and forcefully pin him onto a filthy, mud-stained stump. A foreboding sense arose within Jaime. Vargo approached Jaime with a cruel, cat-and-mouse grin. "My Lord Lannister," he mockingly imitated the tone of the nobility. "Your father, Duke Tywin, is quite wealthy, is he not? Half the gold in all of Westeros resides in his treasury." But then his expression twisted into one of grotesque malice. "What is a Lannister without a hand worth? A regicide who can no longer wield a sword?" With that, he raised a heavy butcher's knife high in the air, in a moment of sheer terror. As the blade descended with a swift rush, Jaime's right hand, the one that had been lauded as the most precious and gifted in all of Westeros, was severed at the wrist. At that instant, the world seemed to lose all sound. The spectators, be they kings or commoners, knights or ladies, were overwhelmed by a visceral discomfort and profound shock at this brutal, unforeseen act. One of the greatest swordsmen in Westeros, the once radiant prodigy, was transformed in an instant into a figure of disability. After a brief, suffocating silence, a sound erupted from Jaime's throat, an agonizing, beast-like wail that bore no resemblance to human voice, a cry that echoed his suffering to the very depths of despair. This is not merely a physical agony. It is a thorough shattering of his innate pride and dignity, etched deeply into his very bones. In King's Landing, Cersei observed the bloodied, severed hand soaring through the sky, while James writhed in torment upon the muddy ground. She felt as though her own heart was cleaved in two. A piercing scream escaped her lips, and she fainted on the spot. At Casterly Rock, Lord Tywin Lannister gazed upon his most perfect heir, upon whom all hopes were pinned, now rendered a cripple. For the first time, his usually steadfast visage, as unyielding as stone, contorted violently with uncontainable fury. Meanwhile, Brienne looked on helplessly as the man who had lied to protect her faced such a dreadful and devastating retribution. Her heart brimmed with an overwhelming guilt and anguish, sufficient to drown her. The mercenaries of the Blood Theater dragged the unconscious Jaime, who was on the brink of collapse from pain and blood loss. As if he were a lifeless dog, they cruelly hung his severed hand from his neck with a rope, flaunting it as a trophy, before continuing on their way. Words slowly materialized in the sky. When the lion's claws are broken, when the genius's blade returns to dust, will his life descend into oblivion? Or will he be reborn unexpectedly from the ashes of despair? Chapter 42. The nameless hero. The pain of his severed hand nearly obliterated Jaime Lannister. His foundation of pride, the very essence of his existence, all rested upon that sword-wielding right hand. With its loss, his world crumbled. During his captivity by the Blood Theater, he succumbed to a high fever from an infected wound, lingering on the precipice between life and death. There were moments when he wished for his own demise. Yet, it was Brienne, the woman he had once held in utter contempt, who stubbornly forced food and water into his mouth, employing the clumsiest yet most resolute means to pull him back from the brink of death. Ultimately, they were taken to Harrenhal, occupied by the dread Lord, Roose Bolton. This man, as cold and insidious as a leech, recognized the immense value of Jaime Lannister as Tywin's heir. He promptly commanded his subordinate, Ser Kevin, to tend to Jaime's wounds and provided them with clean garments and sustenance. In the vast, steaming communal bath at Harrenhal, Jaime and Brienne soaked in the warm, comforting water. This was the first time since his capture that Jaime indulged in such luxurious treatment. The excruciating pain from his severed hand, the relentless journey, and the immense psychological toll had rendered this once indomitable man extraordinarily vulnerable. Amidst the warmth of the steam and the dim glow of candlelight, his defenses fell away. For the first and only time, fully exposed to another, he gazed at Brienne, this peculiar woman who had shared his trials. He began to recount a secret he had borne for 20 years, one he had never revealed to anyone, in a tone so calm it bordered on numbness, the Kingslayer. A self-deprecating smile graced his lips. It was indeed a melodious title. Everyone referred to me thus, did you not, Maiden of Tarth? He spoke of the madness of King Aerys, his grotesque obsession with wildfire, and how he had incinerated Lord Stark with flames and strangled his son with a rope. He narrated the final days of the Usurper's War, when the Lannister army encroached upon the city, and the Mad King's perilous plan to engulf all of King's Landing in wildfire, annihilating countless innocents alongside himself. The canopy of memory replayed his soliloquy from that time. His voice was soft and deliberate, echoing in the vastness of the bathhouse. I killed his pyromancer, and then I killed him. I slit his throat with a single stroke to ensure he would never utter the words burn them. I killed the king to save the people of the city, from the most noble of lords to the most wretched of beggars. I believed they would understand. I thought at least one person would inquire about my motives. Yet, no one did. The first to burst into the throne room was your idol, Eddard Stark. He gazed at me, seated upon the Iron Throne, eyes fixed upon the lifeless body of the king below. He simply looked at me with his noble and honest eyes, judging me. From that day forth, I became the Kingslayer, a wretch who had forsaken his sacred oath, a despicable coward. Brienne listened in silence. She observed this once mighty, arrogant man, now resembling a helpless child, articulating the burdens of grievance and anguish that could crush any soul. The disdain and animosity in her eyes dissipated completely in that moment, replaced by a profound and ineffable understanding and compassion. She finally grasped why this man was perpetually cynical, why he cloaked himself in disdain. For he had saved the world with a broken vow, only to be vilified as a sinner for 2 decades. The audience beyond the canopy, already privy to the truth, felt a renewed shock and an uncontrollable sorrow upon hearing Jaime's own words. In Winterfell, Eddard Stark bowed his head in shame. He recognized that every word Jaime spoke was a verity. Indeed, he had not asked why. He had been blinded by his sense of honor and prejudice against House Lannister. Jaime was sent back to King's Landing under the machinations of Roose Bolton, while Brienne, rendered devoid of value, was left at Harrenhal, falling once more into the hands of Vargo Hoat. Vargo Hoat, enraged by the absence of the sapphire ransom he had envisioned from the island of Tarth, seethed with humiliation. He cast Brienne into the abandoned bear pit at Harrenhal, providing her only with a useless wooden training sword. Then, he unleashed a ravenous, colossal brown bear, eager to witness a spectacle of beauty battling beast. On his way back to King's Landing, Jaime learned of Brienne's dire predicament through the whispers of others. While everyone expected him to feel relieved at having shed this burden, he made a decision that left all, including the soldiers escorting him, utterly bewildered. Without hesitation, he commanded them to turn around and return to Harrenhal immediately. Upon his arrival, he beheld Brienne cornered in the bear pit, desperately trying to evade the looming threat of the gigantic beast. The mercenaries in the stands cheered loudly, placing bets and reveling in the bloody entertainment. In a moment of stark bravery, Jaime Lannister, unarmed and with only one hand, leaped from the high platform into the bear pit. He positioned his damaged body protectively in front of Brienne, facing the roaring beast head-on. The crowd erupted in applause. Everyone present, both within and beyond the tent, cheered for him in their hearts. At that moment, he was neither the Kingslayer, nor a Lannister, nor any label. He was simply a knight, a true knight, embodying the highest ideals of chivalry through his actions. With his remaining hand, he reclaimed the honor he had long lost. Ultimately, under the reluctant intervention of Roose Bolton, the bear was slain, and both Jaime and Brienne survived. As Brienne gazed at the man who had risked everything to save her, her heart swelled with an indescribable mix of gratitude, admiration, and a hint of something more profound. In King's Landing, Cersei looked on with jealousy, unable to fathom why Jaime would jeopardize his life for a woman whom she deemed unattractive and utterly lacking. The scene swiftly transitioned to Jaime's clandestine collaboration with Varys, facilitating the escape of his condemned brother, Tyrion, From the black cells in the dead of night. The narrative encapsulated Jaime Lannister's life, portraying him as once the brightest son of Westeros, and at another time, the most reviled of oath-breakers. He fell from grace due to love, yet was reborn through loss. When the golden blade shattered, the white cloak of honor truly began to shine. With one hand, he completed his redemption of the world and his own salvation. The final assessment crystallized, the Knight of the Broken Sword, Jaime Lannister. As the screen dimmed, a new name appeared when the light returned, its letters ablaze with passion. Wild and unrestrained, yet laced with the peril and allure of a serpent. The next figure of exposure, Prince Oberyn Martell, Chapter 43. The Serpent from the South. The tale of Jaime Lannister gradually draws to a close beneath the vast expanse of the heavens. His ultimate evaluation, achieved with a single hand, signifying both the salvation of the world and his own redemption, is indelibly etched in the hearts of every inhabitant of Westeros like a profound brand. The populace remains engulfed in the overwhelming shock and intricate emotions evoked by the truth of regicide, struggling to regain their composure. Within the Red Keep, Cersei's nails dig deep into the armrest. Ned Stark, consumed with shame, closes his eyes. Meanwhile, Daenerys gazes vacantly at the now tranquil sky, uncertain of her next steps. Amidst this oppressive silence, a radiant light illuminates the heavens once more. A fresh line of exotic script ignites before the eyes of all, ablaze with fervor akin to the scorching sun over the Dorne desert. The strokes of the letters fork at their ends like the tongue of a serpent, imbued with a sense of sinuous, lethal allure. Prince Oberyn Martell of Dorne, King's Landing. The hand of the king, Tywin Lannister, upon seeing this name, betrays a flicker of gravity in his typically inscrutable, deep-set eyes. The Martell family, Dorne, a land both sweltering and arid, yet fiercely untamed. His younger son, Tyrion, swirls his goblet with intrigue, his face reflecting curiosity. He has heard many tales of the Dornish prince's romantic exploits, knowing him by the moniker the Red Viper, attributed not only to the poison-laced weapons he wields but also to his own persona, akin to a dangerous and captivating serpent. Queen Cersei, unabashed in her disdain, curls her lip in a derisive sneer. In her eyes, all Dornishmen are alike, mixed blood, morally corrupt savages from the sands. Dorne, Sunspear, Oberyn's brother, Prince Doran Martell, sits in his wheelchair, gazing at his sibling's name in the sky, exhaling a barely audible sigh meant only for himself. Meanwhile, his illegitimate nieces, collectively known as the Sand Snakes, display expressions of excitement and anticipation, eager to witness how the heavens will showcase their legendary uncle's grandeur. Oberyn's paramour, Illyria Sand, gazes at the name with eyes full of love and pride. Across the narrow sea, Daenerys finds the name somewhat unfamiliar. Yet, Jorah Mormont beside her reminds her that the Martell family is the maternal lineage of her slain sister-in-law, Princess Elia Martell. Instantly, Daenerys' expression becomes intricate and layered. The celestial imagery brightens, drawing all gazes to the King's Road outside King's Landing. A small yet vividly exotic procession bathes in the afternoon's scorching sunlight, slowly making its way towards the capital. At the heart of the entourage stands a man adorned in a flowing robe of orange and yellow silk. He possessed a complexion of deep bronze, a visage strikingly handsome, with a pair of ebony eyes that gleamed like obsidian. A languid yet self-assured smile perpetually danced upon his lips. He was Prince Oberyn Martell, known as the Red Viper. However, this delegation representing Dorne did not adhere to formalities. Instead, they made their way directly to the Red Keep without reporting as protocol dictated. Upon entering the city of King's Landing, they veered straight into Silk Street, ultimately halting before a lavish brothel owned by Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger. The madam of the establishment welcomed them with exuberance. Within the opulent chamber, Oberyn reclined on a velvet sofa, his mistress, Illyria Sand, seated intimately beside him. As they savored chilled wine, they admired the array of beautiful, unclad bodies in their surroundings. Just as Oberyn engaged in an entertaining discussion with Illyria regarding the evening's entertainment choices, a crude and mocking song wafted in from the adjacent room. It was a group of Lannister soldiers, intoxicated and vociferously singing a lewd tune titled The Husband of a Dornish Woman. The lyrics were rife with insults and mockery directed at the people of Dorne, particularly aimed at Princess Elia Martell, who had once wed Prince Rhaegar. In an instant, Oberyn's languid smile vanished. His dark eyes turned cold and sharp, akin to a serpent poised to strike. He set down his wine glass and rose silently, making his way toward the neighboring room. Illyria attempted to halt him, but Oberyn merely placed a gentle hand upon hers, signaling her to remain at ease. He opened the door and entered the adjacent chamber. Inside, for soldiers clad in Lannister's crimson cloaks were gathered around a table, drinking and singing. Upon noticing Oberyn's entrance, they initially paused, then broke into taunting smiles. "Well, if it isn't the prince from Dorne, what's the matter? Do you find our singing displeasing?" slurred the ringleader. Rising unsteadily, Oberyn remained silent, his gaze fixed upon them, as if assessing corpses. "Why so mute, Sand Snake?" Another soldier stood, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Just as he drew his blade, Oberyn moved. His motion was swift as a wraith, imperceptible to those present. A glimmer of cold steel flashed. A piercing scream echoed through the room. The leading Lannister soldier flailed madly, his right hand thrashing. Yet it was as if it were nailed in place, firmly affixed to the tabletop. A uniquely designed dagger, coated in black lacquer, had cleanly pierced his wrist, anchoring his palm to the sturdy oak surface. Blood gushed forth through the dagger's channel. The entirety of Westeros was left in shock. They did not anticipate that the notorious Prince Oberyn Martell, famed for his flamboyance, would exhibit such resolute decisiveness and ruthless intensity. His agility was astonishing, instilling a sense of dread. In the capital of King's Landing, Tywin Lannister observed this scene, his typically impassive countenance betraying a rare display of gravity. He understood that the arrival of this figure was not that of a peacock flaunting its feathers, but rather that of a genuine, venomous serpent poised to strike. Tyrion, too, was captivated by Oberyn's swift and decisive actions, yet he felt an acute sense of foreboding. He sensed that this man's presence would herald a monumental tempest for King's Landing. Within the confines of the brothel's chamber, the remaining 3 soldiers were jolted into sobriety, their fear rendering them clumsy as they hastily unsheathed their swords. Yet they dared not advance. At this moment, Tyrion Lannister, having been dispatched by his father to greet the tardy Prince of Dorne, entered the room to witness this tense standoff. "Oh, Seven save us," Tyrion sighed dramatically upon seeing the soldier pinned to the table, realizing he had arrived at an inopportune time. Upon spotting Tyrion, Oberyn's icy demeanor melted away, replaced by his languid smile. As if oblivious to the preceding events, he nonchalantly retrieved his dagger from the table, methodically wiping the blood from it with a silk handkerchief. "No, my Lord Lannister, your arrival is quite fortuitous," Oberyn remarked, his gaze drifting past Tyrion to the beautiful handmaidens behind him. "We were deliberating whether to take this boy first or that girl. Perhaps we could indulge in both?" He unabashedly showcased his hedonistic, bisexual nature before all, dismissing the hypocritical moral standards of Westeros, living authentically and unapologetically. The nobles of King's Landing looked on with expressions of disdain and contempt, perceiving the Dornishmen as shameless savages. Conversely, Tyrion found Oberyn intriguing. In a realm rife with hypocrites and schemers, Oberyn's unabashed candor and forthrightness were refreshingly rare. The people of Dorne, accustomed to such openness, even expressed a degree of pride. This was their prince, passionate and free, like the son of Dorne, never concealing his brilliance or desires. Accompanied by Tyrion, Oberyn finally made his way to the Red Keep, his visage adorned with a languorous smile, as if he were merely attending a grand wedding celebration, enjoying the fine wines and beautiful maidens. Yet, within his eyes burned an unquenchable flame of vengeance, smoldering for 20 years. Words slowly emerged against the backdrop of the heavens, a poisoned dagger. A candid desire. Prince Oberyn's sojourn in King's Landing was from the very outset laden with the scent of gunpowder. However, beneath this libertine exterior, what past and knowledge did he conceal? Chapter 44. The chain of the citadel. The nobles of King's Landing continued to indulge in whispered discussions about the scandal involving Prince Oberyn Martell at the brothel. To them, this southern red viper was merely a brash brute, intoxicated by desire and inclined to resolve issues through violence. They critiqued the Dornishmen's licentiousness and savagery with a condescending air of superiority, presuming their own civility. Yet, the subsequent scene unfolded like a resounding slap, striking all of them squarely across the face. The scene transitioned, and time rewound. The bustling vibrance of King's Landing faded away, replaced by the scholarly heart of Westeros, the Old Town. The tranquil citadel, where the Honeywine River flowed gently, was dominated by towering spires constructed by the Valyrians, reaching skyward. The air was imbued with the scent of ancient parchment and erudition. The atmosphere stood in stark contrast to Oberyn's wild and untamed persona, steeped in the essence of the desert. Amidst the gray-robed apprentices of the citadel, a young Dornish lad emerged, his skin dark and his gaze sharp as a hawk's. This was the youthful Oberyn Martell. Unlike his peers, who dedicated their lives to forging a complete chain of scholarly achievement, Oberyn's thirst for knowledge seemed insatiable, and his capacity for learning was astonishingly formidable. The screen presented a rapid montage of his studies across various disciplines within the Citadel. In the dissection room, he learned about human anatomy alongside a brooding young man named Cobain, who would later lose his scholarly title. It was during this time that Oberyn's profound interest in the properties and effects of various poisons began to take root. In the library, he devoured ancient scrolls written in Old Valyrian, chronicling the history of dragons and magic, neglecting sleep in his fervor. At the astronomical observatory, he depicted the celestial movements through a bronze telescope. In the metallurgical workshop, he personally forged the links of his own scholarly chain before the blazing furnace, symbolizing the knowledge he had acquired. Ultimately, the screen zoomed in on a close-up of young Oberyn, holding a nascent scholarly chain. It already boasted 6 gleaming links, each crafted from different metals. Gold represented economics, silver symbolized medicine, bronze denoted astronomy, and black iron embodied the study of warfare. 6 links. This indicated that he had mastered 6 formidable disciplines before leaving the Citadel, an impressive feat that would evoke envy among many scholars. The audience of Westeros sat in stunned silence, their mouths agape, unable to reconcile this learned and focused aspiring scholar with the debauched figure of the Red Viper who had cavorted in the brothel. This is truly a tale of 2 individuals. In the Red Keep, within the council chamber, Grand Maester Pycelle gazed at the heavens. The heavy chain of office dangling around his neck, a symbol of his status and glory, momentarily feeling rather cumbersome. A flicker of complex emotion, tinged with jealousy, glinted in his murky old eyes. He understood better than anyone the extraordinary talent and wisdom required to forge 6 links of the chain at such a tender age. He knew that if Oberyn Martell desired, he could easily remain in the Citadel, becoming a respected scholar, and perhaps one day, the Grand Maester himself. Tyrion Lannister found himself increasingly admiring Oberyn. He raised his goblet, toasting toward the sky, and realized that this Dornish prince was far more profound and intriguing than he had initially imagined. A truly well-rounded individual. He seemed poised to continue his journey within the Citadel, ultimately becoming a revered master of academia. Yet, in a shocking turn of events, he made a decision that left everyone astounded. He departed. In the tapestry of the heavens, Oberyn tossed aside the chain he had poured years of effort into, now adorned with 6 links, carelessly onto the desk of his dormitory, as if it were not a symbol of honor, but rather a trivial piece of refuse. He then donned a light traveling attire and, without a backward glance, exited the grand gates of the Citadel. He deemed the life within its walls far too monotonous and tedious. The knowledge confined within books suffocated him. He yearned for a broader world, a life of freedom, and authentic experiences. Upon leaving the Citadel, he did not return to Dorne, but ventured directly to the chaotic and liberated lands of Essos across the narrow sea. There, he took up the life of a mercenary, serving briefly in the illustrious Second Sons. The heavens swiftly flashed images of his exploits in Essos, his adventures, and interactions with a myriad of characters. He dueled with the governor of Tyrosh, drank heartily with wealthy merchants and lists, witnessed rituals in the Red Temple of Volantis, and even founded his own small mercenary band. His footsteps echoed across the 9 great free cities. The audience was once again astonished by Oberyn's carefree attitude, unbound by the constraints of societal norms. For them, the identity of a scholar represented a coveted honor and status. Yet Oberyn cast it aside as if it were mere rubbish. His life brimmed with infinite possibilities. In Meereen, atop the pyramid, when Daenerys and her advisors learned of Oberyn's past service in the Second Sons, they were taken aback. Dario Naharis, the current commander of the Second Sons, regarded the roguish Dornish prince with a glimmer of mutual respect, akin to rivals recognizing a worthy opponent. Dorne, Sunspear, Prince Daemon gazed at his brother, who roamed freely across the heavens, a flicker of envy unmistakably reflected in his eyes. Bound to a wheelchair in Sunspear due to his physical afflictions, he was perpetually shackled by gout and responsibility. In stark contrast, Oberyn Martell embodied the very essence of the life he yearned for yet could never attain. The scene shifted to King's Landing, where Oberyn strolled through the sun-drenched gardens of the Red Keep with Tyrion. He regaled his companion with tales from Essos, speaking of exotic poisons, spices, and alluring customs. His vast knowledge, witty discourse, and sharp gaze belied the notion of a mere simpleton. Tyrion found their conversation to be a delightful indulgence. Above them, words slowly materialized in the sky. He was a deserter from the Citadel, a mercenary on the battlefield, a libertine in matters of the heart. How many faces did this man truly possess? Yet, what lay beneath his charming and erudite facade during his visit to King's Landing? Chapter 45. The confrontation before the king. The wedding of King Joffrey Baratheon and Lady Margaery Tyrell unfolded before the eyes of all in King's Landing. Akin to a hastily ripened fruit, golden on the outside, yet rotten within. 77 dishes were laid upon the long table, and vintage wines from the arbor flowed like water. Minstrels sang of the king's valor and the queen's beauty, while nobles donned insincere masks, exchanging hollow congratulations. The entirety of King's Landing basked in an artificially manufactured atmosphere of opulent and raucous revelry. Prince Oberyn Martell, clad in resplendent orange silk that embodied the indomitable creed of House Martell, was invited to a small, exclusive council meeting at the hand of the King's Tower prior to the wedding feast. Inside the hand of the King's Tower, the air felt several degrees cooler than outside. The heavy tapestries absorbed much of the sound, leaving only the occasional crackle from the burning logs in the fireplace. Light streamed through narrow, arrow-slit windows, casting a play of shadows across the polished mahogany table. Lord Tywin Lannister, the Hand of the King, occupied the seat of honor. Dressed in a lavish black and gold ensemble, he sat upright, resembling a statue hewn from stone, with silence itself emanating a formidable pressure. Flanking him were his children, Queens Cersei and Tyrion, the former wearing an expression of slight impatience, while the latter idly twirled the ring on his thumb. Master of Whisperers Varys clasped his hands within his sleeves, his face adorned with an ever-present, enigmatic smile. Grand Maester Pycelle sat like a statue on the verge of slumber, his white beard nearly reaching his chest. Oberyn was the last to arrive, pushing open the door and striding in without a hint of apology. He did not approach the reserved seat at the end of the table meant for him. He casually pulled a vacant chair from the wall, placing it beside the long table in a manner that was almost provocative, occupying a position that neither belonged to the host nor the guests, and then sat down with an air of audacity. This seemingly trivial act instantaneously shattered the delicate balance of power that had pervaded the conference room. Cersei's brow furrowed, while Varys' smile deepened ever so slightly. The Duke of Tywin lifted his gaze from the document before him, directing it towards Oberyn. His expression remained calm and unruffled, as if he were impervious to the rudeness presented before him. Prince Martell, I thank you for representing Dorne at the king's wedding. Tywin's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. A subtle smile tugged at the corners of Oberyn's mouth. I have come to King's Landing not to attend a boy's wedding, he replied, his tone imbued with the languid warmth of Dorne, yet his words struck like a poisoned dagger. I have come to seek justice. The air in the conference room grew thick with tension. Tyrion ceased the motion of twirling his ring. Grand Maester Pycelle appeared to awaken from a slumber. Justice? Duke Tywin echoed the word, his tone unchanged. For my sister, Princess Elia Martell. Oberyn's gaze pierced through Tywin and his children, my nephew and niece, with a sharpness akin to probing needles. Lord Lannister, you surely remember them? A flicker of anxiety and revulsion crossed Cersei's face, prompting her to instinctively straighten her back. Duke Tywin regarded Oberyn in silence, his expression betraying nothing, as if awaiting his continuation. Unflinching, Oberyn met that icy stare and recounted, in a tone so calm it bordered on cruel, the blood-soaked tragedy buried for nearly 2 decades. When King's Landing fell, my sister Elia was left in Maegor's holdfast. She believed she would be safe, as her husband was the crown prince, and she was a princess of Dorne. Then, the Lannisters' mad dog burst in. That mad dog, known as Gregor Clegane, the Mountain, first killed my infant nephew, Aegon. It is said he grasped the baby's feet and smashed his head against the wall with brutal force. The imagery of Oberyn's narrative unfolded in stark black and white, a silent yet profoundly impactful silhouette that flashed back to that fateful day. A towering, devilish shadow seized a tiny, struggling figure and hurled it against the wall. There was no sound, no blood, but the sheer cruelty of the act sent chills down the spine of every onlooker. Daenerys instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with terror and sorrow. Oberyn's voice remained steady as he continued. Then, I found my niece, Myrcella. She was hiding beneath the bed, like a frightened kitten. I dragged her out and, with a dagger, I inflicted 50 stab wounds upon her small body. At last, he found my sister, Elia. Before her daughter's still bleeding corpse, he violated her. When he finished, he wielded his enormous sword and nearly cleaved her body in twain. In the conference room, an oppressive silence reigned. The only sound was Cersei's breath, quickened by anger and tension. Tyrion raised his goblet, intending to take a sip, only to discover his hand quivering slightly. Where is the monster who ravaged my sister and murdered her? Gregor Clegane, the Mountain. Oberyn's voice pierced the air like a chilling dagger, striking at the nerves of all present. He remained a vassal of House Lannister, continuing his pillaging and slaughter in the Riverlands, reveling in his accolades and wealth. Thus, I pose this question to you, Lord Lannister. Oberyn leaned forward, his hands clasped on the table, his gaze burning into Tywin. Who issued the command? This question thundered through the small conference room. All eyes turned to Tywin Lannister. The Duke's expression remained inscrutable. He held Oberyn's gaze for a moment, then spoke slowly. That was war. In war, the actions of soldiers can sometimes spiral out of control. His voice was cold and calm. I have never given the order to kill women and children. The death of Elia Martell is a tragedy. However, her husband, Rhaegar Targaryen, betrayed her first and humiliated her. You should seek vengeance against him, not me. He deftly shifted the topic, casting the blame onto the deceased Rhaegar. The audience of Westeros was captivated by this exchange, fraught with menace and cunning. They observed that Oberyn was not merely a fierce warrior. He also wielded language and political pressure to achieve his ends. Meanwhile, Tywin Lannister stood like a slippery, cold stone, impervious to any attack. As for Ser Gregor Clegane, Tywin shifted his stance and offered his bargaining chip. I will arrange for him to confront you. You may present your accusations in court. Furthermore, the judge's seat in the small council has remained vacant. Prince Martell, you are learned and widely traveled. I believe you are the most suitable candidate for this position. With the promise of a seat on the small council and an elusive confrontation, he sought to secure Dorne's political cooperation and silence. It was a blatant political transaction. Oberyn regarded Tywin and suddenly laughed, a smile filled with mockery and disdain. He rose, adjusting his splendid silk robe. Very well, Lord Lannister. I accept your proposal, he said, eagerly anticipating the confrontation with Ser Clegane. Yet his expression betrayed that he believed not a word of Tywin's deceit. The small council adjourned in discord. Oberyn emerged from the Tower of the Hand, the blinding sunlight striking his face, yet within his eyes resided a chilling, unfathomable shadow. Above, words gradually materialized in the heavens. A deceptive transaction, a belated reckoning. The patience of the Crimson Viper is waning. A far greater tempest is poised to brew over King's Landing. And the catalyst for this storm shall be a chalice of lethal poison.